everyone. How's it going?
Hello, every Nyan.
Well, I only see one Nyan here, and it's you, Nyan Video Games.
Oh, one moment. Let me check around real quick. You're right. Okay, my mistake.
I don't know. It's possible that Fry might be hiding under the desk or something, but we don't know.
I'll have to check later.
It's never entirely certain that there is or is not a Fry in the room.
Fry comes and goes like a wind.
Yes.
Flying through your house.
Yeah, and I just hear da 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 da.
At this point, I'm imagining Fry is like 5 feet off the ground, slowly floating from room to room.
Like one of those VR chat avatars.
Mm-hmm.
The captions cut off in the middle of you saying a word, and they said, "At this point, I imagine dragons."
At this point, now and only now, I imagine dragon. Am I at the Game Awards? Maybe. Possibly.
Well, I don't know that this game will be winning any awards.
And yet it will be remembered.
It will be remembered for all times. It may get one of those participation trophies, but more likely, it would just give you a bunch of different colored eggs.
Cherished, parentheses, sinister.
Yes, it's like when Game Center CX is introducing the game they're going to be playing today, and they call it unique.
That is a really good way to do that. I need to make sure to use that as my euphemism.
Yeah.
What
This
a
unique
experience.
title from Acclaim.
Unique title from Acclaim. It's BMXXXX.
Oh no!
In this intriguing idea for a video game.
Not entirely sure how it got past the ESRB.
Oh, I didn't. Did that come out on the GameCube?
I don't.
I know it's on PS2 and Xbox. And I'm like, man, I'm
I
glad
feel
no
like
one
it
has to
did
play
not.
that game.
It did? Well, either way, it is obviously
Oh my god.
it is disqualified because it is literally unstreamable.
Oh yeah.
What with the porn and all.
I'm a very good cat boy. I have no idea what's in that game. So if you ever see
Yeah.
Has Gone Live with Game, you have to stop me.
So, what you're telling me is you're not old enough to play BMX Triple X.
No, I'm actually just too short. I couldn't reach it on the shelves back in the day.
Yeah, that's how it goes when
This
you're
is very
not old
tragic.
enough.
Not. That's what the
You
GameStop
didn't know it had
clerk
actual
said to
porn
me.
in it, says Rado. It does.
Yippee!
It is a problematic game.
So, how did this happen? I know I've played 3 minutes of it back in the day. I don't know if I rented it. It's more likely my brother rented it. And my only memories and thoughts were, wow, this is terrible. But
Yeah, my recollection is that they were going to be making another entry in one of their existing series. Like, you know, it was like the Dave Mera series. Thank you for the follow. And then they decided this wasn't marketable enough. We need to add porn. So they added strippers. And
that's what they're gonna do for the next Assassin's Creed. If they can make it there, they're gonna be like, we need a hook for Assassin's Creed Hexa, which is the one on witches. For people who don't know, that's the next Assassin's Creed. And they're gonna be like, how can we get this to sell? What do witches? One moment. Let me look up witch stuff on the internet. Oh, I'm noticing something. There's a lot of art here. Very specific art. Maybe this is our new hook. God, that would be so funny if Ubisoft went the way of acclaim. And they're just
No
like
kidding.
at the end, they're doing really gimmicky things that are inadvisable.
That's putting it nicely. That's a good euphemism for it.
Mm-hmm.
I just, yeah, they thought, oh, this Dave Mirra game is gonna bomb. We're gonna add strippers, and then they seemingly thought Dave Mirra was gonna be okay with that because it was still gonna be the Dave Mirra game until Dave Mirra was like, wait, what? No.
That's a crazy assumption for them to make. Wow.
Yeah.
Next big thing to mention. I'm like, oh yeah, Bob, our numbers were a little low, so I got a stripper to be like right next to you. I assume you're okay with that. And it's like 10 minutes till we're live.
And
He's like, what?
it's I could practically see the footage now. Like, you two are just sitting in your chairs as usual, and you mention this to him, and then suddenly this woman's boobs just fly in from the side of the screen.
Mm-hmm. He gets concussed.
Yeah, it's just like, what the hell?
Boof.
So, I take it you didn't really like Shadows then.
I didn't play it. I co-hosted Bob playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Some people seem to be enjoying it. I don't think it's my thing. I don't know. It has a bunch of openings. Like, it tutorializes in a weird way that's almost recursive. So it tutorializes and teaches you how to play the game, and then it will slice up the idea for the game into like thirds or fourths and do 3 more tutorials retroactively instead of progressing the plot at all. And
Right.
very, 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 very mild spoilers in my opinion, but a good PSA for Assassin's Creed Shadows. That second main character disappeared. We didn't see him for the next 8.5 hours of playing that game.
Yeah, apparently he was originally pretty prominent in development, but they changed it because of the reactions they were seeing, which I don't think they should have done that.
Is that really what happened? That's crazy.
That's part of why the game got delayed. It's... Yeah, so... That's what I heard. I'm not, like, an authority on this, but I heard it several times from different sources, so I just assume it's true.
But
None of them were AI.
Oh, this is really cute. Oh, it's gone. This is the Rebel Winter Fusion.
Yeah, that's cute, isn't it?
It is really cute.
So, I also take it they didn't bring back Desmond.
No, the Place of the Future timeline is like a video sequence that's like narrated and pre-rendered, and it's like, imagine someone scrubbing through an editing timeline, but it's Minority Report style. And that's so much of the opening of this game because it's so weirdly stitched together. It's so very bizarre and weird. But, you know, once Bob actually got to start playing the game, he seemed to be enjoying it. I'm excited to hear what he thinks. Getting to play more on Big Think.
At least there's that. But for me, like, the whole mix with the modern era was, like, the entire thing that made Assassin's Creed so compelling to me originally. And, like, I've just completely tuned out ever since.
Yeah, no, I think that's really, really cool. And I would have liked a game that took place in modern day. That would have been neat. But unfortunately, I guess they're not going to do that.
Yeah, didn't they put, like, an assassin in one of their other franchises, modern day games, as if to say, hey, look, there you go.
Yeah, I bet that's Watch Dogs. I bet it showed up in Watch Dogs 100%.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Watch Dogs. I just don't remember clearly enough to be confident in saying it.
Yeah. I bought Watch Dogs Legions, and I still haven't even booted it once. And I don't know why I did that.
Why did I buy this game?
Why did I buy this game? I just cataloged all of my games, digital and physical. And let me tell you, I had that feeling quite a few times. Maybe not as strong as I had with my movies,
Mm-hmm.
I buy movies that we have to watch for content because I want to see a decent quality.
Right.
So I own a lot of questionable movies on like Blu-ray or 4K Blu-ray. But I also own some good stuff. Like if you've never seen it, the movie Fat Man's really good. Made by some small.
Is that about a nuke?
No, it's about it's how do I put this? If a Santa Claus movie was John Wick.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really good. I enjoyed it a lot. We watched it because we weren't sure it was going to be good. It literally was something we reviewed one Christmas for Curse Content Club, and it was great.
Now I'm just thinking about Violent Night,
Yes.
which I actually thought was pretty enjoyable to watch once.
I still haven't seen it. I really want to.
It is absolutely exactly what you think it is. It is Christmas Die Hard, and it is pretty good.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I see Ixtico saying, got that noobs on Blu-ray. No, unfortunately, there's like no Blu-ray of that out there except for maybe a European Blu-ray. Which that box art for the European Blu-ray sure is something. They have the whole cast. For people who don't know, Noobs is a gamer movie that we reviewed recently where Jason Mewes, as in Jay from Jay and Silent Bob,
Yep.
goes to a Gears of War tournament. This thing was made 15 years ago. Anyway, for the European Blu-ray box set, they just edited a lady who's not in the movie's boobs there in a shirt that says "I Heart Gamers." That's it. It's not a character in the movie. It's not even implied to be a character in the movie. They just put that on the cover.
Right.
Well, we know where the Acclaim executives ended up.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a shame that Jason Mewes is in that.
It's really funny to see him act in a thing that isn't Kevin Smith. And I don't know how many other movies he acts in where it's not written by Kevin. It's a really fascinating thing. Anyway, that thing is only available on DVD, but weirdly enough, you can buy it from Walmart still. If you order it on Walmart.com, they'll ship it to you.
Well,
A DVD of the movie Noobs.
I'm never watching that, but
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
but last night me and Rhoda were watching Army of Darkness, which I haven't seen since I was a kid,
Oh, wow.
and I really enjoyed Army of Darkness, just like I did when I was a kid, apparently. I didn't remember a single thing about it before watching it again, though.
I have not seen Army of Darkness in almost 20 years. I've only seen it once in my life. So while I remember scenes in it, it is not a comprehensive memory.
I can't remember things from 10 years ago. I don't have that kind of level of memory.
See, I would question my ability to remember things from 10 years ago, but the amount of times Bob's been like, I've never heard of that game. And I'm like, Bob, we played it on a retro roulette 7.5 years ago. I carry this pain with me every day. Tells me that maybe I do remember things a little long.
Well, 10 years ago is a smaller number than 2020, so I don't believe it existed.
Fair. Completely fair.
Yeah, it
There's
was
so much cute art over here.
Yeah, there's some art I've gotten that I haven't added to the slideshow yet because I just haven't been touching it. I've been feeling bad that I haven't updated it yet, but like I always love when I get fan art. I adore it. It's one very precious thing to me. Yeah.
It's adorable. I just get to sit here and talk to you and watch it do that. You know what you should do? You should get one of those things that is one of those slideshow like photo things IRL and stick it in the house. That would be cool. That'd be nice.
I've thought about that. That would be nice. But yeah, I was watching this movie, and one scene, Ash gets out of this death pit that they put him in, and he's intimidating all of the medieval dudes, and he goes, "All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up." And I paused for a moment because "Listen Up, You Primitive Screwheads" is the name of the Dungeon Master's Guide for Cyberpunk 2020.
That's great.
Yeah, I was just like, wait, did I hear that right?
There was the closest moment I've had to that was I was playing through ukulele,
Mm-hmm.
and we hadn't played through Conquer yet, but I was playing through ukulele, and in it there's a book that's like a guide to, what was it? Jetpacks and Butlers, a guide to being rich or something, or just a book titled Jetpacks and Butlers. And so me and Bob during that stream, this was many years ago, just look at that and go, what is the joke? What's the deal with this? We go back and play Conquer, and that's where they set up the joke as being like, here's a guide to being rich, or here's what you do if you're rich, jetpacks and butlers. And the look on my face when I finally realized that was from that, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's a very similar thing. Like, look at this. And the guy even has a metal arm.
Yeah.
And he looks kind of like Bad Ash.
Yeah, he's got like, how do I put this? If Bad Ash was in a 90s comic, it really has that style where he's just like super huge in a specific way.
Yeah.
Or 80s,
yeah.
I guess, yeah.
And that poor player. Yeah, I mean, Bad Ash was the Deadite Ash from Army of Darkness, so you know that's the Ash I was comparing to. Yeah, I was just completely blindsided by this because, like, I've DM'd a Cyberpunk 2020 game. I've read this book like a bunch of times. Never realized it was a reference to something. Why would you name your Dungeon Master guide after a famous line from a movie? That's really funny to me.
Yeah, all sorts of things like that. Where it's like someday you run into the reason why a band is named a certain way, because so many bands name themselves after very specific things.
Right. That is true. Hey, Renee.
What's the Homestar Runner thing? She likes cloth or whatever? That's a good name for a band.
I'm happy to be here on stream with you again, Nyan.
Oh, I'm thrilled. This is great.
Unlike Yik Guy down there.
I know, I was just looking at that. I'm like, that is the opposite of my reaction right now.
That's my reaction to the Yik Guy.
These are two very good images to go back to back.
It's randomized, so it's pretty funny that they just put those back to back like that.
Are you eating a disco ball or yarn? I don't think either.
It's a disco ball.
Oh, okay.
Neither
can be too good for your stomach.
It was a community Jackbox night, and TKO happened, and for some reason somebody had a phrase of, I ate the disco ball, please don't tell anyone. And it got paired with Art of Me, so later somebody drew me eating a disco ball.
That's great.
Yeah, I miss those days. I don't even get a lot of art these days, but every piece is really precious.
Anytime I get art, it's the time I would least expect it, and it happens while I'm live, and I don't find out until after, and I'm like, oh, I would have loved to show this. Oh no!
Yeah, it's always great when absolutely nobody tells you that there's art in your Discord.
And then you shut down the stream, and you're just like, oh no, that's great! I wish I could have shown people.
Exactly, it's happened to me a bunch of times. I lost my train of thought. Did I ever have a train of thought? It must have been Polar Express.
Sonic and the Secret Rings will put you on a specific train because you don't get to control which way you're going necessarily.
That's very true. That's very true. I'm going to show you some art I don't think I've ever shown on stream.
Oh, it's so cute. Ooh, you look adorable. The background specific with the detail in the zoom in shot, it makes me think of an Excel Saga, like Magical Girl or Robopunmatsu, I think. I'm trying to remember. It's the specific facial quality of it. It's so cute.
Interesting.
That's adorable. You're adorable.
No, you're adorable.
Oh. No, I'm just fun-sized. I'm not adorable at all. Isn't that right, chat?
You know, these things go hand in hand.
No.
Yes.
What if I drew non-video games as Garfield and Bob as Odie? I don't want to wish anyone being drawn as Odie on Pod, though.
Yeah, well, you know, it could be worse. It could be Rover, the prototype of Odie.
Oh, I don't think... if I have seen that, it's a very long time. One moment.
Yeah, because before Garfield, there was a strip called John. I'm not making this up. A lot of the strips from it ended up being reused. Look at this.
Oh, Lord.
I think his name is
no.
Spot, actually, because of the spot.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And,
I looked up Rover, and I guess he appears in 2 of the episodes of Garfield and Friends. Oh my god, this is weird.
Yeah, this is from when, you know, this is from when he first shows up and shows Spot, and Garfield's just like, what the hell? And yes, that's Garfield. That's how Garfield looked in the John strip.
Yeah. John's expression is killing me. I'm trying to read what he's trying to get across with this face. And it's just, I'm smug that you only have one suitcase. And I don't understand this expression at all. Is that all you have? The one suitcase?
And there's a space between that and the question mark.
The one suitcase? Hmm?
So Lyman is definitely just a corpse in John's basement by now, right?
Wait, who?
Lyman.
Oh, is that the guy on the right?
Yeah, he moved in
I
with
never knew
John
his
early
name.
in the Garfield strips for a little bit,
Yeah.
and then he vanished mysteriously and never came back.
Oh yeah, 100%. That dude's buried in the basement.
Yeah. Yeah, it's surreal that he just kind of vanished. They never addressed this, and Odie just was assumed to be John's dog from then on. Like, you know.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah.
You think he would have done one strip that was like, well, thank you for letting me stay here for 37 years. Bye.
Yeah. You really would, but like,
Just remember all the great times we had together. Literally not one time was had with him.
well, Lyman was in a bunch of strips, like early on, but then eventually he just never showed up again. It was just really abrupt.
I think a character in Happy Days went up into an attic and never came back. See, when you shoot a moment like that in any series, you got to treat it like this is the last time the audience will ever see them. So shoot it dramatically and confuse people. It's like you'll have theory crafting where it's like, was that a metaphor? Are they dead? Is the attic heaven? Why'd they film it like that?
Yeah, I would love to have any follow-up on Lyman. I used to be a big fan of Garfield. I had tons of the strip compilation books and everything. And I loved Garfield and Friends, because who didn't?
Yeah. I have spent my entire life asserting that various songs in various video games are in fact the theme to Garfield and Friends.
Didn't I literally say something like this during one of my recent streams?
I can't remember which Sonic the Hedgehog game made me do it, but I keep doing it very... Yoshi Story? Apparently Zargon saying Yoshi Story. Did you do a Yoshi Story
No.
stream, or is that
No.
me and I did
I've
that?
never done that.
Okay. I have not streamed Yoshi Story.
Neither of us have.
Yeah, but I also had the books growing up of Garfield. What
Yeah,
effect did this have on us? The mysteries.
we'll never know.
We'll never know.
I hate Mondays.
Mondays do suck.
Today's
I'm always
Sunday, right?
racing them.
Or
Yes,
do you
for
think
now.
it's like secretly Monday and like we all lost a day at some point and they're just gaslighting us?
Oh my god, it's a government conspiracy, Scully. Scully, it's a government conspiracy. They're trying to cover up the missing Sunday.
My God, siphon filter.
My god, siphon filter. Yes, it's quite remarkable. You see that line delivery, he's so over it. In the game,
Yeah,
siphon filter, the main dude who's delivering what it is like, yeah, whatever, let's move on.
yeah. It's great to me because like it straight up sounds like he's rolling his eyes. You can hear him rolling his eyes as he reads the line.
Yeah, huh?
um, they did find Garfield the Lost Levels, but it's in the hands of like Frank Cifaldi, and like they want to write an article first, so we'll see it in like 10 years.
My brain is just full of wind physics jokes because it's Mario 2. That's the joke. Mario the Lost Levels, Garfield the Lost Levels.
Okay, but these are actually different games. Garfield the Lost Levels was a collection of levels removed from the Genesis Garfield game, and then it was put on the Sega Channel as its own game, and the ROM was completely lost and never found until recently when Frank Cifaldi was one of the people who mentioned having uncovered it. And it was shown off at a convention on a TV, but like there hasn't been any
Really?
chance for anybody to really play it, and it hasn't been released yet. But it apparently has been dumped and preserved, so I'm happy about that because that game was like one of my white whales. But I really wish that Frank Cifaldi would release things first, then do articles. I think the articles have value, but the fact is that it seems like he sits on these things for months and months, sometimes years. Because like SimCity NES, the ROM, the prototype was discovered literally years before the article that was supposed to be written was finally written, along with the release of the game. And things like that have happened consistently with him. It also happened with the release of the Cyber City data, with the level layouts and tiles and all of that, and documentation about it that Frank Cifaldi was also handling. From Sonic 2.
I wonder what would happen, like, if he has measures in place if he passes.
I wonder.
When you hold on to things that tight, that is a concern.
Yeah, like, I want to be clear that he is someone I quite respect, but the thing is that I just don't think he handles that correctly.
I often vocally disagree with people I respect.
Yeah. Yeah. Just like I've mentioned multiple times that one of the musicians I respect most is Yuzo Koshiro, and, well, we know that I criticize Yuzo Koshiro vocally very often about certain things that we are both very aware of.
Mm-hmm. At some point, it's what you do with it, right? And how it was executed in a space.
Yeah.
I enjoy making playlists, though, of music from games that are not actually from the game, but they're definitely from the game. That is a
I
great
get you.
split time.
Ironically, a Yuzo Koshiro song is playing right now.
Yeah. Did y'all know that, chat? Did you know? Yuzu done made that Ys music. Did you know gaming?
I better not get you started.
Oh, no, I don't. The end of that saga was the funniest thing in the world as my phone's blowing up as his own fan base is blowing him up.
Yeah. I remember that very strongly.
So funny.
We've been in Zatsu for so long that I need to excuse myself to the restroom briefly.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll talk to
So,
chat.
yes, entertain them.
Okay. Well,
I'm trusting you, Nyan.
okay. I I don't I don't know if I'm to be trusted to entertain you, but I can definitely talk to you. Hello, chat. How's it going? Now's a great time for you to post all of your favorite emotes. All of them right now. Get going. How was my day? My day was fine. I woke up, I drank an energy drink. Yep. I was like, oh, this is a nice little energy drink. And then I forgot it was the energy drink that gives me what's called niacin flush, which is where if you have enough niacin in a thing, it can make your skin feel warm. So I'm sitting here and I'm not exercising and I have niacin flush. But aside from that, I'm well caffeinated, well taken care of. I started my day with some of the leftovers from yesterday. I had a ton of birria food at a local Mexican restaurant that's attached to a Mexican grocer, like a little grocery store that has a restaurant attached. It is one of the best it's the best Mexican food I've literally ever eaten. So my breakfast today was birria pizza. So good. It's so good. We stacked the table with almost every birria dish they have. So we had birria fries, birria pizza, birria burrito, birria egg rolls. Yeah, and I had some leftovers. In fact, we had a decent amount of leftovers. Tosh had the fries left over. I had some of the pizza left over. It was good. It was good. I did play a Power Wash Simulator for the first time yesterday, and let me tell you, playing it solo, I went into a fugue state of why am I cleaning a place in this video game when I could be doing that in real life? But then more importantly, after I played a few hours, it felt like I was developing arthritis because my desk isn't set up right for that level of repetitive movement. It's okay. I'll figure it out because I got a new mouse on the way because my mouse has problems.
Mouse.
And yeah, it just left. You missed it.
Aw.
Yeah, sorry.
Could have used the snack.
And my keyboard just flat out stopped working yesterday, so I had to swap to my old keyboard, which is a Cherry Amex Red. I went to adjust the volume on a thing and I poked an LED because that's where the volume roller is on my more modern keyboard, my more recent one, and I'm like, I missed it already.
I dread the day that my keyboard dies because, like, it's one of those RGB keyboards where you can, like, see the color through the top of the cap, but you don't have, like, the exposed bottom or anything. I don't like the light pollution from the keyboards that just have all the light exposed at the bottom like that. It drives me nuts. But I like seeing the color through the top of the keycap.
Yeah,
and they just don't make those anymore because they're not popular. People like their light explosions.
People like loud things. Isn't that weird? Like most... Oh my goodness. I can't believe this. As I was just going to say, I'm getting a new mouse tomorrow. I check my Amazon page. It is in my mailbox right now. Or perhaps on my porch. I did not anticipate this, but let me send you a picture of how plain the mouse I ordered is.
Okay.
Because all I want from a mouse is 2 buttons on the side and low latency. This is legit the mouse I ordered. Look at how plain that is.
Yeah, I can respect that. My mouse is fairly simple in a very similar way, but also it's a Logitech, so of course it's you know. My mouse is a G903, which is like the fancy Logitech. It has to look all sharp-edged version of what you just showed me.
Yeah, I think Bob has that.
But the thing is that, like, I got it because, like, I use my mouse on my left, right? So, I need the buttons to be on the right, and it has interchangeable buttons.
Cool.
Yeah. Very good mouse for what it is.
If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go check my porch to see if it's on my porch. I don't want it to sit out in the temperature. I will be right back.
Well, there goes Dan. just fell asleep in the middle of my room, right in front of my desk, as you can see. Very close to the screen, that's why he's so blurry. Well, I am kind of looking forward to more Secret Rings, but I'm especially looking forward to playing it with Dan here. Because, you know, it's always great to have Dan here in the first place, but really helps through something that is a little more of a trial, like this game. Also, I'm in decent spirits because I don't have a lot of, like, day job work piled up right now since I've been catching up on it pretty effectively recently. Whereas a lot of the time when I'm streaming, I'm thinking to myself, oh man, I got all these tasks left to do. Which is something I'm sure a lot of the streamers out there can kind of relate to. But I'm feeling good today. Nearly everyone uses the mouse on the right side of their keyboard. The reason I have mine on the left is because I basically grew up that way with So the thing is... that when I was growing up, I had like specialized computer desks and such, right? And these always had a place for the mouse on the left of the keyboard. And so that is exactly why I ended up permanently as somebody who uses the mouse on the left side and uses the arrow keys, not WASD, and the stuff around that when I'm playing games. Makes sense, right? It's a bit of a mess, but it makes sense. Just everything is designed with the assumption that your mouse will be on the right side and you'll be using WASD for everything. It makes my life harder. But that's how it is. I am not left-handed. I am not right-handed. I am different hands for different things. What some people call switch-handed, I think. Hello.
It was in fact in the mailbox. It's really funny because the mouse looks super plain, but then it has a gamer name because it's an 8 kilohertz mouse. So of course it's got a gamer name.
That makes sense.
The Endgame Gear OP1 8K.
Sorry, you got a Game Gear? I thought this was a mouse.
No, this is a vintage Sega Game Boy. I grew up with a vintage Sega Game Boy. How about you, chat?
Yeah. No, Jax. Switch-handed is distinct from ambidextrous. Ambidextrous means you can do everything equally with both hands. Switch-handed means you use different hands for different things, and you can't use the other hand for those things effectively.
I'm worried if I plug in the mouse, it'll blow up my computer.
My god. Gamer mouse.
Yes, it's quite remarkable.
I had a Game Gear, and I would take it on field trips, and it would always run out before we actually got wherever.
Uh-huh.
But I eventually got one of those really big rechargeable packs that goes on the back of the thing, like a frickin' tumor. It was this huge black thing that plugged into it, and like it's just like a huge tumor on the back of the Game Gear, and that would make the battery last about twice as long. Still not really long enough, but
yeah,
that's compared to.
I had the weird pill. The giant pill rechargeable battery that had a belt clip. Have you ever seen those?
I feel like I've seen that, yeah. But of course, I still sometimes had to resort to opening up the back and putting in the 6 AA batteries, 3 on each side,
See, I played enough where my parents were like, we're not going to keep buying you these batteries because you just burn through them. And I'm like, yep, that's how that works. And
Yep.
eventually they got me the rechargeable for the Game Gear, but nothing else. Luckily, everything else conserved batteries better, so.
How dare
Yeah.
you actually use batteries for their intended purpose?
Yes. How dare I? That you don't understand. Batteries used to cost a lot. The Game Gear
also-
was more expensive than having a 4K subscription to Netflix.
It also honestly felt like the batteries lasted longer, even though they probably didn't.
Well, I mean, compared to modern devices, the Game Gear whipped the 3DS in our battery life test video. But, you know, batteries have gotten better over time.
Right. Yeah, my interpretation is that batteries were worse, but as a kid, every minute felt longer, so it felt like batteries lasted longer than they do.
Yes. Okay, good news, everyone. I've plugged in my mouse so I can blow up my PC during this stream. Kaboom!
Oh man, early rechargeable batteries. Like even that Game Gear pack, like it took a very long time to recharge.
Oh, yeah.
Very long.
Uh-huh.
It's like you need to charge this for 16 hours to get your 4 hours of Game Gear in.
Yeah, it literally felt like that. It was insane. Kid didn't understand. I was like, what?
I should probably plug that this month of Sonic Gaming is brought to you by Extra Life. They are not sponsoring, but rather I am doing this for them. If you donate to the Extra Life cause, these are the incentives. I said it knowing perfectly well that I was only going to meet like 2 or 3 of them, but I set them high because sometimes you gotta set things high.
So look,
if you want to
Billy Hatcher.
donate, yeah, if you want to donate, you can use this link. At 1500, Sonic and the Black Knight will be added onto the games I will play before I declare Sonic Month over. The cause is basically Extra Life supplies money that will help with kids' treatment in hospitals so that they can actually get surgeries they need, medications, basically doctor's appointments, anything that they need. It's unfortunate that it's something we need in our world, but it is very important. I was constantly sick as a kid myself. Like, constantly. I missed school all the time because of it. I remember getting expelled from one of my schools for too many absences, even though I always had a doctor's note every single time.
God. That's terrible.
It is.
Whereas,
It is awful, but...
Whereas I was sick as hell because I missed school. Am I right, skaters?
So the thing that was happening with me is like, you know, I was just constantly sick and doctors couldn't really figure out why, but that meant that I was at the doctor's office more often than not, and I would get sent home with some medication and I would be at home all the time. The only reason I turned out as well as I did is because my family got me a computer pretty early in my life and they got me internet for it too. They had no idea how to use any of these things. It was just for me. But I had the internet and I had a thirst for knowledge, so I was kind of set. But a lot of people are not that lucky, and a lot of people don't have that thirst for knowledge. And why is my model stuck?
I assumed you were just petrified thinking of the past. Is this not the case? Oh no.
I was petrified.
Good news, gamers. This mouse seems good. Bad news, gamers. It is smaller than my current mouse. So it may make the power wash repetitive stress injury even worse.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, the real trick is to
Well,
stop playing Power Wash.
you just need to make your hands smaller is all.
Oh no. I don't know about this. This seems
Yeah.
like dark magic.
Yeah.
Oh! Look at him go.
Thank you for enjoying that. I think it's about time to start playing Sonic. If anything, it's past time, but that's
true. How long?
the best time to start is half an hour ago, but the second best time is now.
You're right. So I was gonna say playing Power Wash. I have one thing on my list for Power Wash 2. Good online netcode, because everyone gets out of sync if you do 5-player. It scales up the more players you have. So literally the end of the session yesterday, everyone in the room but me watched as my time ghost, slowly went and did all the things I did over the past like 20 minutes.
Slowly, huh?
Oh yes, no, because it's like, oh, thank you, Anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous, for the 6.93 to Extra Life. I will manually update the widget, because guess what? The Extra Life widget from Stream Elements doesn't update for like an hour anymore for some reason. They broke it. And Streamlabs doesn't provide one anymore. So that's cool. That's cool. It's fine. I'm not upset about technology at all.
And it would be terrible if you had to deal with a broken widget for a really long time. Like, say, a year and a half straight.
Yeah.
Imagine managing a spreadsheet and dealing with a broken widget for a year and a half straight.
Thankfully, nobody has ever had to do that.
And thank God.
So as you can see here, we've got 2 Fruit Loops.
Mm.
But we've been to...
These are the sugar-flavored ones. That's my favorite.
But we've been to 4 places, so it's more progress than it looks like, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you love this song.
Into the ring. Oh, I do actually. It's a high occurrence rate setting on Smash Bros. I love Make Police Report.
You like hearing the first verse of it and nothing else, right?
Mm-hmm. Of course. I always celebrate my victories by thinking about making police reports.
Rampage. So, I don't remember how to play. Tell me how to play.
You shake the Wiimote, and Sonic runs. It is funny, though, that you steer him with the Wiimote. You don't actually pump it a lot of the time. You do some of the time, but you don't have to, like it's a Mario Party minigame.
Yeah, the thing is, like, to homing attack, you have to, like, shove it forward, which feels very odd.
Yeah, it's not as responsive as I would like either.
No.
His slow walk here is the funniest thing I've ever seen Sonic do. He is rarely animating in such a bizarre fashion. I feel like there's maybe a couple cutscenes in Adventure 1, 2, and Heroes Combined where he walks in such a way. So it's very funny that you see it nonstop in this game where he's just like, here we go. Just gonna get started.
When he's right behind the camera, well, right in front of the camera, you know what I mean. When he's right in front of the camera, there's a specific thing his spines do. It's like particularly when he's slow.
It's so peculiar, but no joke. If they just remake this game to use the controller, normally, I'm there, because while the structure of this isn't a good idea, and I'm a big fan of unique experiences in a franchise. I want your game to bring the reason I would come to it, you know? I really love that about Igavanias, that each one had such a different combat system. You know, Circle of the Moon doesn't feel like Harmony of Dissonance, doesn't feel like Aria of Sorrow. The two fungible ones, in a sense, are Aria of Sorrow and Dawn of Sorrow, because they're so incredibly similar. and one of these has good portrait art, so you know. But I think this game would be tolerable as a funny Sonic side game to go back to if it just had a normal controller interface.
I just think it's interesting that they never like put out a mobile port of this.
Yeah, that would have worked, huh? And now I'm thinking about the Sonic 4 tilt level thing, where you tilt the the phone version and it tilts the level for the Minecraft or minecart. The Minecraft. Hey, remember when Sonic was Minecrafted on phones? I remember.
Well, you know that actually is. I mean, there is an official Sonic pack for Minecraft.
It's true. I don't remember how long ago that came out. I don't know if you can get it on the PS3 or phone.
No, it came out like after the Bedrock version was a thing.
Oh, okay. I went through a retro store the other day and they had Minecraft on PS3 and I forgot that it was called Minecraft PS3 edition. Just something about that tickles me.
Yeah. And, you know, the console versions were always different in some very particular way. Like, even Terraria had, like, a console version that had unique bosses for no reason.
Wow, I didn't realize. Why would... Huh.
Well, Sony was really keen on exclusives in the PS3 era. I remember them making Rock and Android games be exclusive to some extent, and like, you freaking what, mate?
I honestly was going to bring that up next because Sarah, the other day, I was trying to get my RetroTink 4K to do the CRT beam shader on a Blu-ray. But there's HDCP on it, and I didn't have time to go dig up my HDMI to component transcoder. So instead, I booted Gundamonium Recollection on the PS3, and so I was thinking about that again of how like it uses the Sony libraries for saving at the end of every level. So you beat a level and it just pops up with saving, and it does nothing for like 10 seconds while it fades in and out this generic saving thing because you know that version is very custom.
That port was developed by SOE.
And that's even weirder because for people who don't know, SOE, Sony Online Entertainment, became a differently named studio that had independence from Sony eventually. They were the people who made EverQuest, and they were acquired by Sony, I believe, after EverQuest 1, but before EverQuest 2.
Right. Hey, Chris.
And then... Oh, hey, Gamma Chris. How's it going? So it's really bizarre. It's not even Sony Computer Entertainment. It's Sony Online Entertainment. Completely different company.
Yep.
The Secret Rings Enjoyer has logged in. That's right, Gamma. You played the multiplayer too, didn't you? I remember that when I streamed it. Gamma was talking about that.
I've heard that party mode is basically Sonic Shuffle 2.
Yeah. Which is so... What a weird place they found to hide this.
Defeat one enemy.
Just one.
That's literally what it says.
It's about setting reasonable goals. I wake up every day and I think, defeat one enemy.
Wait. Okay. I just had to double check that chat could actually hear you. It can. Don't worry.
Oh, that would be so funny. You're just sitting here giggling and talking to no one, and chat's like, yep, Sora put up a picture of Nyan and pretended he was co-hosting. Yahoo! Oh, no, was that not good enough, game? Were we going the wrong way? Sonic?
Wow, this is really long.
Okay, there we go.
Trying to figure out how this particular mechanic works.
This specific level is one of the weirdest in this game because the route you run through the level and it's very, very bizarre. despite that thing being out there, I'm not even sure we're supposed to go that way. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember how this version of this level goes. What I was going to say a moment ago is it would be kind of like, you know, Crash of the Titans? You know, the Crash Bandicoot game?
I vaguely know of it.
Imagine Crash Bash 2 was just hidden in there.
And you just didn't know.
Next, you're going to tell me that it actually is.
It could be. I don't know. I've never played those.
Nobody's ever played it, so we don't know.
That's true. Not one person. Wahoo!
No!
Are you the one enemy? Can you please die now? Thank you.
Yeah, like... Oh, no!
Oh, no. But
Have I ever told you the fact about how Sonic's voice actor was, like, actually an English teacher? And then that got him in trouble because somebody found out about his acting career and, like, leaked the information to his students?
What?
And people started going crazy?
No, I didn't know about that.
It's true.
Huh.
It's even on his Wikipedia page, I think.
Huh. I did not know that.
I have trouble swinging this hard enough for the game to get me up there.
Yeah, part of me thinks this is just a fake out, but I don't know. Oh. Yeah! Good job, Sarah. Good job, Sarah.
Fake out that.
Can I get you to turn up the game a little bit for me? Like maybe 40%?
I don't think I can do 40%. I can do
Okay.
20%.
Okay, well that's an improvement. Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Like, now you're getting it at the same volume I am.
Oh, good. Yes.
I think the reason I have things low is, like, sometimes I would have somebody like Dot on who's more sensitive.
Yeah, different games
Beat
come in at different
Uhu to the
volumes
goal.
anyways. Oh, yes, Uhu. Chat, post your favorite Uhu moment in chat.
Yeah, everybody has one.
Yeah, you all love Uhu. So let's hear them. So, Uhu, what's this? Uhu. The correct answer is this. This will be your favorite Uhu moment because it features Sarah Lene.
Well, thank you.
So mice are really complicated in that you would think, like controllers, all you would do is look up an input latency, right? And it'd be like, this is the input latency.
Right.
But that's wrong. There are 4 different measurements of input latency on mice. The beginning of a movement, the middle of a movement, and the end of the movement, and then left click. These are all different numbers. And so trying to find a mouse that wasn't like moderately more latent than my current mouse was really complicated. But I did it live on Friday because my chat started shaming me because I hit a goal to replace my mouse and keyboard September.
And you hadn't done it.
And I hadn't done it because if there's one thing I'm good at, chat, it's delaying things that cost money and just keep putting it off and dealing with whatever. Because I don't like wasting money. And if I can tolerate a thing, then I can get through it. Yeah.
Whereas if you mess up once in an Uhu level, you're just dead. You've already lost.
They really do be like that. These Uhu levels are literally the hardest thing in this game, aside from Evil Man. Sonic, your chest is on fire. It'll pass.
Sonic has passed.
It plays the Chrono Trigger or the Secret Amata sleeping at it in music.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
No! We were so close! Oh no.
Oh no! His delivery on that line works just as well for Sonic as it would for Mario.
Oh no.
It's okay, we're only 500 miles away.
That's all. But luckily, we're the fastest thing alive some of the time. Others of the time, we're really just starting slow so we don't sprain something. There we go. But yeah, I genuinely am of the opinion... Oh, wow. That's not how I expected that to go at all. If they just put this on a controller, like, they could port this to modern systems even. Just charge a budget price and put the controls on a controller, and I think it'd be fine. So, do we need to stomp out of the silver ring? Because you can do that, right? You hitting jump again stomps, but I don't know if that works off a spring. You know, it's been all of 6 months since I had to play this game. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it's been exactly 6 months. It may have been the one we streamed on the 23rd. It's such a short level.
Yeah, and Uhu completely stopped.
Uh-huh. Because he does that. Sometimes Uhu goes insanely fast, and sometimes Uhu just literally stops. So about...
You kidding me?
3, 2, 1.
Anyway, if Dolphin ever works sufficiently online for Secret Rings multiplayer, I think that would be one of the funniest things the streamer could arrange. Is a collab with multiple people playing Sonic Secret Rings multiplayer.
I think it theoretically works well as long as everyone's settings match. That's what I've heard from people like the Smash community.
So the moral of the story is Sonic and the Secret Rings, a more functional online multiplayer game than Power Wash Simulator. In theory.
In theory. I couldn't figure out how to
Yay.
stomp.
I think it's A. I think you jump with one and hit A? Or maybe it's B.
Who the hell presses the A button during this game?
I know, right?
B?
No, the trigger, yeah.
Yeah, I turned the controller over and was looking at it like, are you kidding me?
This is what my mother did to me when I tried to explain to her the Z button is how you look at things in Ocarina of Time. She's like staring at it angrily.
Thank you for the follow. Open Sinbad's cage. We have to rescue Sinbad?
In other Sonic news, the 2 Sonics near me closed.
Oh.
3, 2.
They were run terribly, that's why.
I don't get to have Sonic very often. And even when I do, sometimes they will just completely char the hot dogs, which is a deal breaker for me.
Oh, wow. I've never had that experience. I've had plenty of mess-ups at Sonic's, but charring the hot dog is none of them.
It's... well, you see, where I live, apparently charred hot dogs are popular.
Oh, naruhodo. Oh.
But I can't stand that.
It's this level. I hated this. Or did I hate a different version of this?
Hard to tell, since they basically use chunks of the same levels over and over.
Uh-huh.
Very Sonic color score.
Indeed. Yahoo! Okay, I do not believe this is the one. Bajoom.
Great, it broke 1 of 4 locks.
Uh-huh. That's the
But
sort of thing you see happen in a video game and you get excited, right?
Like, I like Sonic hot dogs, but the ratio of them charring it is often enough that it makes it hard to justify ordering because, like, there's a good chance the food will be inedible for me.
Of course. Of course.
Even though it would be edible for plenty of people, just not me. I'm a super taster, so any amount of char makes something taste insanely bitter to me.
Yeah, Spiff has overly sensitive bitter taste receptors, so that's why he absolutely hates coffee, but he keeps drinking my coffee and then telling me it's bad. Every time we get a new bag, I cook some coffee. Yeah, I'm cooking it on the stove. Anyways, I
mean,
wonder why he
technically
thinks it's
true.
bad. It is technically true. I'm, brewing. But yeah, so like, weirdly enough, he did not mind espresso.
Huh.
Even though most people find espresso to be a really intense thing.
Interestingly,
Because it's incredibly sour, but it's not as bitter.
I don't mind coffee that much, although I'm not a fan of it either. But it's like a kind of bitter that almost wraps around to being sweet because the bitter taste is so intense that it confuses the taste buds.
Yeah, it do be like that. That's part of why coffee works. This is a really interesting. Okay, there we go. It's like, can we pass through that rope? No. If you don't like coffee, don't drink coffee. These are wise words. These are very wise words. Thank you, Patchouli.
Yeah, basically, I'm very sensitive to all kinds of tastes, not just bitter. Like, for example, I'm one of those people who will tell you that Heinz ketchup is actually somewhat spicy. And it is. But most people can't detect it because it's such a small amount.
Have you ever tried banana ketchup?
No.
It's in the Philippines. They do that instead of using tomatoes. Like they still have tomato ketchup, I assume, but banana ketchup's very popular there. It's actually quite good. I didn't try it until a year or two into dating Tosh, which was a very long time ago now. Oh wow! What? We'll take it.
I'm very confused by some of these swinging mechanics, actually.
It sure would be nice if you could just hit the controller like on an analog stick or a D-pad left and right to swing. Wouldn't that be neat? What a concept.
Yeah, and it doesn't even really explain like where I'm going or how I'm supposed to. There's really nothing to this. It's just things are happening.
Supposed to have absolute faith that wherever it will point, Sonic will work out the way that you are going to blindly jump into it.
Also, I'd like to thank Anonymous for the extra life donation that I will add to the widget when I can, when I'm not swinging my arms like friggin' bozo.
Agent Emerlad asks, Sarah, how many times has someone told you you won't taste this thing in your food and you taste only that thing?
Every time.
Yeah.
Sonic! So he's just kind of going.
So I think at the top, we're supposed to hit the spring that's barely hidden by the spikes, but they have a rope behind it that you'll homing attack to if you jump too high.
Yep,
and a secret ring to reward you for this.
Yeah, like, I've noticed what it wants me to do, but I'm having trouble doing it. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the power to do it.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I'm strong enough to do it.
Yep.
This is me filing my taxes.
Look at that, see? He's just constantly moving left. He's just constantly moving left no matter what I do. And a lot of these times when... A lot of the time when he changes to a different vine, I literally didn't press a button, it just happened.
Mm-hmm. So maybe this was the level I was remembering, because I was remembering going up. I didn't remember the part where we're going to go through multiple of these towers in this one run. I thought they were separated into different runs in this level.
Yeah,
Every
about
time.
half of the time, it will just clip me up there.
Oh my god. And you're like, thank you, game. Well, thank you, Justice Egg, for the follow.
Thank you for following. I wish it didn't automatically... What the... put me between different vines without me pressing a button.
Justice Egg says they had to see this. It's true, not enough people play Sonic in the Secret Ring. Oh, you did a good job.
Yeah, I decided I would just shake the... I would jump off and shake the thing rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it kind of worked.
It's gonna cut back the third time and Knuckles is gonna be asleep.
Sonic, where are we going?
That looked unintentional. Oh, okay,
Sonic,
all of that
what?
was planned. That was K-Cock. Don't worry, chat. Sonic has a plan. Uh-oh.
You guys would not believe... I mean, Dan would believe, but you guys would not believe how difficult it is to make Sonic go backwards.
Uh-huh. It's really hard to make Sonic do small movements in normal directions, like back. I feel like Eraser Jin should have shown up in Lost World. I feel like it should have been all the normal guys, and then he's just there.
Yeah, and nobody, like, comments on this disparity.
He can even, you know what? We didn't even need the robots. Oh!
Thank you, Koja, for gifting the sub to Gamma Chris.
We don't even need the comic relief robots. We could have just had Robotnik hanging out with Razor Jin.
Or you could even just have it be Yuga, and, like, nobody comments on this and treats him as if he's a Razor Jin. Because they look so similar.
Which one is Yuga from?
Zelda.
Oh, yeah. I was like, Sonic
Looks
character
just
named
like a
Yuga
Razor
at one
Jin.
moment. Yeah. I can't believe people would try to remake this game to make it good. That's such a strange thing. It's so perfect already. Look at it.
And that's even before we pretend that
Oh.
that it's not being made to look better here
Uh-huh.
than it really would.
Good job.
Woof.
got a
At least
fire
it wasn't like the other one. Having to turn the controller to throw the lever is pretty amusing, though.
Uh-huh.
Sonic, this is the way we just went. Sonic, please.
It's okay. Sonic knows best. Her voice is very cute in Japanese.
Black Knight is one of the incentives. If we get to 1,500 donated to Extra Life, it will go onto the list.
Black Knight's really, really cool. I was
I've heard it's
impressed
exhausting, though.
Oh, I bet. Like ever with the Wii ones. Colors is probably the most normal, right? Uh-oh. It sure was close.
I like how a spring just pops out of the button somehow.
So, were we supposed to jump over this thing and we're actually going the other way now?
That's what I thought, but
Sonic, please! Oh yeah, it made this appear. And then... Oh, this is a bonus thing. This isn't even a main thing.
And the door closed again, too.
It's
Sonic
very
and the secret
strange.
teaspoon.
It's very strange that these two Sonic games would come out like this in '06 at the same time. If only there was some reason we could find out that these two Sonic games coming out at the same time were a little half baked.
I don't know what you mean. Sonic Genesis on Game Boy Advance turned out fine, and it came out on the same day as Sonic 06.
For a given value of fine, doesn't cause death.
Not recommended against by any dentists.
That's the only check. Well, it doesn't ruin your teeth, so I guess it's fine.
Sonic, there's another spring over there, Sonic. You think maybe no?
No.
No? Okay.
No. And now there isn't. Sonic wished it away.
Yeah, the thing is that in general, for the longest time, Sega had like an unofficial corporate belief of if a game isn't done in a year, then it may as well not come out. It's not worth releasing. Which was at one time official policy, but like even once they got rid of that policy, everybody was still following it, you know? This is hell.
That's really unfortunate. Yeah, no, this level's awful. It really sticks out in my memory of the entire game.
I can't explain in words how this controls, aside for maybe it doesn't.
So, chat, the tilt Sara has forward or backward affects her acceleration some of the time and on a giant latency.
From what I can tell, there actually is no effect on forward tilt at all. It's only that you're not tilting it back.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the back tilt has an insane amount of latency. And
it's not only latency, but it isn't like at the angle you would expect.
Right, that's what I was going to say. You don't have a physical feedback on what it considers tilting back.
So backward tilt is roughly 10 degrees short of turning the controller upside down.
Cool.
So it's like mostly upside down.
This is incredible. At this point, this is basically the surgeon simulator of Sonic games.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
They have done their best to make the cool act of being Sonic and running fast the most clumsy interface humanly possible.
Octo Hedge.
Uh-huh.
No, Sonic, I didn't want to go over here. Sonic, please. Great. Cool. Tubular.
Hellacious. Whoa!
Copacetic.
That should be Sonic's phrase, given the level that's at cope. Oh. This is such an intense thing to deal with.
Yeah, it's impossible to explain properly how badly this section controls, regardless of any of the rest of the game.
You have no idea what I'm up against. There you go, Knuckles. You're free.
That's
And
Sinbad,
I've
actually.
teleported. Oh, sorry. I mix up my echidnas all the time. I'm a terrible person like that.
Ken Benders will be sending his lawsuit to you shortly.
Oh no!
Yes!
Yeah! Wow. Wow.
I can't help but notice that they keep feeding me powers that I should have started with that should just be base kit.
Very strange of you to notice that.
Games sure like doing that these days. They make some really great feeling gameplay, and then they just ruin it a little so that you can earn it.
Yeah, they make some really great gameplay, and then they do Operation and pull out all the bones.
Mm-hmm. Pirate Storm. Like, I'm not hating this game, but... Oh, they're talking, sorry. That last stage was dire, though.
Uh-huh. It's one of the highlight rough stages. Chat, isn't Tails cute?
That's Alibaba.
Isn't Alibaba cute?
嵐を操る水色のリングを持ってやがったのさ。水色のリング。炎の魔人の次は海賊退治か。さすがアラビアンナイト、冒険の絶えない世界だぜ。
Pirate Storm. That is a hell of a name, though.
Pirate Storm, that's a Warriors game, right? Pretty sure that's a One Piece Warriors game. One Piece Warriors Pirate Storm.
It feels real when you say it like that. Don't get defeated.
That is also my objective when I wake up in the morning.
3, 2, 1, go!
Great, we're at the tower again.
Yeah. Oh no! You got defeated!
Oh no, shoot!
3, 2, 1, go!
This is on tilt controls, to be clear. I am
Sounds
navigating
like
this
tilt
tower
control.
on tilt controls.
Uh-huh. It's terrible, isn't it? To have the tilt to do the shimmy on timed moments so you don't get stabbed. Oh. So rude.
Sonic, no! Sonic,
Sure.
please!
No, Sonic!
What the? We all saw that, right? I landed on a platform that didn't exist beneath the actual platform. Oh my god!
Yeah, I think there might be more value in that multiplayer mode. I could see
Like,
why
I
maybe
think that-
someone has more experience with that than the normal game.
I think that most of the
I
levels
spill
are
my
actually
drink.
kind of fun, but like this is not. This is a nightmare.
This might be the worst level in the game. I think my recollection is certainly telling me that. I certainly did not hate the dino egg thing or the skeleton dome as much. Because doing the tilt to do this on a timed basis so you don't get stabbed with these tiny, tiny places to hide is so rough. Oh,
Yeah, this
we're
really
free.
feels like something you would play.
Oh, that's so rude.
Are you kidding
Game,
me?
you're so rude.
This feels like something you would play on a phone with swipe controls.
It's true. Just made it.
Where do we get a phone game version of Sewer Shark with swipe controls?
Ooh.
That might actually be fun.
Especially if it's still playing that Mark Mothersbaugh soundtrack. By the way, did you know that was also Mark Mothersbaugh?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't understand, chat. Unless you owned a Sega CD, you'll never understand.
Exactly.
Oh, so what is your Sega CD BIOS song of preference? 1 or 2? Or 3? Yeah, that's the iconic one. That's the one. Yeah, you don't understand, chat.
I love that song.
It's so good. They're speaking in tongue. You don't understand. The Sega CD BIOS 2 version's good. It's so good. It's so good. I actually really like top-loading CD-based consoles. This is funny though cool because what was it? Richard Ledbetter from Digital Foundry actually thinks the PS3 Super Slim is like terrible and feels cheap, and I'm like, it feels dependable. Every other version's the version that worries me when I stick a disc in. Ooh.
Yeah.
Sonic's gonna vomit in a second here. He's spinning too much.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get his rings gone.
All right.
Because this is one of those, yeah, it's one of those sociopathic levels.
See, this would be too easy on an analog stick. That's the problem. But what if?
Yeah, you see, that's really what the problem with the game is.
Uh-huh. It would be too easy with normal controls. Good job. That actually took me like 3 tries or something. Maybe just 2, but yeah. But yeah, no, I really like the top-loading PS3. I like sliding the top off, sticking a disc in, and then sliding it back, and it feels solid and it's quiet, and I like it. It doesn't worry me.
Yeah. I wish I had ever had one of those PS3s. I only had the like original model, and everything about the original model PS3 feels cheap.
Uh-huh. But it's very heavy.
Actually, I think I also had at one point like the original model of the Slim, which is basically just a smaller version of the original. And
yeah.
Everything about it just feels cheap. I've said it on stream multiple times. The PS3 official controller feels like a bootleg knockoff.
Oh, the DualShock 3 is terrible. That's awful.
The funny thing is, it's heavier than the 6-axis.
Mm-hmm.
So you can imagine that the 6-axis feels like you're holding, like, a piece of bread. Not even toasted, just bread. That's how it feels to hold a 6-axis.
Yeah. No, it's super light in a way that's discomforting almost.
Yeah.
I was playing I've been playing a lot of ATV Off-Road Fury 4 for the PS2. And much like every other it's because I only played it for the first time like last week, and it's really great actually. It's one of my favorite PS2 games now. Because the physics are really good, and it's kind of stunning for a PS2 game, and it's got a funny story mode. But the thing is, it does the standard PS2 control thing where you hold X to accelerate, and the only other option is to hold up on the right analog stick. The light from his eyes can turn you to stone.
And yet it won't let me go further to the right.
I am Pazuzu.
Pazuzu!
Legitimately looked like Pazuzu in one of the Igavanias.
Sorry, I was thinking about the Pazuzu moment in Futurama.
Oh. Well, I was referencing The Exorcist 2, I think? I think it's 2. Pretty sure it's 2. I hope it's not 3. Chat, back me up. Is that 2? Anyway.
The Exorcist 2, you mean one of the most surreal and worst movies ever made?
There's a Pazuzu in Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I never beat that game. I didn't
Squid!
know. Whoa. These drill
This
enemies
is just
are like
Squid
third
Sonic
birthday
Frontiers. What am I doing here? It wants me to, like, rotate the... I can't even explain.
Yeah. Murmur.
Thank you for the 55 gamer dollars and 55 gamer cents to Extra Life. I'll be sure to add that to the tally as soon as I'm not shaking my arms.
I'll make sure we remember. Did you remember to get the last donation in between that level and this one?
Probably.
I'm
But
trying to
either way,
remember
I
what
look at the
number was.
total on the website when I
Oh,
change
okay.
it, so...
Oh, that's good. And you don't even need a spreadsheet to do it. Wow.
Wow!
They changed how much subs paid out and other things, so I had to reset things in order to make the spreadsheet and other numbers work.
Great!
Yeah, I had to do that multiple times.
I'd love being a streamer on Twitch.
It's so easy. I will
I mean-
never stop cracking jokes about coworkers who are like, I should do streaming for a living. It seems easy.
Oh my god. All you ever hear about streaming is that it looks easy.
Uh-huh.
It is one of the most demanding things I've done in my life. Even though
Especially-
gaming is fun.
Oh yeah, no, I love streaming, but it is incredibly complicated how many things can break and how hard it is to set up different stuff and all sorts of other things.
And it is surprisingly physically demanding, more so than you probably imagine if you've never done it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, by the end of doing, you know, our podcast day and then our big stream day in a row, I'm pretty burnt out.
The reason
lot
I
of
don't
the time,
stream
not
as
all
much
the
as I perhaps should a lot of the time is simply because I also have my day job. And so I realize how exhausting streaming is.
That just seemed
And-
unfair.
And, you know, I have to deal with both of those.
Uh-huh.
But I love streaming. It's been a passion of mine. I've been streaming longer than you have.
Mm-hmm.
By a lot. Which is weird. And I know you can't even debate this because you were literally one of my viewers.
It's true. Back on, was it Justin? Or, no, it was something else.
It was a live stream,
No!
aka Mogulus.
Yeah, it was really funny because eventually that coworker did go on to stream and then didn't really stream that many times and gave up. I was like,
Wow.
but it was so easy. What happened?
Yeah.
Yay. Get them skill points.
You think the stream is your ally? You merely adapted to the stream. I was born in it, molded by it.
No, it's true.
I didn't see any viewers until I was already a woman. By then it was nothing to me but shovelware.
That'd be a good ditty to have as a random sound on a stream.
That's true. Like, da-da-da-da-da. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah. If I wasn't using the highly iconic Untold Legends sound effect, maybe I would do it.
Okay. Alright. ただ
All right.
触ると大きな感情の渦が流れ込んで
I love his voice when he says English stuff, and like he's fluent in English. You can tell, but like I love his accent.
一体何が起こるか想像もできないぜ。
Like again, literally an English teacher.
開いたりしてな。
Oh yeah. No, there's
ソニック
there's English
これを預かって
as spoken in English countries, and then there's English as spoken in Japan, and the emphasis on different parts of words is real different between the two, right?
彼を止める
Yep.
もの
Yep.
シャーラ
私一人では使えないもの
Yay! It's also
That
sugar
looks like-
flavor.
It looks like a swimming tube.
Now imagining Tails with that as a swim tube. Chat, you ever imagine Tails being cute? Do you do this?
Cream is cute.
Who's cute?
Cream.
Cream is cute. Don't make me choose.
Finish
Okay,
within
Chad, I
90
saw.
seconds. How many of you
That's
will
a
find
feature,
this mission
baby.
easy?
3, 2, 1.
Me over here fighting stuff unnecessarily, wasting time.
Well, this was the world you were brought up in, you know? You expect the violence, so you prepare for it. Sonic and the Secret Rings is such a savage game. Everything is out here to kill you, even mildly curved things you need to shimmy across.
Oh, no.
Speaking of which,
Why would you do this to me, Nyan? Oh no.
seals you in the Secret Rings tower.
That is a vicious thing to do to your enemies.
Uh-huh. There are only a couple people I could ever imagine being so angry at, so viciously upset by, as to wish them to go into the Secret Rings tower. Oh. This is,
you
this is
kidding?
ludicrous. What in the... They wanted you to, like, backflip to go faster, I guess. Oh, you did it. Nice. Wow, what a level. What a level.
One try, but still, what?
Chat had the hydration regime. I suppose I should go get more energy drinks. That's how that works, right? The hydration regime is to keep you caffeinated, right?
Well, what you should get is this stuff.
I see. Oh, wow. Wow, one moment. I'm going to look through this right now. Clicking this link in the chat. I'm going to look at what's available. Wow, they not only have energy, they also have hydration and chill.
Yep.
Wow.
To try and help you relax.
I wonder what they put in it. Hibiscus. This is strawberry hibiscus flavor. I see,
Yep.
I see.
Yep.
I keep telling myself I'm going to order some, because I do like Rogue in a can, and I would like to try the powder, but I need to order
Yeah.
some from some of my friends with their codes instead of just walking into a GNC.
Right. I really like the powder stuff. I honestly do not like the cans. I feel like the cans have a sharper edge to them, while the powder stuff feels smoother.
It's true. It's true. But here's the thing. I need that sharp edge. It's the only way I can feel alive.
All right, Shadow, go back to bed.
No, I
just
need my
kicked over my
PlayStation
trash can.
toys. Get out of here, trash. Then I think she's talking to me and I start crying. Wow.
Wow. Oh wow, it does have more song.
Mm-hmm. I genuinely really love this
Chaos
song.
Emerald?
So, you know, they even have flavors like tiger's blood.
Wonder what the
Everybody
tiger's
knows
blood
what tiger's
flavor
blood flavor is, right?
No?
I do. I'm a vampire.
It's really scary. Oh. Sorry, you wouldn't believe what I just saw. I saw you, but spooky, and then I heard like the Thriller. Da-dow, da-dow, dow. Meow. 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 Meow.
Good.
There's a Crush 40 version of Seven Rings in Hand. I need to go listen to that at some point. I really... As time goes on, I appreciate more and more how PS2 and Wii games look.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly because nowadays we have emulation and upscalers that can output and show what the art is even clearer than it was before.
Have I ever showed you how Lufia DS looks upscaled in an emulator?
No. I actually
You
have
would
my
see it
copy.
and be like, what the hell?
It did look really nice. It was a really late DS game.
They
Yay.
made it at far, far larger resolutions than I think they were planning on ever releasing it in. Like, Hold on. I think I might still have this in my chat log with Masumi. Somewhere I can find it.
I actually have my box for Lufia DS right over there next to my other games I want to put in like a nice little display thing.
Yeah. I'll be showing it in just a moment.
Sure.
You just gotta save these images from this chat log.
Take your time. There's no rush.
Yeah, there's no rush, let's make a man.
Yeah, that's also a different Sonic game.
Really? Who made that?
Hideaki Naganuma? Hideki
So,
Naganuma? Yeah.
Here's how the game looks at native DS resolution.
Wow, you're the prettiest guy on
that's-
campus.
That's pretty normal, and pretty expected. You are not prepared. Look at this.
Yeah, that's absurd. That's
That
absurd.
looks like a PS2 game.
That is so much higher fidelity than it needed to be.
The DS cannot display that at all. Again, here's how it looked on DS.
Yeah, visually that game was stunning. Like I was so happy.
But here's the full resolution. Like, what? Yeah, like, I believe in remembering games as how they actually looked, but also appreciating how good they can look. I believe in both. Like, you'll encounter plenty of people who believe only in how an emulator makes a game look and refuse to believe that it ever looked worse. That's dumb. And you'll also encounter people who insist, no, you're not allowed to enjoy the upscaling. You know? This game looked like this. It can't look like this.
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you've run into people like that too, right?
Oh yeah, the people come down hard on either side of that. No room for nuance.
Yeah. And, you know, I'm like, both? Both is good.
Both is good. Yeah, the cool thing about ATV Off-Road Fury 4 is it's one of those few PS2 games that does proper 16:9 and progressive scan. I
Nice.
do not ever take that for granted.
Not on PS2, especially.
No.
The friggin' software level interlacing, I hate that more than almost anything.
Oh yeah, field rendering. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And, you know, games will never look any better unless someone really cared enough to, like, figure out the hack for it.
Like,
and
deeply modify the
sucks.
game to figure it out. Because, chat, the way Ken Kutaragi had this brilliant idea on how to save performance. Parentheses, derogatory. So the PS2 has this thing. Go ahead.
I will say that last time that we talked about this, I complained about the Warriors games. Somebody has not that long ago fixed them with patches. Gotten rid of the field rendering. I remember those games had like 2 forms of field rendering because they also had like horizontal field rendering.
Wow.
Anyway, continue.
So field rendering, chat, most things ever, when you write an image to the buffer, you're writing the whole image, and back then it was like, in 6th gen is where this is especially relevant. You are writing only half of the fields. You know, the frame is divided into halves because it's 480i, so it updates half of the lines one refresh and the other half the other. That's how 6th gen works. That's what a standard CRT is.
Yeah.
Field rendering mode. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for the $17 donation.
I think that was actually... These are the ones from earlier coming through because of Stream Elements having an hour-long delay.
Wow, this is like Power Wash Simulator.
Whereas Streamlabs will display it in the event list, but there's no Streamlabs donation bar for Extra Life anymore.
But basically, the only thing that actually exists in field rendering mode is the fields you're rendering. Now, this saves performance because you're not rendering the pixels that don't get written to the screen in a 480i update. But if you drop a frame, the game's resolution just dropped in half. So you get... That's like layer 1 of the problems with that mode. So if you've ever played a PS2 game and then everything gets really jaggy out of nowhere, that's what it is. It dropped a frame, and then half the resolution of the image just dropped out entirely. The other problems are it's really hard to do nuance like motion blur or blur effects in general. If I remember correctly, the Japanese version of Ridge Racer 5 is really, really jaggy, like all over the image.
That sounds right.
And the way they fix it in the US version is they do a screen space motion blur and jitter it exactly 1 line of pixels up and down every frame. So that way it's like a weird anti-aliasing idea.
Nightmare.
Yeah, that's what I recall hearing. Field rendering is terrible because emulators also struggle with it, historically speaking anyhow.
And, you know, normally when you play a game on an emulator, you expect it to show you the entire screen because, well, it's not limited like a CRT is. Why should it be as blurry as a CRT? But instead, you are also only getting half of the fields every frame, and the emulator has to perform de-interlacing in order to make it look even remotely right. And
Which
that
is really
introduces motion artifacting, ghosting, basically. That is extremely noticeable to basically anyone, aside for people who think that DLSS 3 looks good.
This is
audience.
On par with the comment in Sergeant Frog where it's like, humidity this high is only survivable by mosquitoes and Floridians. This is basically the same tier comment. Oh, hey, the thing where you actually do shake the controller to make it go up.
Oh, yeah.
I knew there was a
I
core
remember
mechanic in this game that was like that. And I'm like, what? What was that? Oh, yeah, it's just a jar with wings. But yeah, so field rendering is really terrible. It's a terrible hack to save a little bit of performance. I'm not even sure how much
Not
it
even
saves.
much.
Yeah,
It's not very significant at all. It's, I would generously say it might be as high as 10% sometimes.
Uh-huh. And that's what I've heard from devs, too, back in the day.
I'm a dev.
Oh, no, I just meant people who worked on PS2 games, like, firsthand. yeah, they talked about like it didn't really save performance and it has all these problems. It's really tragic. It's so funny that Sony succeeded on the PS1 and the PS2 simply because they could price it so low that the momentum of their sales would carry everyone. It's not that their hardware was good. It's not that their SDK was good. It was none of that. It was the value they offered consumers. And then they flew headfirst into the PS3 somehow.
They lucked out with the PS2 in that it ended up with a slow burn because a lot of things about the power of the console were not really apparent at first. And it was hard to use in a very particular way that made it feel like all the developers were just getting better at it. And then the PS3 came around, and they looked at that, and they're like, you know what? What if we also tried to invoke that with this new console? They tried to do it on purpose. The reason it worked with the PS2 is because it was a happy accident. But they intentionally made...
Go ahead.
It feels that they intentionally made the PS3 more complicated hardware-wise in the hopes that it would have that same kind of staying power.
To me, listening to like articles written about the design of the cell and stuff like that, the cell processor in the PS3, it just always came off as they had this ethos of we need as much power as we can at as low of a cost, silicon-wise, as possible. And whatever the cost of that is from a programming side, the developers will deal with. Which is reflected in the same way that Ken Kutaragi was like, oh, people will work 2 jobs for a PS3. Like, literally, this is how he viewed it for everyone involved in the process of this console except for him.
Messed up.
Yeah.
It does kind of end up going along similar lines of, we don't really care how difficult the devs have it, as long as eventually it seems like the strongest platform.
Like, there was a reason why at first they were entertaining doing a PS3 where both the CPU and GPU were just cell processors. And then they found out very quickly, no, that is completely untenable. Like, you cannot do that. We need a real GPU in this system that people can use.
Like, I think the idea of the cell is really cool, but it is incredibly impractical. Especially considering that, like, game devs were only really starting to even multi-thread their games at that point. Like, literally at all.
I follow one of the biggest cell processor apologists in the world.
Oh?
Yeah, he's really cool. He's a GPU programmer now. As it turns out, most cell processor programmers who were like SPU whisperers moved on to program at a very high level on GPUs. You know, using GPU compute and all these other things. Because, yeah, it's more like a GPU than it is a CPU in how you have to extremely parallelize things and work in very small caches.
Yep.
But yeah, he also said the same thing you were just talking about of, you know, to some extent, some of the problems with the cell processor is that the transition to multi-threading had to happen. And the difference between the 360 CPU and the cell processor, sir, is like you need to multi-thread to get decent performance out of the cell. You don't need to do that anywhere near as much on the... Oh, come on. Could you give us that game? His foot touched the rock. Come on. You can make really rough code that like locks up memory states and stuff like that. And on the 360 CPU, you'll be fine in comparison. So Microsoft actually went to GDC and stuff and advised programming practices that would literally just not work on the cell.
Yeah, I remember those days. And like, I have actually done coding for 360, even though the work I did was never released. And, you know, I have a little experience with the PS3 from that same era.
I'm sorry.
It's it's all exactly as, you know, as you've described here, and, you know, that's why I can talk about it confidently in that regard. In terms of me saying, well, I think they did it because of this reason. That was just my opinion, but the multi-threading thing is just plain fact.
Yeah, no, it's true.
The cell would be extremely powerful in a highly multi-threaded situation, and games weren't ready to do that yet.
No, in fact, even still, it's funny, the most recent transition happening in CPUs when it comes to running games better has nothing to do with cores. It's just sticking an absolutely enormous memory cache on the CPU. That's so much more important than the core count, because games are so complicated. Games are so interactive. You can't always predict what's going to happen in a game. You know, most games nowadays are like open world seamless. So how do you predict what will be pulled? Like, this is on rails. This is an ultimate example of a game that you could predict what it's going to need relatively easily.
Yep.
What if Sonic just had a gun and just shot him from a safe distance? I'm just saying. Could you imagine?
I wish.
It's true, Matt. Sony becomes absolutely insufferable when they don't have competition. What made the cell processor hard to program for? Okay, so games were historically single-threaded at that point, meaning they only had to deal with one thread. You just pass that one thread through the different processes needed to make the game run.
Allow me to explain.
Sure.
If a game is single-threaded, it essentially means that every single thing is happening in order, and nothing is ever happening at the same time. Multi-threading, well, for every thread you add, you are adding another line of things are happening at this, in this order, but at the same time as other threads. So, for example, you can put something like audio on a thread, you can put something like graphics on a thread, and make sure that they are actually happening at the same time. However, there is the catch that threads cannot constantly communicate. They have to check in with each other at specific intervals, and otherwise you will cause hitching of threads. They will have to wait for another thread to get to a certain point because they aren't happening at the same time.
And in certain cases,
that's the
you could have one thread do a job that was wrong because by the time it finished that job, the actual memory state was somewhere else.
Yep.
There was a really weird thing on the Xbox 360 where it was a neat idea for an operation you could do, but in an event like that, it would cause massive crashes. So no one ever used this function. But yeah, so imagine in the PS2 era, by and large, I can be quiet during the cutscene.
Sure. Remote's vibrating with each boom. Okay.
So PS2 era, largely speaking, and I say that because the PS2 technically had parallel processing. It has 2 vector units on top of the normal MIPS processor. Anyway, things are single-threaded. You do this part of the render or job, you put it down, you pick up the next thing, you put it down, you pick up the next thing, like Sarah was talking about. Multi-threading is so hard that even when it came to jumping to the PS4 with porting The Last of Us, Naughty Dog talked about how their multi-threading wasn't up to snuff. They had to jobify things even more and redo how they did everything to get the game performant. It's hard stuff.
Funny thing, oh god, I immediately lost my thought.
It's okay. It'll come back. Don't worry. If it loves
Funny
you, the
thing.
thought will come back.
On PS2 and on GameCube and on Wii and such, if you're attempting any sort of multi-threading, you have to do it in a way that is not really congruent with the way you would be doing it on normal, like a PC. And as a result, a lot of games end up with much worse performance when they are ported to PC, even if they're from an old console like this, because the person porting it decided, oh, all of the operations in the order that they already were, in these threads and everything, this must be fine. It worked on this console, it must work on PC. No. Because the way that the threads are handled, the queues and the, the timing of interaction between the threads, etc. It all varies too wildly between platforms.
Like on consoles, you have a very fixed latency between how long a thing will take.
Yes.
And that's not the case on PC. Even back then.
Yep.
One of the weirdest things, and this is so important to understanding what's hard about 7th gen for all these developers, they don't have what's called out of order processing. It will do literally everything you told it to in the exact order you gave it, and it will not shuffle around any jobs or data to optimize.
Right.
Immediately with the generation after that, they go with standard x86 processors, all of which can do out of order processing.
Wow, I wonder why they did that.
It's a mystery to everyone.
Oh no.
So the current understanding is that the next CPU, or APU rather, that Sony's getting from AMD has X3D cache in it, which makes sense because the performance buff from getting one of those AMD CPUs with the giant cache is insane. You don't need more cores, you don't need a higher clock rate. That cache means so much more than any of that could in moderate numbers when it comes to video games. When it comes to other stuff, nah. Also, thank you, Plumbo, for the tier 1 sub.
Yeah, for resubscribing for a year now. In total. Speed Rave.
Oh, no.
Sonic Drown.
Let's see. I sure did ramble about tech for a really long time there.
Well, the thing is that we both enjoy talking about this.
Yeah.
And when we're together is one of the only good opportunities we have with someone else who is also a tech head.
It's true. It's true. Oh, no. Yeah. But, so the reason I was trying to get the Retro Sync 4K to do the CRT beam stuff is because they added that now, MIT licensed, publicly available, CRT beam shader into it. And for people who don't know, the main difference that's relevant for gaming between a CRT and a modern display is CRTs beam in the image, which means your eyes don't blur it. Modern displays, they change the state of the TV to show the image, the whole thing. And so as the frame continues to be on screen, your eyes blur. This is why higher frame rate games look way less blurry than lower frame rate games, because your eyes aren't smearing the image. So in the RetroSync, they added that. I want to get my Blu-rays at 24 hertz to go into it and hopefully get upsampled to 120. That should be doable, but I haven't heard anyone confirm that. But it should work, I would hope. I don't actually know yet. So that's why I was trying to get it to work. HDCP is real great. Love it. My PS3 won't play Blu-rays out of component because of an update they did forever ago.
Yeah, I had to get a really expensive splitter in the end to suit my needs for HDCP splitting. Since I really need like all the 2.1 HDMI features and everything, along with HDCP splitting. I ended up getting an HD Fury device because
cool.
Officially none of their stuff strips HDCP, but
Of course not.
if you know a guy on Discord,
I always wanted to get one of those for that reason. Never did, but...
like, they're insanely expensive compared to their peers, but they are actually worth the price, I can verify, even though, like, nobody's going to be affording this, so don't take this as a recommendation if you don't actually need it.
If you don't already know what this is, you probably don't need it.
Exactly. And like, people like me and Dan, we need it.
Yes, I would love to have that. I very specifically had issues the other day that might have been solved with that.
Yeah, I have the HD Fury VR room, and that thing is extremely expensive for what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that, a basic HDMI splitter that costs like nothing will handle any need you have besides splitting HDCP most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Besides stripping it, I mean. Man, I really wish I had a RetroTink 4K, but I can't justify the price.
That's fair. We're streaming enough PS2 stuff that it really makes sense for us. Because, man, I got a PS2 HDMI mod and it just doesn't work. Just flat out breaks, crashes. It's terrible. That was a lot of money, and then it just doesn't work. So that was
there's a lot of
point.
stuff that looks kind of rubbish on my 4K TV, and the RetroTink 4K would really help with that, along with capturing certain things, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 5X
but it's hard to justify it.
The 5X is definitely good enough for, like, most of it. The PS2 is the only thing that's challenging enough to make its shortcomings frustrating, right?
Yeah, PS2 is one consideration for me, but, in general, I just want stuff to actually look perfect at 4K, and that's just untenable at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of the nice things about the GameCube scene is that it has that digital AV port, and so HDMI dongles are very affordable. If every console had something like that, we would be in a much better space.
Boy, I wish the more 4K had been good.
Same. Given I own it.
I thankfully do not, but like...
That's good. I'm happy for you. That analog bridge might come out before the heat death of the universe, I'm told. That's what the latest newsletter said. I don't actually know what it actually said, but I know that the latest newsletter, again, is like, well, it's been pushed back. For anyone who doesn't know, the More 4K is a digital to digital upscaler. The idea was they would do the analog bridge separately for that, and that was supposed to come out over a year ago now. And at the end of the day, I will be honest here. I don't think philosophically that will work out anywhere near as well as a RetroTink 4K would. Even the cheap edition of the RetroTink 4K will probably resolve a better image by and large. Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate considering, would love for hardware like that to be made by people who are less of jerks about it. But
I would
the
like
RetroTink...
competitive space.
Yeah. The RetroTink, just... It's made by jerks, but it happens to be the best you can get, so...
At the end of the day, if you need a hammer, and the only person who sells a good hammer still rubs you the wrong way, to live your best life, you still must buy a hammer from that person. That is my philosophy. I know that not everyone subscribes to that, and that's fine. People can do whatever they want.
Yeah. I basically agree, though.
Yeah. But yeah, the good thing about the GameCube is that it has the dongles. The Wii has affordable component cables. The Xbox has affordable component cables. And largely progressive scan library. It's only like 3 games that don't work right. So image quality largely isn't an issue for most 6th-gen consoles. Aegis Slider. Volcano Slider. Soul Slider. Which of these tiny burgers are you eating, Sarlene?
I think I'll take the Soul Slider.
I got soul, but I'm not a slider. Oh, Pirate Storm. Oh, wow, there are only 2 hidden levels. If it's a lost prologue, why is it here? Why? I swear
I don't
I've
know.
been
What
somewhere
about
that
what
serves
about
something
Lost
called a
Judgment?
volcano slider. Lost Judgment.
It sounds legit. When are they going to release Found Judgment?
Somebody has posted in the Gigaboots fans Discord, so I must bring it up again. Did you know that in Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2, there is a city called Castlevania City? The more you know.
So why is sliding on the same button as jumping?
That is a really great question. I just want to talk, Yuji Naka. I just want to talk.
And even doing it like that, it didn't count.
Why is Light Dash on the same button as bounce? Look, there's no way we have controllers with enough buttons. At least here they don't have that excuse. They have very, very few buttons. I still would have appreciated any of these functions being mapped to the B button. Thank you. Sliding you, yo.
Yeah, I just can't get it to do whatever it's supposed to do. Like, he's sliding alright, but... I don't care. I don't care about sliders.
Naka left during this in 06's development. It's true, he didn't land the ship on either. He didn't land the plane. He left just slightly, what, months?
Pirate Storm.
Before. Pirate Storm. Pirate Storm! Then it rains pirates on Dracula.
Lost Prologue.
Pirate Storm.
Pirate Storm.
That's how Shawet would say it. It's Pirate Storm.
Pirate Storm.
You ever think about how good music is in Sonic games?
Well, the only Sonic games I've ever played are Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric and Sonic Racing Cross Worlds, so...
Oh. I'm trying to remember what group this song reminds me of.
Oh, shoot! It's like he had to stop himself from saying something else.
Oh, shoot. Franz Ferdinand. The rhythm and chords. It just sort of reminds me of a Franz Ferdinand sound. Oh, wow. That bumper really performed an integral role. I like the part where you slide... oh, no!
It still bounced me off of it, sort of. That's the funny thing.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sonic Chronicles music is great. It goes do 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 do, but very slowly and with a broken rhythm, with a broken meter.
Well, you can't really blame him that much when, like, you know, the popular rumor remains that that soundtrack was composed in a couple weeks after they lost the rights to the one that they had originally done. And, you know, so far, every time I've encountered somebody who might have a lead on it, they've been like, you know, I don't know.
Uh-huh.
So nobody's been able to just straight up deny it, you know? Which to me is telling.
I feel like someone should be doing this exact journalistic research, and yet somehow not happening.
Yeah.
Somehow all these video essays and things about other things, no one has interviewed every single person involved with that game yet.
Everybody that has a lead on it has somehow died. You know...
You get Deep Throat from X-Files, who's like, we can't inform you what happened to the Sonic Chronicles soundtrack, Sarlin, eh? You're simply not ready to know.
Wait, you're just Charles Xavier in a trench coat.
What? No, I'm not. Anyways, stands up out of wheelchair, leaves. This information is very close to me, Miss Sarlin. I'm trying to think of what was the... So, we ran into a character later in the X-Men animated series that was voiced by Charles, but he sounded really funny even in comparison. I think it was... So we watched that orphanage episode, where it's like, oh, and then that evil guy is brainwashing them. I can't remember the name of that dude.
Oh yeah, I can't either. Off the top of my head. Or was it... Was it Kilgrave?
Yes. I think Kilgrave was voiced by Charles, and it was just funny because he was going for an even more different voice, but in the same vector.
It's like, whatever kind of voice he does, he can only manage Agent 47.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I swear, the way Charles Xavier sounds in that series is very Agent 47, and I will never be able to do that voice.
This is apparently just how bald men sound. I don't know.
Yeah,
We've decided cosmically. It's an evolutionary advantage.
Charles Xavier screams in pain, the animated series. Yeah, no, we've noticed that. We've absolutely noticed that.
It's delightful every time he does it.
That's what I said, Kilgrave. Purple Man is Kilgrave.
Yeah.
Like, only exception is, like, in the Netflix MCU series, where, he is the Doctor instead. And, like, only wears purple, like, once. And is never purple-skinned.
What is this? There's an MCU X-Men canon thing with Kilgrave?
No, it's in Jessica Jones.
Oh, okay.
Because of her connection to Kilgrave. And, Kilgrave is played by David Tennant.
Oh.
Very good performance, of course. I mean, David Tennant is an amazing actor. Steals the show in basically anything he's ever in. But it's just a very unusual rendition of Kilgrave compared to the comics.
I watched a very different thing featuring a different Doctor recently. That was a movie.
Yeah?
That may be a superhero movie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'll let the audience guess. When a streamer asks for a collab, they appear like Xavier in front of Scott and Gene at a restaurant. Yep, just giant head, super transparent scene.
Finally, we have some time to ourselves, Scott.
Finally, we have some time to ourselves, Sarah. And then Masamune appears, giant head, transparent. I need
Dad,
you at Masamune
Dad,
HQ.
we need you. There's a Kokoto that needs to be beaten, and it's two-player.
No! Spiff is demanding the Kokoto platform jumper race between Masami and me, and I'm like, you know, Sir. Sir, I'll race Moss, please. It's probably better than the fishing game I bought. Yeah, I know. Just Spiff is full of evil. He craves very few things that aren't human misery.
What the? I didn't. He just randomly decided to do the Sonic Adventure pose off of that rail.
Somebody lubed the end of the rail there. And he just slipped.
Why is there a bottle next to this rail that says Smooth Glide? I'm really happy to be on stream with you again.
Yeah, it's great. It's been 6 months.
Has it?
Yeah, you joined me for a Sonic game.
Damn, that's a long time.
It is.
I mean, it's wild
I've been
since like
busy
we
the
saw
whole
each other in
time.
person much more recently than that.
That is true. But yeah, no, I was Game of the Year. It's like the Marsha thing, except for it's Game of the Year, Game of the Year, Game of the Year. Everything's always about Game of the Year.
G-O-T-Y, G-O-T-Y, G-O-T-Y.
Why, GOT? Why? That's what they said when it hit the last season of Game of Thrones.
Yep. All because of that, that duo who didn't seem to have any idea what they were doing. I don't know their names. I don't know. Gay and other gay?
I'm completely
Sorry,
in the
I meant to
dark.
say guy.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it was accurate. They're the Hollywood duo directors that are gay. I think that actually
The
would be
ambiguously
completely
gay
unique, oddly
duo.
enough. They're setting up a shot that looks real questionable. It's like, what are you looking at? Nothing.
Oh my god, the end of the stage is sociopathic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they want you to tilt the control while flapping, which is such a horrible thing because it,
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
oh yeah, that's a
care.
mechanic.
It
It feels really
hard to
bad, I
receive it
remember.
even. Yeah. Anyways, they leave an impact on you. I really like this level aesthetically. It's super cool.
Yeah, I haven't had any complaints about the designs of the levels, aside for the layouts, of course.
Uh-huh.
Whoa! Thank you for the follow.
3, 2, 1.
Rickshaw says, this level nearly caused me to quit the game.
Fair. Completely fair.
Rickshaw has recently been playing through the Sonic games in general, with, you know, some recommendations by me of the order to go in to, like, not go insane about how bad some games are.
So you start with Knuckles Chaotic. You're gonna want to
Actually, I had him.
this one.
Actually, I had Rickshaw start with Unleashed, and I think that was the wise choice. Because
Which
that game is a
version?
lot. Next gen.
Chad, I own every version of Sonic Unleashed. I don't know why. We only streamed. Well, we did a Sonic Month video on the Wii version, but we never did on the PS2. I'm excited. Based on how online pictures look, the PS2 version is real rough, but I may be thinking of one of the racing games that's on both. No, I don't own the Java phone version. The only Java phone game I owned was a God of War one. No, that's not true. There was also a terrible Mega Man 3 port. That God of War Java phone game, surprisingly good. Unleash, Secret Rings, Black
Sonic,
Knight,
please!
Adventure 1, Adventure 2. Now
What
you're
the-
on Advanced 1.
Huh?
Good job, Sarah. You did it. Don't act confused. We know you masterminded all of that, and it played out exactly as you planned those many moons ago.
Thank you for recognizing my greatness, Professor. Oh no!
Oh no!
What is this level? Holy cow!
Yep. So about why someone might put it down here.
Like, every time I'm to a point where I'm like, you know, the level's probably over. It's not. It never is. Mr. Bones' Wild Ride over here.
Mm-hmm. Presumably
that's the plan.
disaster. I'm watching X-Men with Sarah. I'm watching X-Files with Masumi. I'm watching Zatoichi films with Bob. And I'm not getting through any of my backlog that I've already built up for Game of the Year. For example, I still haven't played Blade Chimera, and I haven't started my playthrough of Dynasty Warriors Origins.
I like the way you said Blade Chimera, such that Chimera sounded like a subtitle of like a Blade game.
Blade Chimera.
Because that sounds sick.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Hey, remember Blade? Why won't they just make a Blade movie? Do you think at some level they're just confused? They're like, how do we tie this into the MCU? And it's like, here's a spoiler. You don't. No one cares. They just want a Blade film.
Now I'm thinking of how completely messed up Blade is in, like, Spider-Man animated. He's not even black.
Oh my god. Wait, is that right? I'm trying to remember. Chris Wolfhard appears. Make the Blade movie, Disney. Make it.
He's, like, ambiguously white-ish. I don't know how to explain it.
For people who... No, I'm not going to ramble about cameras. Never mind. I've changed my mind. So you remember a billion years ago when we filmed the 4K Cats thing?
Yes.
Okay, so Blackmagic for the first time since, no joke, then made a radically better camera. And it's like a 12K camera with film level dynamic range, and it's $7,000 if you don't have the kit. Like, there's a kit that comes with it where, you know, some of these things would be really important, but it's really good. It's really good. I saw slow-mo footage of a duck on water, and it was like the most intensely great-looking thing I've ever seen, video-wise, in my life.
So, Blade.
That's him.
That's Blade.
Speaking of
and
which,
I cannot emphasize enough, he is not black. He is, like, slightly dark-skinned. Very slightly. Only
it changes shot to shot, yeah.
Like, only the shadow of the screen is really making him look any darker there. It's a mess.
A slight tone difference from Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, like, look here.
Slightly. I actually have no experience reading any of the Blade comics.
3, 2, 1.
How far
Well,
am I in
suffice to
X-Files?
say, that ain't Blade.
How far am I in X-Files? Late season 2. I have a description for how seasons 2's plots keep centering around certain things. But literally describing what the plots are centric to is not they're content warning words, let me put it that way. Season
Fair.
2 is a choice.
Parental advisory.
Uh-huh.
Parental discretion is advised.
Sorry, 1 second. I actually...
Parental discretion is advised.
There we go.
That sounds like the start of a, like, true crime documentary. The particular way you did it.
My
Like, from
brain
back
was
in the
like,
day, I mean.
Uh-huh. My brain was like, what if I made a podcast series that was about a mystery or a murder that had happened, but it's not real, and it causes all this controversy. Is people think I'm a murderer now? Why are you lying on your podcast?
I don't know, Spiff. Maybe you shouldn't have murdered that guy.
Yeah, Spiff, what the hell? This is really a you problem. Was that a filter?
No.
I have an audio processor. I just turned up the low frequency. Because if I keep talking like this, you can hear the bass is coming out a little bit more, and then I'll drop it back out. It's just a dial.
Of course, there's always the option of taking off the filter and getting very close.
I mean, I can do all of that. Hello, chat. How are you doing? This is my competitive Overwatch alcoholic voice. Hey, what's up? I'm glad you're here playing in competitive with me. You seem lost. You seem to not know where the payload is. Let me help you out. It's not where you are.
Competitive alcoholics. Challenge drinking.
Well, you know, you get a free loot box every time you drink per day. Once per day. It's just one bottle of stout equals one loot box.
I'm gonna ask you to not reference the traumatic quote that Superman says in Superman 64 when you keep restarting your runs. I went to describe
this maze.
No. Then there is no time. There's no time to waste. Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, I went to describe something the other day, and I was like, it's problematic. Wait, don't use that word. That has baggage. Troublesome. There we go. Vocabulary is important. Words are powerful. Specific meanings can be bestowed via certain words.
I don't believe you.
Okay. I suppose it can't be helped.
Good job on coming here.
I have 90 seconds.
That's another one of the common Japanese phrases you hear in games all the time and nobody thinks about, you know? Even though it sounds so freaking weird.
It's so funny. So, I'll be honest, technically everything was good and we were set up in time and everything was fine, but I was a little bit later than I wanted to be because my ADHD got the best of me and I started watching a specific cutscene for Metal Gear Solid 4. Out of nowhere, the urge hit me and I was still waking up, but the energy drink had activated my true ADHD mode. So I just really wanted to watch the cutscene where Snake is in the graveyard at the beginning and the chopper lands. Just because this may be something that is me because of how hyped Metal Gear Solid 4 was to me before it came out. But there's something about that delivery that will stick with me forever. And many different trailers and things about that game.
Hello,
but
welcome.
this time watching it, oh, hello. I was just thinking, like, you know, it's very dramatic. Otacon, rather disgracefully, lands a chopper in a graveyard. And then Solid Snake, who's been sitting there saluting a grave, is just like, even the dead have ears, Otacon. And I'm just sitting there like, well, you know, actually, the ears are cartilage, and by now, statistically, not most of them easily. Easily, very few of these people have ears.
Oh no! Man, this level is dire.
Uh-huh. Here, hand me the controller. I got this.
I'd love to, but we're not playing like that right now.
Oh, shoot.
3, 2, 1.
But yeah, no, there are countless lines from that trailer that are just scorched into my brain for the rest of time. I must have seen the two major trailers for that game 24 times each easily.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like Metal Gear Solid 4, and I don't get it. If you played the previous 3, like, the game was made for you. It's like a love letter to the entire series.
To be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of 4. If I were to say which is my favorite, it probably would be 2, but I love 3 as well. Frankly, I should play 1 more, if anything. But I'm due for another playthrough of 4. I think the reason that 4 is, like, the thing that bugs me about it the most, possibly, is the connecting of dots of things that didn't need to have dots connected. Yeah, where it's things like paramedic went on to do this person went on to do this person went on to do this, and I'm like, those could have been different people. It's really weird that you had to tie everyone to every action in the series. But aside from that, I don't know. I really love things about 4.
I feel like the reason that was done because it was just really, really meant to be the final Metal Gear game. Like, tie everything up so that there is absolutely no loose end for people to keep asking questions. Not that it would really stop them. But I feel like that was the intention.
I like a lot of what it's about. What a delightful mechanic. Thank you, game designer.
I'm trying to tilt the controller, but it's like, no, you're not tilted.
I'm allegedly using tilt controls. Yeah, I think it needs to not land, because when you land, it flattens out. Which you're obviously not really landing. There's not even solid ground beneath you.
I'm not good at things that are flat.
Great.
I don't know if you noticed.
Not a fan? Doesn't work out for you? Doesn't do anything for you? I see, I see. Yeah!
No, I'm just not personally accustomed to it.
You're not used to being flat, I see.
I am in danger. What the hell is this part?
This is land on a tiny rail on the left or die, the video game.
The thing is, it starts you unaligned with the rail. So to get onto the rail is actually pretty difficult.
Of course, because it's tilting. So it's an absolute nightmare. You could have easily overshot that. Good job. Yeah.
Odds.
Yeah.
Stealth attack. Speaking of...
Use the action button, Sonic.
What? The action button?
Oh no!
Spin dashing. Okay, I get it.
Spin.
You know, like he's still, like he's still doing the call and response thing, but like in a really energetic way. That's how I think. Is this just?
It's the same level, but spicier.
No.
Maybe it'll be shorter. Maybe it'll be shorter. I need Sonic's lines and Snake's voice, and I need Snake's lines and Sonic's voice.
That's just no good.
Oh no, Sara. Sara has fallen into despair. Yep. Portable Ops isn't canon. Peace Walker is. Both them and 5 virtually tell the same sort of slot and style of origin story. Really bizarre. 5 does something else as well, but I still have not beaten that game because it is not a very Metal Gear game.
I've never actually played 5. I just wasn't drawn to it somehow. I'll eventually play it someday. Probably when I, like, stream all the Metal Gears or something. Oh no, I killed that enemy, I think. No. It's alive, I think. How is this literally the same level?
Because it was so good that they wanted you to have this experience twice.
Please tilt. I'm never saying this. I'm a pinballer. I'm never saying this.
Oh, no. Why is it like this? I'm no hero. I'm just an old killer hired to do some wet work.
The rail is gone.
Oh, delightful. Timed hits. Oh, no! Oh.
Are you kidding me with this? I mean, at least I don't have to start from the beginning, but...
Uh-huh. This game is dastardly.
Good thing I'm really freaking good at Sonic games.
Wow.
No program.
Yeah, my whole thing is I wanted a Metal Gear Solid game, and Metal Gear Solid 5 is not that. It is a completely different style of thing.
Just by looking at Metal Gear Solid, you can see, oh, he didn't want to make this.
You know, the funny thing is the portable games were really greenlit so that way they could bide time while they made their engine for 5.
Hmm.
And then it's really sad because it only made one game for Kojima Productions.
But what about Metal Gear Survive, Nyan?
Did Kojima Productions make that?
No, but it's
Oh,
in the
okay.
same engine.
It certainly is, and so are those Winning 11 games or whatever, whatever the sports games that use them are. Oh man, you're just supposed to get 6 or 10 rings? Wow, wow,
Wow.
wow, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 had a whole online mode with it. Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence had a whole online mode with it. And they are surprisingly similar, but very different.
Well, one is a sequel to the other. The online modes, I mean.
It's really shocking how much the bones of that Metal Gear Solid 4 thing, multiplayer mode, was in Subsistence. This game. Man, listen to that drummer go.
Yeah, I can hear it calling in the air tonight.
Do 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 do. Oh. There we go. Yeah.
No program. No such thing as a narrow dream.
People have asked me, how come when you show up on Sara's streams, you're Nyan? And, you know, I always explain.
Collabs transform us into beasts.
The Last of Us had multiplayer, and then the re-release had multiplayer, but the remaster removed the multiplayer because they were making a multiplayer for 2, and then they didn't make it. Yes. Every time I show up on Sara's stream, when I invade, she hears the call out from the Bloody Roar character select. Nyan, the cat.
Nyan, the cat.
Versus
Luigi.
Luigi. My favorite read is always the Pokemon trainer. Or no, it's Jigglypuff. It's such a weird read. I laugh every time because it sounds like he's almost yawning in the middle. Jigglypuff.
Yeah, because, you know, that's one of the alternate line reads, of course, and those are always a little weird.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Since the main read is Purin.
Yes, Purin.
Yeah, but the announcer for some reason says purr instead of poo.
That's funny.
Pudding! Yeah, from Space Channel 5, right?
Mm-hmm. I am gonna go
Mr.
get a
Game
drink,
and watch!
and I will be
Yeah,
right
by all
back.
means.
I need to add the like logging off of Windows or Windows shutdown sound to my soundboard somewhere, so that way we can get a boom, ding, boom, boom.
Yeah, that one. It's funny because that one hasn't been in use for a long time, right? But
Oh, yeah,
it's the
forever.
one everyone would think of when you
It's
say
iconic.
logging off of Windows sound.
Uh-huh.
What the? Okay. Pudding was one of the rival reporters from Space Channel 5. Along with Jaguar. You all believe in me, right? In my powerful gaming abilities? My status as a god gamer? I'm almost surprised Naka has never, like, designed a one-button controller with motion grab. Like, just a brand new controller. Man, this is tough. I don't know, there are many things about Yuji Naka that no longer surprise me. Like, oh, Yuji Naka did something hateful and xenophobic? Wow. Wow, you sure that was Yuji Naka? I don't think Yuji Naka actually went to jail, did he? More like a commuted sentence kind of thing? There's a weird clapping sound when those fireballs fall. I can't explain it. Yeah, you can ask Dan all about Rodea the Sky Soldier. He'll be happy to say plenty about that, I'm sure, if he was here. I miss Dan, Tails. I miss Dan a lot. Okay, I was supposed to do it like that. Hang on, no squid. Man, Oshima sure does deserve an apology. He'll never get one, but he deserves it. A million of them, really. There we go. I find myself randomly humming a lot of Sonic music. That's just the kind of person I am. Oh god, this part again. Phew. Thank goodness. Oh, story time. What do we got here? Man, a lot of Pirate Storm. Finish with 0 rings.
It's okay, Sarah. There will be plenty of time later for the Skeleton Dome. For now, Pirate
what?
Storm.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with
Me
my
over
lava
here,
magma.
like, it's been 3 more hours. How am I not done with this game yet?
Oh, did you? Because this game doesn't end. You do.
Well, as long as it puts an end to having to experience all the news every day these days.
You're like, ah, that's a fair shake. Well, I tried. How long did this take Dan and Bob? That actually is a good question. I don't know.
You don't have it recorded?
I do. I can go find out, but I don't know this.
I'm curious to know.
Yeah, one sec. See, that's the thing. It wouldn't pierce anywhere near our longest streams because, oh my god.
Of course.
That's why I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna scroll right past Silo Sybil. Okay, I see how long it took. Would you like to know?
Yes.
9 hours and 24 minutes.
Well, given that it's me playing, probably take me slightly less total. Given this game isn't exactly conducive to normal Sonic play, but there is still, you know... emphasis on slightly less because of the fact that so little of that is relevant.
That's true. We did play the party game mode at the end, so technically we get credits at 8:45 according to Glimdr. I've never... Wait, was that them? No, Hassaniko
Just call him Grilson.
Grilson? Okay.
Grilson.
Grilson? One day Sarah's gonna have to fight an evil scientist who's able to make genetically modified clones, and she will have to fight her new rival, Sarah Swole, because the mad scientist thought her name was pronounced Line. I
mean, yeah, of course. Who wouldn't think that? Real son.
No captions.
Real son.
My name is not Wilson.
Yeah, the captions always get Grilson's name wrong. Unsurprisingly.
Unsurprisingly. Sarah the
well,
name?
Almost always.
So is this level
Sarah,
supposed to be us getting 102 rings before we hit the end?
It's us getting 0 rings at the end.
Oh. Sarah Zane.
That's really ironic.
Yeah, it is.
Like I said, they occasionally get it right. But mostly, they always get it wrong. It's very rare.
My brain keeps processing the alt channel as Sarah Renault. That's pretty good.
I mean that's how a Japanese person would say it, right?
Probably.
Sarah Renault.
That read was like a Blaze Blue character select read. We just need a lot of echo.
Well, Grilson, what's the worst one so far, in your opinion, of how captions on people's streams have read your name?
One must look at Sonic and the Secret Rings and wonder, why does it hate?
If we were going to teach AI, why did we teach them to hate?
I just taught it everything I'm into. Well, that answered that pretty well.
Ah, I see. So what was taught to it was decided not by the scientist, but by the project lead.
Mm-hmm.
Only middle management is that full of hate.
Have you ever played Phantom Crash?
Nope.
No one has. You ever play Steel Lancer Arena International?
No, what the hell is that?
That's the sequel Konami made. They're both mech games.
Oh.
Phantom Crash is an Xbox launch title. Slay, as it's called, SLAI, is a late PS2 game. I know, right? Good job, by the way.
Soul Steel!
Hey, remember the time Dracula was like, Soul Steel?
And stole Death's soul.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's his clock. Okay.
This is clock.
Delayed reaction, huh?
Mm-hmm. It's like, what else would it say that I looked? God, they couldn't even put a timer next to it. It's just tiny numbers in the corner that count down. In many ways, this UI is so undercooked.
Yeah. I mean, granted that we're... Are you kidding me with this?
Time now.
It goes much faster in the normal missions, too.
Mm-hmm.
What I was going to say is, like, it's not even as if this is, because it's in widescreen or anything, because, like, this is, like, officially supported widescreen mode.
Mm-hmm. You're very funny, game. You're very funny.
Right, okay.
That was rude.
The way the speed...
What a rotten way to die.
The way the speed break works is funny to me because, like, in theory it feels like it should auto-navigate, but it does not.
Mm-hmm. Secret Rings is just 10 hours of... That was rude. It's true. Future. What a shame.
Past.
What a rotten way to die. So yeah, I think their messed up idea here is you hit the button, backflip twice, then do proper homing attacks into the both of them that just barely get high enough to go over the slowest door in the world. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
we're
Oh my God, JC, a bomb!
A bomb.
Oh,
I'm
you
supposed
are?
to be premiering Quiet Voice, Dan, so that way my voice isn't ruined by all of these streams. So I'm gonna talk like this now for the rest of the stream. Hey, sorry, how's it going?
Well, you know, it's all about vocal technique.
Everything must
Voice actors can just keep talking for hours on end without much problem because technique.
But most of what I do is screaming, which is not something you can do 2 days in a row for 12 hours straight without effects.
If you drink basically nothing but honey, maybe.
Then I'm gonna die of diabetes.
I didn't say that it didn't have drawbacks, you know.
I'm gonna get a plant microphone and just put it on my chest, and that's how I'm gonna talk from here on out.
A plant microphone, for anyone who doesn't know, is literally a completely flat thing you slam on, like, cars to record the motor sound. So you slam it on the hood. Or you
So
put
you
it on
plant
a window.
it.
Yeah, you plant it. That's why it's called that. Very clever. You did it. Gamer. Oh. Fire bad.
Come on, Sonic, you can fit under that.
Sonic has body image problems. He does not believe he can fit.
Who? Who? I don't know, Sonic. Who?
My wife, Eleanor.
Your what?
I should apologize. I shouldn't just make random references to the critic like that.
I mean, I love the critic, but like in this theoretical conversation where Sonic says that, I'm like, what?
Yeah. I'm sorry, chat. We've talked about everything there is to talk about. The cell processor, XVED. Oh, that was rude.
So this stage really needs me to be faster. That's okay.
You got this.
I don't.
You got this. I believe in you.
I don't.
You got this. You didn't talk about Rodea? Well, I wasn't thinking about it until some dastardly gremlin brought it up in chat.
Well, it was brought up by other people when you were AFK. They were talking about the
okay.
version differences.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, well, Dan knows all about that, but Dan's not here.
Dan's also trying to heal and improve as a person. He's going to have to go back to the old Dan. And then my head's shaved and I look like a Breaking Bad man.
Heisenberg?
I wouldn't know. I haven't watched Breaking Bad. I haven't seen an episode of Breaking Bad. To the point where what's up?
It actually is extremely good.
I have not watched many extremely good things.
I know. There's a movie that me and Masumi have been trying to get you to watch, but it just never comes up when you actually have time.
Look, I'll get around to watching What Dreams May Come eventually. I'll get to it.
What? The what?
What Dreams May Come. Wait, have you not seen that? It's a Robin Williams movie. It's actually really good. I just wanted to name the most random movie I could pull.
Man, where's the goal?
Grayson, the important thing is that I'm working on it. I got to get through all of X-Men and all of X-File and all of Zatoichi. I'm halfway done with 20. I have 13 out of 26 Zatoichi films under my belt. We have been watching it for only 2 or 3 weeks. I'm getting there. And then I have to do all the stuff I do for content. If I didn't have to do that, I would have been done a long time ago. Yeah, the 3 X's, X-Files, X-Men, and Zatoichi. What?
That one's just rude.
Yeah.
It's so fast, it seems like inhuman.
Uh-huh.
I can see that, and I'm like, I'm not sure if...
Yeah, I'm trying to think. After that, it's back to Gundam. Bob and I finally, after 3 years? 2 years? 2 years. We're finally gonna get back to Gundam. No, not Gundam X. Good guess, though.
I love Gundam X.
We're not there yet. We're at 0083.
But OX X is not in the same timeline. You can watch it anytime.
Nope, we're watching chronological release. Sorry. I can't watch it anytime. This is important. How do you even sit down and watch so much movie, Dan? Well, in the case of the Zatoichi stuff, it's real great because they get formulaic enough where I don't feel terrible doing other things some of the times while watching the movie. I don't do that for most things.
So at that point, whoa, I went through the gate.
Yeah, that was awesome. Now just clip through it like that every single time, and we're good.
Gotcha. Because there'll be another time, you're saying.
I'm just saying you need to be consistent in performance.
Look, the ladies will tell you.
If you would just focus on beating the clock.
I'm doing my best here.
Instead of other things you might have misread as, then performance would be consistent. Watch them in alphabetical order? Oh my god. That is not a way to go about Gundam or anything else in life.
I bet somewhere out there is somebody who has, like, watched all anime since the 90s in alphabetical order or something insane.
Must be nice. I'm trying to think of what would that put near the beginning of the alphabet?
3, 2, 1.
In the Gigaboots fan Discord. I should have looked at the Sara and Nyan stream. I'm now mad that Secret Rings exists. This is what they're saying in the fans.
Oh no.
This is a PSA. I consider this an advisory. Again, this game would be forgivable at all if I could use normal buttons in a normal controller and it just felt even slightly different. But given its current state, it's a miracle that any streamer would play this. I too am mad that Secret Rings exist and have been mad for decades. Okay, back on this goes.
Ouch. Crap. Gatorade is reminding us to hydrate.
3, 2, 1.
The nice thing about MagFest is that they had good water everywhere. And that it wasn't tap water, and that was very appreciated.
Well, tap water is generally good in DC because it's what politicians have to drink.
I fill my water jugs at like Walmart and Publix, so I get filtered water and I use that for my ice machine and stuff. And I am deeply appreciative of my ability to do this, even though it only costs like $5 every couple of weeks. It's still like some people can't have that, you know.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it, but it does mean every time I travel and go to a different place, I drink the tap water knowing I'm not going to like it, but more of a how bad is it?
Yeah.
One part of DC was okay, another part of DC was terrible.
Basically, the closer you are to the actual capital, the better the water will be. Because again, it's about the only people that regulators think matters, which is the regulators themselves.
Yeah. Funny that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sonic was so cool before when he would just clip through it.
I had assumed that I would be able to do it consistently, and sadly I was wrong.
That's okay. But yeah. I am deeply appreciative that I get to make ice from purified water. This is one of those things where I've never been accused of not taking or taking things I have for granted. But I think it would surprise people to hear how deeply appreciative I am of things like that. Because, I don't know. Most people probably don't sit there and ever think about like, oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you for the follow.
People probably, by and large, don't have moments like that. But I'm also someone who...
How long is this mission? Oh my goodness.
It's a full lap of the course. Because the goal sign was literally above where you started. Oh my lord.
If I just go backwards.
Can we Mario Kart this? Is there a way to out of bounds while going backwards? Oh, that'd be great.
I landed it. I got fired immediately, but I landed it.
Nice. But yeah, I'm also the person where, like, I used viewer money to buy a hash brown from Waffle House once and then cried. Because, yeah, it's just, I feel really lucky. I don't take any of that for granted. I know people who, I've known some people who do.
Yeah.
You always see the stereotype, the joke of just being like, you want to watch the stream, but you don't have $5 for a sub. And I've never known anyone that ludicrous, but I've definitely known people who take things for granted.
Yeah. I have too. Even if maybe not, like, streamers. I've known people who would be that way if they were streamers.
Oh, nice. You did it. Good job.
Thanks to the clip. The clip saved me, like, literally 15 seconds.
Uh-huh. Assassin's Creed
But even
Shadows
then, it
has
was
the highest player count on Steam for the franchise. Yeah, I think didn't the
easily.
other Assassin's Creeds launch first on like Ubisoft's thing and not simultaneously on Steam?
Yeah, I think that is true, though.
Yeah, I think that's why their numbers are weirdly low given their insane sales for things like Valhalla. Okay, now give us a Fruit Loop. But yeah, I also saw Valhalla sales. Yeah, Valhalla port was 2 years late. Yeah, I saw Valhalla sales the other day, and I was like, that's weirdly low. And then someone explained that it originally... What? Is this a thing pirates do?
I was not prepared for this or how it controls.
Yeah.
So Dan, without looking, how is Fruit Loops spelled?
I believe F-R-O-O-T-L-O-O-P-S, right? Fruit Loops, and it's spelled Fruit F-R-O-O-T, right? Is that right?
Chat, what do you think?
Chat, am I right? I thought they did a quirky spelling at some point, if not always. Oh, okay, I'm correct. Because that's the thing. If somebody hadn't run into that information, they'd probably think it was spelled normally. Wow, you smoked that level. Jeez. Whoa, burning emblem. So cool.
Because you see, it's a common Mandela effect.
Oh.
So a lot of people get it wrong. No, it's spelled F-R-U-I-T-S L-U-I-P-S.
Fruit Loops. Need some fruity loops. Hey, we can fight Captain Behemoth, which I bet someone misread that as Behemoth at some point.
I just did.
Yeah, I was like, no, Behemoth. Okay.
Yeah.
Captain Bethany.
Bethany. Well, like the main character of Dogma?
Is that their name?
Bethany Sloan.
I did not know. It's been forever since I've watched Dogma.
Dogma rules.
The funniest thing that happened with Dogma is when, what was it? Oh, what's his name? What's the name of the dirtbag who got those 90s films made as like a producer or whatever?
Weinstein.
Yeah, when Weinstein went into prison, people were like, guess what? Regrettably, Weinstein's company's still on the rights to this. Anyways, here's an upload on Internet Archive of the DVD ISO for Dogma.
Yep.
I was like, cool.
So, my understanding is that Kevin Smith may have actually gotten the rights back and is... Well, we know this may or may not happen because it's Kevin Smith and he says this about all his franchises. He wants to make Dogma 2, even though originally he was reluctant, because Dogma 1 created a lot of death threats against him and his family. Like, he feels like since he has a family now, he shouldn't do it, is what he's been saying for ages. But once he actually got the rights, he's like, I want to make Dogma 2.
Chat, just so you know, this is a very complicated thing for me to have a stance on, because usually speaking, I am an independent filmmaker, sequel approver, absolutist. You want to make a sequel, go ahead, do it. Do it. I find it neat. Sure. But I watched Clerks 3, and then I can no longer feel that way about Kevin Smith.
I liked Clerks 3, but I could not stand Clerks 2 because... Like, Clerks 2's main point and, like, central point is all about a single gross-out gag that drags on for an extremely long time.
This boss is really something.
And, like, at least Clerks 3 had a heart, is what I want to say.
This boss seems very Mario Sunshine inspired. Find this aquatic life form and rip parts of it off.
You tell Sonic that, and he's like, yeah!
God.
It wasn't... The controls for this part are very unclear.
Yeah, you were doing it right. It's just every spine past the first one takes longer.
Fantastic.
Yeah, in fact, the darker part of this is the part that's been pulled out. Oh, it's so gross. Japan, do we need to talk about how your mascot platformer dude should not maim animals even if they're aquatic? Sonic.
What if it's Awesome Possum?
Wait, what?
What if it's Awesome Possum?
I'm not okay with Awesome Possum doing it either.
I didn't say that. What if it's okay? What if it's Awesome Possum having his parts ripped off, though?
Oh.
See, you misunderstood me.
One moment.
See, you might be okay with that, right?
I'm trying to think. Would this, in fact, own the evil doctor in that somehow?
Dr.
Unclear.
Machino.
Dr. Machino?
Yeah, because every time you start that game, a voice clip announces, "He's awesome, possum, kicks Dr. Machino's butt. I'm awesome." Can you guess that I owned that game?
Yeah, I sure can. I've heard that about as many times as I've booted the game. 0.
Exactly. Well, you should have chat pay to make you stop playing Awesome Possum.
Then we'll just have to play it forever. Chat's used to paying for my misery or paying to shuffle things on a stream.
Okay, then it's time for the Sonic versus Awesome Possum flop swap.
Ugh. Ugh. You know, Masumi the other day was playing that Blowout game on GameCube, which really reminds me of Shadow Complex, so I kept making jokes about the Shadow Complex Blowout flop swap. Because it's really impressive. Blowout's like $20. It's a $20 GameCube game that's a 2.5D Metroidvania. So it really is similar in spirit to Shadow Complex. I'm just too entertained that no one has ever heard of Blowout.
Briefly,
And
when you called it a $20 GameCube game, I was like, oh, they made it for $20?
Yeah, it looks like it. Jackie Wax in chat says, Shadow Complex? I find it quite simple, actually. And I need you to know when I read that, I imagined the int J meme. So you just like fingered to your forehead.
Me over here imagining Voxandra saying it.
It
But,
does.
you know, in
It
an
does
ironic
sound like
way,
something she would
based on that
say.
meme.
Uh-huh.
I seem to be further from him than before I did the speed.
Uh-huh.
I speak good.
Yeah, you do. You do speak good, cat girl.
Well, I used many word if few word work.
I'll have
Awesome
you know,
Possum
Chad.
and Rocky Rodent. Awesome Possum and Mr. Nuts.
I'll have you know, Chad, I'm very cultured. I own the movie Push on 4K Blu-ray. Chat's
Movie
like,
what?
what's... Yeah, exactly. Push. You know, it's right up there with Jumper. Features Chris Evans.
You know, it's pretty mean that you just make stuff up like that.
No, much like Isolation 119, Push is a real movie.
But you can't buy it on GB Podcast.
No, it is not available on the Gigabooth Podcast Patreon.
Whereas Isolation 119 is.
Yes, in fact,
An
that's
entire
viewable with,
film.
I think, 3 commentary tracks at this point, and a 4th will undoubtedly happen at some point.
No doubt. I still have not seen that movie myself, by the way. But yeah, you could just straight up get a full movie when you subscribe to GB Podcast, so that the history there's really interesting.
I genuinely really liked that film, and I was sad when it was delisted. So that's how that happened. Oh, nice.
Yeah, you like contacted the creator, and he was like, "Oh, here you go."
Yeah,
でもなんだか少しもらえそうな気もしてきたわね。
it's true. The movie Push isn't called Push because he has psychokinetic powers, which he does have. It's called Push because there are pushers in the movie that push hypnotic suggestions into your mind. That's who the pushers are, not the people who can use psychokinesis. Those aren't pushers at all, actually. That movie's something. I honestly missed that tier of movie. I didn't even watch it back in the day. I only watched it for the first time like a year ago. But we really missed something when everything became giant blockbusters and not filmed with real film or in real places.
I wish there
And
were still films
really
like
budget
Johnny Mnemonic. Words.
Johnny Mnemona. Do, 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 do. I have not seen Johnny
Phenomena.
Mnemonic.
It is.
I need to.
It's difficult to say it's a good movie, but it's also a very enjoyable movie.
I hear he wants
you
to
like-
go online. As I
Like-
understand it.
It's one of those movies where you just need to, like, take it as what it is and enjoy what it's trying to be, instead of, like, the presupposition of what a film should be. Great.
Do you also
I
love
think that
no
reset the
matter,
boss.
Do you also love that no matter how far you are from those projectiles, they take the same amount of time to fly and hit the ground at the spot they want to go to?
Yeah,
pretty
obviously.
cool.
That's the best part. And yeah, it's completely regenerated, so that's great.
Uh-huh. You know what would make this boss fight better is if there was a giant fire tornado consuming the city.
That tornado's
Sonic,
carrying a car.
Had some iconic lines about some of the things happening.
And yeah, when I lose my rings in this fight, they are just gone. Maybe it's that way in the entire game. I don't know, but
Yeah, I think it's that way in the entire game, but I could be totally wrong on that, which is frustrating.
In theory, you only lose part of your rings when you get hit, but in actual practice, you're never going to have enough rings to have that apply in this fight.
A flaming natural disaster.
Yeah,
you could say it's the
there's
flames
a lot
of disaster. You could.
Oh,
you
no.
could say that, Enno.
There's a lot of cool stuff about Johnny Mnemonic, basically. It has really good cyberpunk energy and everything.
Yeah, it's really high up there on my list of movies I need to watch that aren't a part of a series or something.
Yeah.
Boop. Yeah.
A mnemonic is like a descriptive thing that allows you to helps you to remember something, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a rule set, a rubric that would help you remember things through structure, right?
Stuff like very graphically unique sentences to remember a word through the visual that they give.
Hmm. Yeah, it takes exactly as long as it does to hit you a mile back as it does here. It takes the same amount of frames to go from right above you to hitting the ground in front of you.
What? No! You all saw that. I just got cheated
rings.
out of that.
Being secret rings. Nothing new here. Nothing to see here. Just think about how incredibly simple this would be with the stick.
I don't think I'll ever recover from the fact that you have to charge up your jumps.
Uh-huh. Sonic's doing a big stretch is the energy that the charged jump has. I'm gonna need you to slow down a little bit. Okay. Nope.
Like, he got stunned, but then he was stuck in midair, so he got hit again while stunned in midair, and apparently if you get hit twice when you're stunned in midair, you are no longer stunned.
That's
the
correct.
rule, I guess.
What a game. Never played this one, and I remember the previews looking a lot better when I was a kid. I remember being very upset when this came out and I tried it. I remember being very upset. A real what is happening moment.
My story is, despite my overall love for Sonic, I fell off after how much Heroes disappointed me. And just never really picked up another Sonic game again until, like, Generations.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Heroes not being a third Sonic Adventure game and being its own weird creature had me going, what? What?
I mean,
All right.
I did play Shadow the Hedgehog, and I actually liked it at the time. But, you know, like, Heroes is a huge turn-off for me.
Yeah, I also played Shadow at the time, and I was like, what? What are we doing? Just make that thing you made twice, but again. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why is there this bizarre structure? Just make a normal 3D Sonic like you did.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, there's a lot of that DNA in Shadow. It's just not quite enough of it. Because, like, it has the same physics again, mostly. The stages feel kind of like adventure stages, but then you've got those screwed up objectives, the weird story structure where it definitely feels like they had only 2 or 3 story paths planned, and then they decided they had to complicate it.
Yeah, no. And it's all focused on one character, which, you know, even if you like Shadow, I prefer the whole cast.
Oh, the funny thing is, that game technically had more Sonic characters than, like, pretty much anything that would follow for a long while.
Funny's a word for it.
Because, like, you know, there's a lot of cameos from characters that probably didn't need to be there, but result in Shadow the Hedgehog technically having an ensemble cast that is larger than a lot of the later Sonic games. It's strange.
Hey, remember
I
when
think you understand.
Robotnik waited to the very last second to tell you that he was gaslighting you?
Yeah, he waited
What a
until he
moment.
was literally going to die before telling you, no, you're the real Shadow. And, like, he does that knowing that you are probably going to fail because you're almost out of time.
What a great
So
guy.
it's not like he's doing that to encourage you either, you know?
Uh-huh. But yeah, it is a real bummer. It's a real bummer that we hit that rut there.
What?
What?
You're kidding me! I'm tired, boss.
Playing this game is very similar to the experience of being pilled. I can say this as a cat. Sarah's been wrapped up in a blanket and made to play this.
This boss fight would be cool with slightly more actual design to it.
Uh-huh. Hey chat, what's your favorite 3D Sonic boss? Because I'm guessing it's not this guy.
Captain Behemoth, not Behemoth. He gets
No.
very angry if you say Behemoth.
He does. He thinks you're making fun of him. That's an idea.
He just kind of waits.
Yeah, he's like, what? Why'd they do that?
Oh, it's kind of the boss to not assume Sonic's gender.
The boss is also colorblind. So they're like, didn't you have a hammer yesterday? Oh well.
Amy was just fighting this guy because...
Amy could probably decimate this dude. Especially Sonic X
I've played Sonic Origins. She really, really could.
Oh yeah, 100%. Biblically accurate Amy in that game. God, yeah,
What?
I don't know. They charged $50 for this game.
How many did you pay?
I don't want to think about that. Probably, I'm going to guess 14. I don't know. I bought it in a physical store, so. Yeah. Speed break. Yeah. Do it, do it, do it. Oh, no, no, no! Yoink!
I thought.
What in the world?
And now we're back to the first hit.
Uh-huh.
And like, you could technically grab onto him without using the speed break, but not really.
It's rough. Sonic's not really got a great kit for fighting things. I know. Which is unfortunate. Because he do be fighting bosses all the time. Sarah. A genie comes to you and it says, I can wish away the stream. It can have already happened and you won't have to be live in that moment. But you will be instantly wished away into a Banjo-Tooie death stream. Do you take it?
I guess I would take this over that. Because I really don't like collectathon games much.
What about 20+ hour long ones?
Oh, that's different.
Oh, okay,
obviously.
Cool. The value add is just like immense. And you're back in. You're like, actually. Yeah, Tooie's enormous. Kazooie is not that long. I like collectathons, but Tooie is too much. Yeah, I think that's the objective decision humanity's made on the game. Including the people who made it. For people who don't know, after making Banjo-Tooie, they're like, we're not doing another one of those. And that's how Grab by the Ghoulies got made.
Which isn't the worst game, but the problem is that it's strangely ZX Spectrum Core.
It sure is. It is very microcomputer soul.
But you know, props to them for remembering their roots at least, but not what anyone wanted from them, I don't think. Not even the people who wanted them to do something other than a collectathon again.
Uh-huh.
Oh, man. He just has infinite speed when he's attacking.
Uh-huh. Good thing you knew that. Because there's any sort of signage or anything that would let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that we went through that time where Nintendo sold Rare to Microsoft. You would never see anything like that nowadays.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Kameo?
So when I played it through completely, I played it on the Xbox Series X. It didn't have the FPS boost yet, but it does now. So it runs way better than it did back in the day, even at a lock 30. It loads really fast too, and it looks a lot cleaner. So obviously, I'm not speaking to the version at launch. I think it's an interesting game. I think it's interesting. I like it more than Grab by the Ghoulies, but it's less unique than Grab by the Ghoulies.
Yeah? Yeah, that makes sense.
Did you play Cameo?
No. But
Okay.
I watched Troto play some of it.
The opening is one of
So,
the
you know,
worst
it's-
parts, which is weird because it's trying to be an impressive vertical slice for like E3 and demo booths.
Yeah.
So it's having you do all sorts of stuff that it's not set up well to do and isn't even the strength of the game, all in a row.
Yeah, I've seen a bit past the intro. Like, it wasn't just the intro, but Not like super far into the game either, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Cameo was a 360 launch title. The weirdest thing is the closer you get to any console's launch, the more knowledgeable I am on that thing.
That's not strange.
Most people aren't there for console launches. I'm the opposite, where I'm extremely tuned in and able to keep track of everything at a console launch, so I generally speaking have exposure to everything. Whereas most people...
So you know all about Battle Arena Toshinden.
Of course. And 2. And 3. But not the Sega Saturn version, which was better but worse of 1, as I understand it.
As a game, it's better, but, like, they dubbed it, and in general, they had to, like, reduce the graphical fidelity on some stuff in weird ways.
Uh-huh.
And the dub is just strange.
I would never forget Fantavision chat. Never. I bought the VR Fantavision.
I love how this stops you and then zaps you if you don't jump, which it doesn't give any indication that you can jump off.
Uh-huh. What's Fantavision? It's a fireworks simulator game for the PS2. Shuhei Yoshida oversaw the team as a producer. And it was funny because apparently Sony gave him guff that the game didn't critically or sales-wise perform better, and he's like, hey, my game shipped. Because some of the other teams' games weren't ready in time. I was like, that's hilarious. And also, he's right. He got a game out. They didn't. You're welcome.
There's also a strange Saturn version of Toshinden 2, which is basically just Toshinden 2, but for some reason it has, like, 2 characters removed and 2 characters replacing them or something, basically.
That's weird. Do you think Sega was doing that weird exclusivity thing?
I honestly don't know. I mean, a lot of Saturn games had exclusive content in their Saturn versions.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, URA, which stood in this case for Ultimate Revenge Attack.
Oh, yeah. Ura. Yeah, everybody loves Symphony of the Night on Saturn with its third hand.
You know,
no?
that version of the game is in several ways really good. It's just that, like, on technical levels, it is so broken for some reason.
Oh, hello.
So,
welcome, Raiders.
So, like, to really enjoy the Saturn version, you need to play, like, the fan hack that fixes, like, the transparencies and some of the extra bugs. And then you can appreciate that the extra areas and such actually aren't that bad if you are playing a version of the game that works correctly.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome into the Secret Rings. We are currently fighting Captain Behemoth, who is a rough boss fight.
We've been here for, I feel like it's been an hour.
Yeah, it feels like it. That's what it does. Its primary function is to feel like it's been an hour. It's a very, very difficult boss fight. I think it's only been 30 minutes at absolute most, but who knows? I enjoy talking to Sarah, so I lose track of the time on these things.
Yeah, I would be losing it at this boss fight, and we would be going into a part 3 if you weren't here, I think. Because I would just be exhausted. Like, I wouldn't be upset, I would just be so tired.
Mm-hmm. Because it's a lot to deal with this boss, and then the stress of making sure you're talking to chat and, like, staying on top of stuff is its own thing, you know? But what were you up to? What were you streaming, Captain Shrinkov?
They were playing Repo.
Oh.
And, and every time I die...
Go ahead.
Every time I die, the boss fight starts over, so I have to damage it at least like 4 times, and you don't get to one cycle damage it. It's rough.
So I'm Dan from Gigaboots, or Nyan from Gigaboots, and me and Bob went through this 6 months ago, and this is one of the few games since beating Rodea the Sky Soldier that reminded me of the final boss of Rodea the Sky Soldier. Because that took us a whole hour.
High praise.
High praise, indeed. I really like the rest of Rodea. The rest of Rodea was real neat.
Yeah, you're a fan of Rodea overall, as I recall.
Which is not exactly what I would say about this game. Maybe if it had normal controls. Maybe. But Bob, or Tosh brought up Repo yesterday, and because it had come up in the week prior, I thought she was talking about Repo. What was it? The musical from like 2008? I was so confused. Like, oh, the game. Right.
Yeah, the streamer game that looks a lot like Lethal Company, but like better. I never get to play these streamer games because nobody ever invites me.
See, I genuinely just don't play streamer games. Not that I have anything against people who do, I just don't. I'm too busy playing Open's book.
Rodea the Sky Soldier.
Rodea the Sky Soldier. It's funny, the Wii U version, that's so bad. We played like a level and we're just depressed. There's a reason the Wii version
that is bad.
Yeah, I'm too busy.
Wait, it came with the Wii version?
Oh, yeah. The thing with Rodea the Sky Soldiers, even though it's a Wii U game, it comes with the original game that Naka actually directed on the Wii. Because the Wii U version somehow is just way worse. And the best way to describe it is, imagine the Wii version is completely done, okay? And they didn't want to release it because it was too late into the Wii's life. So their solution is to make a Wii U version. But they hand the Wii U version presumably off to, and this part right here is speculation, a junk studio to port up to make it look fancy and Wii U quality. So imagine a Wii game that has had 7th gen, it was beat with the 7th gen stick. So all the visuals, everything about how it looks and feels is just horrible because they wanted it to look next gen. So that's why the Wii U version's terrible despite not having motion controls. Or at least the same tier of motion controls. You can use the gamepad.
And it like doesn't play well either, right?
No, it doesn't play any better at all. It plays worse. Somehow. They also removed a lot of content.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
Wow. Yeah, they also
probably
made a 3DS
to save
version.
time.
I never played that. Probably. Because, like, listen to that story. Of course, that's their motivation. You know, I should try the 3DS version. I do have a... Did you know? I'm not sure you've ever heard this, Sarah. It is surprisingly easy to hack a 3DS. Did you know?
I'm sure that I've never linked guides to anyone we knew.
No.
While telling them that it was easy.
I actually hacked my 3DS just for Poke Mondays, the series I was doing years ago. So that way I could install the cartridge locally so I didn't have to overwrite saves. So even within the realm of not technically acquiring a game, there are many uses.
Yeah, I had like similar reasoning for originally hacking mine.
The funniest part is, for people who don't know, her motion to yank that out is violently shaking the Wiimote up and down, and you could hear that in her voice as she said that while having to do that.
I guess it must have sounded pretty funny.
You were like, I'm trying to remember what the rest of the sentence was now, but you ended on the word mine, and you were like, like it was very light tremolo almost. It's hard to describe, but yeah, it was funny. Because, yeah, it really does just require you to shake it violently as fast as you can. So that way you could damage max. You're getting this down.
I kind of have to, or else.
Or else, yeah, that's the thing about streams where you have to beat games. It's funny because sometimes we'll try to... Because our thing, generally speaking, is if we go live with a game, we're beating that game in that stream even.
Right.
So sometimes we'll have to experiment with the quirky tactics to see if we can cheese our way into a victory. And my favorite one of those ever, I have two favorites. One of them was I beat the game and I just needed to know. Where in Banjo Nuts and Bolts, I made a vehicle whose sole purpose was to drown Grunty, and it worked. I landed a pillar of stone on her and shoved her underwater until it counted as her drowning, and it was like, good job, you won. And chat was like screaming, drown that witch, drown that witch. And it was really great. It was an amazing moment. So generally speaking, when we do incredibly bizarre alternate ways to win a battle, we call it drowning the witch. In the game Jack X Combat Racing, there's a boss duel at the end where you do a non-looping race against them, and you have all these weapons and other things. And there's a jump about 2/3 through the track where you do a ramp to a jump and you clear a gap. But the other end of this jump has a building on both sides, so it's a narrow place you land. I specifically rammed my car into the side of him to bounce him out of bounds. He clips, he explodes, and it plays the winning cutscene. I'm like, yeah!
Good. Good. I like when you can do that in racing games and racing missions.
Yeah, no, that's such a fun thing. I love that as an alternate solution. It was so good, too, because it made the loudest explosion sound you can imagine.
What?
Oh. What are these? What is all this? It was like 3 frames. He disappears. You hear the loudest explosion sound in the world, and then the cutscene starts. Okay, here we go.
Come on.
She's got it. This is the longest one of them all.
No, don't tell me that. What?
Wait. What happened? Wait. I thought I was playing a cutscene. What? Oh, did you do it? Is that it? Wow.
Why is it so loud? Oh my god. You don't know that, Sonic. What are you, a marine biologist, Sonic? You don't know. Thank you for the follow.
I'm better.
That was scary as heck. I thought it was gonna crash.
Yeah, I thought it had.
I am the ringmaster.
God,
Sonic
I was
is
trapped
the
in that boss
ringmaster.
fight for so long.
Yeah, I wonder what that timed out to. Oh my goodness.
Is that what chaos control is?
Thank you for the follow.
これは7つの世界リングの一つ、水色のリング。
The water ring, she says.
外の異世界から来た俺でないと触れられないわけ。これはこの世界のものじゃない。
Okay.
ソニック。
で、あのシンドバッドとかいうやつが言ってたのはこれだな。ようやくあのでかいなんとかに一発くれてやれるってわけだ。
Yeah, I was spending a moment there being like, didn't we already get a blue ring? What is... Wait, what?
どうやらイフリートの力が世界を燃やすほど高まってきてるみたい。
こっちも準備 OK だ。待ってろよ、大魔神。
Water World.
You got the water world ring.
Wow.
Kevin Costner gonna show up?
I bet you could sell that on eBay for a lot of money. And now we roll all the way back to Evil Foundry. Because what happened,
what's your...
this was the prior stream. You go into this level and then they're like, oh, you can't beat him or something, and leave.
So, what's your opinion on Waterworld SNES?
I've only played Waterworld on the Virtual Boy. It was all they had at Sears.
Don't get
For
defeated.
the Virtual Boy demo. Do I have an opinion on this digitized Foundry? Well, it is worth noting it's Evil Foundry.
So it's the current digital Foundry.
I honestly had difficulty making jokes because most of them involve they do a frame rate analysis and then don't care about frame rate. And I'm like, oh wait.
Yeah, like that's just how they are now. So
this joke is very difficult to make. One moment. That's why I was so quiet. I was staring at that going, dang, this is a hard joke to craft. 1 second. They cover Hogwarts. Oh, wait, that happened. Sonic failing and tripping down this entire hallway while it makes happy jingles. Yeah, we beat the Pirate Storm
together
boss.
we're gonna rock this place.
You could all come back now.
Yep.
The horned beast won't hurt us anymore. I guarantee you that will be either the hardest or second hardest boss fight. That was my
One thing is for sure,
anyway.
the stream is mostly no longer horny.
I mean, with this fabulous outfit I'm wearing and my luxurious fur. One moment. Sonic, how are you doing this?
And you too can own a Sherpa jacket with the Nyafia logo on it, unlike Dan's.
That's true. I should get that put on.
It's on the merch shop.
Is there a merch command?
Yes.
Yeah.
And yet I was over here like a fool, getting the site manually.
It's like you're like, can you see me? Like I'm seeing you type it, and I'm like, isn't there? That's a good quote.
It's a classic. It's from 2018.
Wow. So much has changed in those 7 years.
Yeah. 7 years in hand.
7 years in hand.
Yeah, and somewhere there's that quote from when we were playing like Sunset Riders and we all jumped at the same time, and you said something about like gymnastics competition. And then it came up in another stream. Somebody used the quote command, and that came up, and you're like, "What? I don't remember saying that."
Yeah, I don't. This is a good stream, though. The Ifrit. So how weird is it that this game makes you do 2 boss fights in a row?
In a Sonic game, never. By the way, here's this golem.
Wait.
And here's this ghost.
Can we not go straight? Oh, thank you for the follow. Can we not go straight to the boss fight? Yeah, we can. You don't have to do that one. That one's extra. The game tricked you. The cutscene betrayed that they wanted to give you 2 boss fights basically back to back, but then the game was like, you're doing this level actually. And that was a trick. We don't fall for tricks around here. I'm trying to protect the talent here.
Is
Game's
this
trying to
just...
harass you. Uh-huh.
Really?
They had some parts lying around. They borrowed this. Anyways, Ifrit totally just a mech. Oh, I forgot there's depth in this fight. Oh, that's so...
I'm sorry, is this just a really messed up version of the really good Golem boss fight from Sonic Adventure 2?
Uh-huh. Basically. I was gonna say a way to upset a gamer is be like, Wow, 6 years, that's a long time. How much PlayStation Plus do you how much money do you think you've paid to play online since then? Because, oh my god. I do not appreciate all these gaming companies rent-seeking.
Everything's a subscription now. Are you prepared to subscribe to, I don't know,
Twitch
subscribe to
Cast
me.
Plus.
Come on.
Yeah, subscribe to Sarlene today.
I was trying to think of something horrible and streaming related, but you know, I'm just like, you know what?
And then
Just,
you just
just
thought
subscribe
of
to me.
yourself? What?
It's fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna casually walk up here. One moment. Yeah, poop him on
Man,
the bed.
this really is just a messed up version of the Golem fight. Oh my god, Bunny! Thank you.
Aaron Bunny, for the 5 gifted subs. I hope everyone appreciates the subs. And thank you, Gaijin, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Shaya Tempari.
Yeah. I can tell that there are people who will appreciate these subs out of these groups, so good, it's good. Ow.
You ever play Tekken 5?
No.
Uh-oh.
Last Tekken I really played was 3 before, like, 8 came out.
Thank you, Baydog, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Ashley Aaron.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it.
The funny thing is, I can't easily turn around in this fight. It's the same crap as ever. Sonic is just moving to the beat of his own Vuvuzela. Because this is a clown show is what this is.
Oh my god. Oh. I hate this. Like, the fact they put any depth here. And I don't mean gameplay depth. I mean literal Z depth.
I knew that was gonna happen, but I was just trying so hard to avoid it.
Uh-huh. This really would be a completely different experience on a controller. Instead of the struggle of a lifetime, you could just push the stick to the left.
What if it was on controller, but the controller just acted as tilting this controller?
No. That doesn't solve any problems.
Exactly, and that's why it's more like what Sega would do.
No.
Man, why is there depth here? That feels wrong.
I don't know. I guess because they couldn't figure out a way for you to jump and hit these things. And to
like,
be two-dimensional. What?
Are you kidding me?
I think my soul's leaving my body, chat. Oh no. It's happening again.
Thanks,
He was a
Sonic.
good man.
Very cool.
What a rotten way to die.
Activate the volcanic defense system to shield the base with my lava magma. You know what they say, the more the merrier.
Ow. The water level in the furnace. I mean, I guess that's technically right, but it doesn't sound right. And I know this is going to take at least 4 cycles. This fight is... The depth here is terrible. Why did they do this?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Link, for the sub. Thank you all for taking care of Sarah while I was gone.
I have not been fed. Chat forgot to feed me.
What? Chat? You said you would look after her. Chat, how could you?
Gotta open this hype chat.
I spill my drink.
Man, I really just want the you miss type emote.
So, Sarah, have you seen Kraven the Hunter?
No?
The exact tone. No? Is this something I should do? Is this really... Am I missing out here? Oh, come on, game.
It has done that several times.
I know, and it did it to me on my playthrough several times. I'm very much not a fan of it doing that. Has anyone, according to Sony execs themselves? No. My name's Nyan VideoGames. I'm here to try out for the role of Sonic the Hedgehog. I gotta go fast.
I think you might have gotten Sonic mixed up with, like... our reboot of Gex that we're working on? Maybe we'll consider you for that.
What in the world? What in the... Oh, this game's controls are not designed for this!
Yeah, like you have to tilt in order to control the depth, while you're also controlling the back and forth in a messed up way. This, oh my god, not again. Sonic, please.
So, chat, tilting left and right moves Sonic to the background and foreground, and tilting forward and backward controls whether or not Sonic is moving forward. So you have to tilt insanely back to get him to stop running to the right at all times. It is truly horrible. Just why I keep saying if they put this on a controller, I'd play it again instantly, just because I think that would be a vast upgrade. We're almost there, though.
I hope so. If we die, we start over, so...
You know, maybe people would have watched Kraven if they put it back in theaters.
Yeah, that was really what we all wanted. We should make sure Sony knows.
Yeah. I was busy at the time.
Yeah. God, dodging in a 3D space, doing this friggin' controls.
Uh-huh. You would have an easier time with tank controls.
I would have an easier time teaching the game how to understand my thoughts.
You'd have an easier time using... Oh my God, what in the world? You'd have an easier time moving a PlayStation Move controller in a 3D space to move Sonic.
And of course, he's gone already. What?
What?
Please, no, don't move. Go back. Come back. I'm sorry.
Wait! Don't go! I feel like Wesker could have fit in Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just have to make him an animal. Trying to think of what animal I'd want Wesker to be. This is very rude of you, game. You want to put a drop shadow beneath where these rings are, game?
Yeah, they also go away when this part starts.
Mm-hmm.
Because of course.
Albert the Wesker versus Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh, we rebooting Sonic the Fighters? Hell yeah.
Yeah. And we decided the Bloody Roar narrator was the best choice. Albert Whiskers, huh?
Yep.
That's a good plan. One moment. Will Jake the Eagle show up? Of course.
Of course.
Everybody loves him.
Which is funny because, like, when I made the pitch, it was supposed to be one of those, like, we are informed that this guy is cool and that everybody loves him. That doesn't mean that anybody actually likes him, but then it turns out everybody likes him.
Market research told us he was very cool. And I guess market research was right for once. Oh my goodness. So the problem with this boss fight is you only get a set amount of silver rings at the beginning. And I believe they will maintain. But it's just so cruel to be like, no, that's all of them that spawn for the entire boss fight.
What a shame.
The real problem is, if you get sent ahead of him for any reason, it is very difficult to backtrack to hit him again.
It sure is. Moving backwards in this game is one of the hardest things I've ever had to do in a video game.
Legit.
But, by the way, I would like to note, the reason the Rotata battle is as awful as it is because it's RNG. Yeah, so many parts of it you have to tightly time, but it's RNG. And it's horrible because of that, because you're also using motion controls on top of it.
I should also explain how the homing attack works. In order to use the homing attack, you have to basically shove the entire remote forward while holding it horizontally as you are for the game.
And as people are not aware, because the Wii hasn't attacked them anytime recently, it's not the beginning of the movement that registers. It's the end of the movement. So that adds a ton of latency to how long it takes for you to simply tell Sonic the Hedgehog to do a homing attack. Is there a Resident Evil game you haven't beaten, Sarah?
Most of them.
Really?
I love Resident Evil, but I have never beaten 5, and I've never played 4 or 6.
Oh.
And I have never actually played any of the spin-offs.
Okay, well, if you ever do stream Resident Evil 5 and 6, get me for 5 and Masumi for 6, because I'm never going through 6 again. It's too big. That thing was like 23 hours.
Gosh.
Yeah, you know what? I'll go check real quick exactly how long that ended up being, because oh my god. Okay, nope, that's
yeah. I'll get right on that, lady.
Yep, totally doing that. Thanks.
He's like, try attacking up its body, and I'm like, because I was literally like stuck trying to do a homing attack that didn't want to register.
Okay, so you know how we normally death stream things?
Uh-huh.
I'm not even sure we death streamed Resident Evil 6. I think we cut it up into 2 slices. It ended up. Yeah, about 21 hours. That includes a little bit of us doing Mercenaries at the end, but it wasn't an insane amount. So it would have been around 19 hours. But we even do the Ada Wong DLC thing. So we did more than a basic complete playthrough would be because that was DLC. Doing it once was fine. I don't have any urge to ever do that again. Whereas Resident Evil 5, I'm always up for.
I've also heard that 6's plot is like just easily the dumbest in the series and requires everyone to be stupid.
It sure is. It sure is real dumb. I thought it was a DLC originally, Sonico. It comes with all modern versions of the game, but I thought it was originally DLC. I could be wrong.
I thought it was an update.
Oh, that may be why I'm confused. Okay. Keep in mind, I didn't like Resident Evil 6 when it came out, because it definitely offered.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
Of 5 and all of the weird things in 6.
I remember now. It originally unlocked via story, but it just starts unlocked now.
That's a really bad idea. That's a really bad idea. Yeah, that game, man. I like the part with Troy Baker.
I still haven't finished Resident Evil 2 Remake yet because you had told me how similar the playthroughs were, and I decided to space it out.
Oh yeah, we did a all Roots playthrough stream, and that is one of the few streams I've ever thought that was a bad idea.
Like, that would have made sense if it were anything like the original game in that regard.
And I didn't realize the level of which it was not like the original game.
Most disappointing thing about that remake, I think.
Yeah, that also took us 21 and a half hours, but that was a death stream, unlike the other thing.
Right.
Ugh, I don't want to think about that.
Yeah.
I said I don't want to think about that, so I minimized Chrome, and it's like, Dan, you still need to open up. You need to see chat. You can't just close it because you're upset about how long that stream was and how disappointing it is.
Well, the most recent chatters are on the screen share.
Well, that's true.
I shouldn't be encouraging you, though.
I do need to move stuff around. You know, I have an OLED monitor, so as beautiful as your face is and as cute as you are, I don't want you burned into the lower left part of my monitor for the rest of its days.
Oh. But I want to be burned into your monitor.
But then what if I'm watching a thing like X-Files and there's a spooky ghost in the mist and it looks like you now?
That'll like, actually make it better.
Spooky ghost?
I fail to see the problem with this.
It's pretty interesting. We finally hit a year where the detriments of OLEDs in televisions has been completely removed. Because the whole advantage for people who don't know, OLEDs are just sharper because it's per pixel brightness. They have instant pixel response, so there's no ghosting and there's no blurriness in that regard. Okay.
I was trying to grab rings and they just turned into orbs. You saw it, right?
I think so. I wish this game felt better. You know what? I'm gonna say this sincerely. I think this game might be easier to play if it controlled like Sonic R.
I like Sonic R, but I understand. I understand.
That shouldn't be how a 3D platformer controls, but this also shouldn't to such an extent. But yeah, this year OLEDs are extremely bright. That used to be the advantage of an LED TV, was that they could blast more light into the image, which caused all sorts of image problems, like blooming and other stuff. But LG's OLEDs this year are like 3,400 nits, if not higher. What I'm trying to say is HDR TVs finally came fully online as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, when I got my TV, I was concerned that it wouldn't be bright enough because I was reading, oh, this isn't a very bright OLED, and stuff like that. And then I very soon learned that because of how old my existing TV was, it was already less bright than my OLED was going to be.
What's the number on yours? Do you remember the model number of your TV? Is it like a G or a C10 or CX?
Hold on a moment.
I used to know. I'm a terrible friend. I don't memorize all of my friends' equipment and hardware specs on their PCs. Mosby used to get grumpy because I couldn't remember her exact GPU, and I'd be like, "What was it again? 3090?" And she's like, "No."
Yeah, it's an XR42 A90K.
A90K. Okay, so you have a Sony.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot you had a Sony. Sonys are really nice because they come pre-calibrated and stuff, and LG only started that pretty recently.
Yeah, whatever issues there might be with a TV, like, if you get a Sony, you're gonna have less of them. They've always made good TVs. And that's a big part of why I went with a Sony, even though it meant it was going to be expensive. They're premium for a reason.
It means a lot to an image for it to be calibrated out of the factory. That's a huge, huge advantage. Because no other manufacturer until LG started doing that really recently, like last year, has done that. That's part of why Sony's TVs have always looked better, even on the same tech.
Yeah, I found that making a few minor changes still ended up making it look better overall, but it was still very good look out of box.
Wesley says I was against Sony due to their display lag and the early smart TVs crashed a lot. I assume that's not an issue anymore. Last I looked into it, they have more latency than other manufacturers, but I know it's been improving this whole time. So...
This TV has a very low display latency compared to some. Like, there are things from the same year that were faster, but it's still pretty good. If I'd gotten a bigger TV, I probably would have been looking at more latency on it. Because, like, the thing is, you know, this is a 42-inch OLED, and, like, most of the time somebody buys an OLED, they're buying bigger than that.
Yeah, most of the time they're buying, like, 55. Some of the time they're buying 65, and then there's that tier of person who can get a 77. I'm going to be honest, chat. Last year was the year I discovered in order to even notice 4K detail, you literally need a 77-inch and to sit too close to your TV. And that's kind of harrowing to think about how much of a waste that is.
I'd been saying things like that to you for years, I think, and you didn't entirely believe it.
Well, I always have that thing of I don't trust any science source on this is the limits of human perception because they're wrong.
Right.
All the time. Like, there are legitimately people who are still parroting, you can't notice more than 30 frames per second. And the harrowing thing, the real truth, is people just don't want to sign up for the reality of it, is that some people literally don't see it the same acuity as other people. We have proven this thoroughly when it comes to color perception, but literally no one wants to be like, someone's brain can't notice frame rates above 30.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of jarring and unsettling to imagine.
Of course, there's also plenty of people who say they can't see more than 30, and then you put them in front of a 120, and they're like, what the hell?
Uh-huh.
And then they realize that they were just, adapted. I was about to make that jump because I wanted those rings.
Yeah, we're playing Power Wash really, really late. Power Wash Simulator, and there was a theory on the Steam discussion boards that the desync in netcode stuff was caused by frame rate. So me, Masumi, and one other person had to decimate from 240 down to 60 because that's what the other two people were playing at. And
did it help?
No, not at all. And in fact, because I was so tired and the frame rate was so much lower, my body kept blinking. My eyes kept blinking because it refused. Like, it thought it was a problem caused by how tired I was.
Oh.
Like, instead, because the frame rate looked so much worse. It was like my eyes got so used to 240. I literally sat there, like, blinking and trying to shake it off like a person does when they're tired.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Uh-huh. I know someone who couldn't tell the difference between 30 and 60, looking at the same thing side by side, but they eventually learned to perceive it and blame me for ruining a bunch of games for them forever. Spiff was in the room when I went from cinematic mode on Monster Hunter to the frame rate mode, and that's literally going from under 30 to over 70.
Ooh.
On the Pro, and he literally could not notice that.
Of course, how much you're going to notice also depends on how much stuff is moving on screen and what kind of movements.
Oh, it was a lot of movement.
I believe you. I'm
literally,
for the sake of the
never
audience.
met a person like him. It's true. I never met a person like that. Sorry is very correct is an evergreen comment. So thank you.
Oh crap.
Hey, when the character jumps, should it like make them slide and drift forward, and then the longer they held that, the more they jump higher to drift even further past the place they were trying to go?
Great idea.
It's a stellar plan. Thank you.
You're getting a promotion.
No, once oh god, once Nagoshi's gone, you get the Yakuza franchise.
Oh no. You know, I'm finally putting a Yakuza game on my streaming docket.
Oh yeah, which one?
I'm gonna play through 4, which has always been my favorite.
I see. Here's the thing, Eno. Last year, because again, I don't trust people when they talk about these things, because a lot of people just, I notice a lot of things in videos that most people don't, in pixels and video and stuff in general. I have an enlarged optic nerve, and I'm definitely on the spectrum. So between one or both of these things, I have more acuity in that sense. So I bought a 4K OLED that has a 1080p 480 hertz mode. And while I can tell you that I can notice the difference between 240 hertz and 480 hertz because it presents itself as a, wow, yeah, it just disables its ability to be hit if you go slightly past it. That's so rude.
Not sure it's even that.
Now, the question is, if we go past it and it engages him removing the hitboxes, does that mean he's just going to go into this mode every time and we should just wait on a platform?
Well, this happens.
No, I meant the lava part. But what I was going to say is technically you can notice it because at 480 hertz, the motion...
The silver came back.
Thank God. Now, if I knew why, that would be stellar. You can notice more resolution in the thing you're looking at because it's blurring less to your eye. But rendering 480 frames per second to do that is absurd because that's not the real solution. That's a brute force hack caused by an industry that won't solve the actual problem, which is sample and hold blur. Oh, you're underneath the platform.
Fantastic.
Oh, God.
I'm so glad that that's possible.
Which, that CRT beam shader I was talking about earlier, where it scans in the image across the screen, that's the stuff like that is the real solution. The real solution is to have processing in these OLEDs to mimic stuff like CRT. Oh yeah, no, raising frame rates on video games makes them less latent. So it also makes them easier to control and, you know, esports perform in.
Try telling that to apologists.
It also makes the frame gen concept completely lose all, like, it can't hold water because it doesn't reduce latency. Sorry.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
Sorry. Once TA gets applied, it's blurry no matter what screen you use. I think that's the bigger problem. I mean, yeah, that's part of why, you know, when detrimental...
It's basically impossible to hit all three and not get hit.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I certainly didn't get that down by the end of beating this boss on our playthrough. I just had to have rings when I went into it because it will land a barrel on you as though you're a war.
Yeah.
It's weird that Sonic's strongest foe is the storage shelf in the transporter bay that shakes and drops the barrel on him like war.
I'm sorry that I'm not personally interacting with chat much, but this fight is a lot.
It's okay. They understand.
I hope they do.
This boss has no honor.
But what I was going to say is, like, when Digital Foundry brings up the detriments of PSSR, the PS5 Pro deep learning temporal AA thing, it's frustrating to me because they're like, it has sizzling and it looks mildly lower resolution on things that get God, it's so hard to say. Unobfuscated. Which I don't care about that. I care about blurriness and ghosting. And since it solves blurriness and ghosting, I'm like, okay, good. This is the bottom line acceptable tier. Anything worse than this is terrible. Especially FSR. FSR 4 seems like it might look... It seems like it looks good. But yeah, what a generation. We kind of like ruined how games look for no real reason. We didn't do it. You know, graphics engineers did, but, you know. Anyway.
Well, we also did that before when we first switched to deferred rendering, in my opinion. I get why, just, you know.
Well, feel free to elaborate. I'm sure chat would love to be interested, or would like to know. If it distracts you too much, don't worry about it.
I feel like you would probably be better at explaining something like this than me when I'm in the middle of something like this.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Basically, the difference between forward rendering and deferred rendering is that you're rendering once on the screen what is visible, and then later you're shading it in passes. Seriously, though, if Sonic had a gun, this boss would have been finished immediately. Shadow could have handled this.
And there's a lot of downsides to deferred rendering in terms of how something looks, but at the same time, it has huge performance. It's much better in terms of making a game that's performant and looks good overall, I think. There's trade-offs.
It saves you a lot of performance, not only in shading, but also in, like, rendering in other ways. Because you're not wasting horsepower on things you can't see.
Yeah, and in traditional forward rendering, you would also be, in many cases, spending a lot of CPU on rendering that you shouldn't really need to, because it couldn't be fully offloaded to the GPU.
That thing we can basically do now.
Yeah. Well, nowadays we're trying to offload everything to the GPU, which may not be good.
Uh-huh.
I do not like this ring pattern.
No, it's kind of mean. It's extremely mean. It's extremely mean. Sonic and the Secret Rings. That's my review. Don't trust me. Stick your hand in the blender. Ba-doop boop.
I feel like my IQ has gone down doing this fight.
That's
And the fact
experience.
is, it is specifically designed so that you will get hit if you hit it. Like, it only seems to drop them, like, where you will get hit by them. I don't know what the intended strategy is here, besides grab rings. And
What
occasionally
blew up-
he gets hit for no reason, apparently.
Yeah, what in the world? I never saw that. That's weird.
どうしたらいいのかしら。
I doubt he knows either.
フリートが体を沈めるから溶鉱炉の水面が上昇するわ。気をつけて。
Yeah, the initial switch to deferred rendering resulted in a lot of games looking absolutely terrible, and us basically not having anti-aliasing for a while.
The interesting thing is, in order to do this machine learning stuff, they need a ton of memory bandwidth in these machines. Like the PS5 Pro has a rather outsized increase to memory bandwidth because it needs to for that. And the 5000 series GPUs from NVIDIA do the same. They insanely increase memory bandwidth compared to prior generations. So what I find amusing about this is, hey, if anyone's making a game and you're not using the machine learning stuff, you sure do get a lot of memory bandwidth.
There's that.
And since engineering these things to use these things that will inherently need a lot of memory bandwidth is whether or not we don't get a choice about it at all. It is the future of hardware design. I think it's interesting that we just have a lot of memory bandwidth now. Because for the longest time, they were like, oh, we can't do really good transparencies because it eats tons and tons of memory bandwidth because you got to check the alpha and all these other things. And now transparencies are problematic because temporal AA can't deal with it at all because it doesn't have a motion vector. So chat, if you look through a pane of glass in a video game with temporal AA, the motion vector of the glass is completely still and the things behind it move. And because of that, it can't predict the things behind it because it's only got the motion vector of the glass in a lot of these cases. So it'll look lower resolution than everything else around it. Anyways, I hope you enjoy my brain worms. I'm going to give you a primer course for looking at video games and going, ugh. Is this the course I could sell online?
Crap. I was already set to jump, so there was nothing I could do anymore.
You just slowly slid off because that's the game. That's how it controls for whatever reason. Okay.
Like, you have to charge up your jumps, and yet you're also committed to them when you do them, which is a really messed up combination.
It's such a specific duo of ideas that are so sinister. Oh, it just started pouring rain out of nowhere.
Oh, I like rain.
It's
Give
very
some of that over
soothing.
here.
Sure, let me just...
Is he still alive? Oh no. I thought...
This is it.
This is the ultimate.
Thank you, Keanu.
Is this chaos control?
Is that what chaos control is? Which is just an obvious mistranslation of, was that chaos control? Because the BioLizard used it. And he's surprised.
Chaos control, Deska?
Oh man, could you
Where's
imagine
that damn
Keanu
fourth
voicing himself
Chaos
in the
Emerald?
Japanese English option on the Shadows DLC? That'd be so good.
Oh god, oh god. Of course. Fool that I am, thinking that maybe... Thank you for the
Thank
follow.
you for the follow. Is this an Arabian Nights thing? Yeah, the giant fire mech named Ifrit. Very Arabian Nights. Yes!
Oh my god,
Good job,
thank god.
Sarah.
Thank god. So, was this the other boss?
Do you want my answer?
That means
No.
it's not.
It's not. It's not. There's a chance you won't have as much trouble as I did with the other terrible, horrible boss. He was. I do not like him. I do not like him one
This is
bit.
like
He was
taking
glitching
candy
out
from
and
a
all sorts
baby,
of stuff.
which
Oh.
is fine by me.
Fantastic.
But you did good. You got this down. And that was faster than the prior boss. Decreases the amount of charge time for a jump. Maybe I could just jump really high, game. What
Yeah.
if that?
Yeah. What if it didn't have to charge?
What if I did a chargeless jump game?
Spaghetti.
Oh no. Doki Doki?
I'm just going to translate that as Doc Doc.
Ah, yes, the Doc robot.
まさか時限爆弾で後で爆発するなんて。
どんどん速くなってる。
No! そりゃまずいぜ。急いで脱出だ。どこか広い場所で爆発させないと。
I feel like he added a few U's to that no.
No.
A bomb.
It's a bomb.
God,
So
there's
you
still
do.
2 places.
Yeah, so what happens is now we're going to do a level where we run out of there. Yeah, it's beat the clock. And then that should be the last level in this area, if I remember correctly. And obviously, this is not as bad as the 2 bosses.
So these remaining 2 areas, are they full areas?
Oh my god, JC, a bomb!
Both of them?
We do have a lengthy amount of game left. The first area is a full area. The second area, I don't believe actually is. I think we barely do anything there.
Okay.
I think it's like...
I had a feeling it might be like that.
It's like that, huh? It's so weird because, you know, I didn't get to see Sarah run into this level on the prior stream. But I feel like they made all of this for this one level. And it's not like a major retread of a prior level.
Yeah, it doesn't ring any bells.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my favorite thing. Shimmying. Chat, who be up shimmying?
No,
Yeah,
I've only
no,
got
this
2
music is
minutes
good.
left.
Yeah, it's a long one.
Together we're gonna rock this place, Nyan.
Oh, come on.
And the time just,
Just didn't reset and yeah.
早くここから脱出しなきゃ。
One second, I think I can shimmy.
Good. Yes, I could somehow make that out because I have really good peripheral vision. As I've mentioned a couple times. Like, just like how you've got your large optical nerve or whatever, I've got really good peripheral vision specifically. To the point I'm often reading chat.
Lenses.
Basically. Like, whenever I'm doing anything, I can generally read chat out of the corner of my eye, even if I'm playing like a shmup.
Yeah, I'm not that capable in that way. However, if something visually looked incorrect in the corner of my eye, I hone in on it immediately. Which was terrible when You may recall the saga of me thinking my 4090 had like memory problems because Chrome would just corrupt. And then one day, either NVIDIA or Chrome updated something and it never did it again. So, thanks. Scaring me for a year plus.
Well, I sure wish they would fix the crash in Fortnite that exists on some GPUs right now.
Tell me about it. I wish they would fix that because, as we were talking about, that's probably also the same problem that Marvel Rivals is happening, and I enjoyed playing that game.
Yeah, and there is a workaround, and it is screwed up. I'm not talking about the one that I told you before. I'm talking about one that works 100% of the time on the Fortnite issue.
Oh, really?
Turning off reflex.
Oh, that sucks.
Right? What the?
For anyone who doesn't know, reflex is something NVIDIA invented in order to counteract the latency of frame gen. So it's like a really good anti-lag solution.
What's more, it often actually improves performance, despite the fact that ostensibly it should cost it.
Now, is that performance measured in latency or in raw frames?
I'm talking in terms of frames. Not for every game, but for a lot of games, Reflex plus Boost actually improves performance, even if your card was ostensibly running at full clock to begin with. It's strange, but...
That's so sad.
For some it does cost performance straight up, which makes sense. You'd think it would, all the time, but no, sometimes the way that processing has been rearranged to make reflex possible improves performance all around. And it's very funny that it's an option in that case. But I get it.
Yeah, so reflex is like a sort of happy accident that came out of the necessities of the awful technology that is frame generation.
Yep. And, if any game has reflex, you should be using it. But yeah, apparently if you just turn off reflex, Fortnite never crashes, so I assume the same might work on Marvel Rivals, since it seems to be the same issue. In the same engine.
Download Marvel Rivals and find out.
Yeah. I remember trying to convince Masumi to, but it didn't work out at the time. Because Masumi's really been waiting for something in patch notes,
Yeah, that's fair, because, it was upsetting to just be having a great time and crash.
And it was affecting her more than you. Like, it was affecting both of you, but for her it was more constant, right?
Well, no, it came for me. It was just, imagine it was half as much. So Masumi would crash 5 times, I'd crash 2.
Yeah. Which, that is still a very significant difference.
Do you remember the final tally, Masumi? Because I think you were something like 7 or 8, and then I was something like 3 or 4. And that was over hours of playing, but it's so upsetting. I did look at the VOD to see when we changed over to the minigame thing, like when we actually hit credits. Oh, this is okay, never mind. Because I actually pulled up the VOD to look at this level because I wanted to know how close we got, because it felt like we got close, but I needed to know.
Okay.
So it was 8 hours and 41 minutes. So we only spent about 40 in the minigame stuff. Chad, I'm now scrolling through my VOD of playing this game, remembering all the cool places and all those fantastic faces. All around me are familiar places. Terrible places.
Yeah, I'm eager for us to ever be able to play Marvel Rivals again, if it ever happens.
Yeah, I need to check, because I really did enjoy playing that with you and Masumi and other friends.
Even if I do still want to get you into Fortnite with me, because I really enjoy that game.
Yeah, I'm ready for Fortnite. I got my guitar ready and everything.
Yeah, I mean, we played that once.
Yeah, we should play that again.
I would happily.
Oh, okay. I misread
Did you know another manufacturer released a guitar?
I did, but I didn't want to let myself really engage with that because I didn't want to spend more money on that because I already feel bad about how much money I spend. And
I mean, you already have a guitar, you don't need another one, but I think it's fantastic that somehow, suddenly, plastic guitars are back.
but the thing is that guitar is the better Guitar Hero design where it clicks instead of doing the Rock Band smush. So, even though technically I don't need it because I already have one, it sure would be nice to have durability.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. But no, we're getting that OLED later this year, and so that's like the major investment we're making all year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the main reason I had to keep away from even acknowledging it.
Because, you know, two of the big games I play in my spare time are Fortnite and Dead by Daylight, and I don't think I'm going to Dead by Daylight kill you.
Nope. Especially not with me chugging so many movie franchises and TV shows all at once.
Like, I love that game, but I know it's an acquired taste. Because Masumi, like, eventually bounced off of it after getting her into it briefly. Eltriac seems to dig it.
Yeah, Eltriac plays a decent amount of multiplayer experiences. Oh my god. So, yeah, you were right at the end that one time, I'm sorry.
Oh?
I just needed to know, yeah.
What do you mean?
So the timer ran out when we were right there.
Ah.
One of these runs literally was in the last room.
Man.
Which it took us a few tries to. Yeah, I don't understand. Sonic, you okay? It seems like you got hyper repetitively concussed there. Man, it's amazing how many of those launcher rings are just traps more than anything. Because if you have a decent speed here, doing a good slide jump is actually better than waiting for that. Well, then again, it takes you all the way to there, but even still, I bet you would save a little time. So annoying.
And this one
but
depends.
yeah.
If you get a perfect shot like that, it's good.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, what I was trying to say is Eltriac plays Helldivers.
Oh.
I still haven't played Helldivers with Eltriac.
I haven't either.
Helldivers is really good. I need to play some more again, but again, it's absurd that I just haven't even worked on this year's backlog of games because I want to stay ahead of it this year. We just have to abolish Game of the Year. That's the real solution.
But unironically. Because, like, I know you're joking, but yeah, do it. Because it takes a toll on you.
It really has me looking at time differently the entire year. Yeah. I especially want to try these things on this, again, because this mouse is so different. Like, it's a different size.
I can dig it.
Yeah, see? You did it. Yeah, that was the room you made it to, and, like, those steel boxes at the beginning just barely covered the goal sign, so we couldn't see it.
Yeah.
You almost got it on, like, your first real run. Technically, your second.
Right.
Yeah.
Super quick air.
I don't like that name. So this is why it's called the Skeleton Dome. Look at these rings. They're coming to us so fast.
すべての怒りが封印してあるようだ。
怒り？
どうやらリングにはいろいろな感情の力が封印されている。これには怒りの力が。さて、次はどうする？
ソロモン王に会いましょう。魔人たちはもともとソロモン王によって封印されていたんです。この異変はきっとソロモン王にも関係があるはずです。
オーケー。
Okay.
Yeah, I just love Sonic's Japanese voice. I always have. It's just sincerely a very good voice actor with a very good voice for the character.
You know, I sit there and think about, I wish I owned both versions of Sonic X. And instead I accidentally owned 2 copies of Sonic Boom.
Oh, man. I recall it wasn't even your mistake. It just kind of happened, right?
No, it just kind of happened that I have 2 Blu-ray sets of Sonic Boom. Yeah, I appreciate this mouse so far just because it's really plain, but I can, like, just using it, you immediately can tell it's really responsive and good. I don't want RGB lights. I don't need all these extra functionalities. I just want a decent mouse.
Yeah, I turn off most of the RGB stuff that I have. The only thing I have on is the keyboard, and I, like, have it subtle, you know? Like, most of the caps are colored such that if you weren't, like, in the dark, you might mistake it as those are just the cap colors. Like, these, it just has slightly purple text. Sure, that makes sense. Aside for, like, having, like, a CPU gauge on my F keys and RAM gauge on my number keys, that kind of thing.
So you know how the captions, I got them working for OBS?
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to format Windows, so it broke it?
Yeah.
I had my RGB stuff turned off, but because of everything I went through with the motherboard and everything else, the front RGB's been on again since this most recent install.
Oh man, and you still don't have the captions installed again.
No, I
either.
still don't have that. I need to fix that.
Yeah, please do.
Luckily.
I would really appreciate.
Yeah, luckily it doesn't take that long. I should probably get to it
Yeah.
after the stream.
Yeah, like with the document I wrote about it, I think it's a pretty easy process since it removes all the questions you might have.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of stuff in here that just has me like, why is this not base kit?
Uh-huh. That's all it is. It's just chock full of things that you go, that's just how it should be.
Yeah.
Why isn't it like this? So if somebody out there does make their idealized version of this game, please have a different mode where it just plays in an ideal way from the get.
Yeah.
Because, man, as cool as the skill system is conceptually, they've done the worst thing possible with it.
Yeah. It's tearing apart your skill set and making you worse just so they can sell you the upgrades. Except at least it's not for real money, but like, this is a thing that actually happens in real life too, you know. What, this is not snow? It's ash. This is a place of complete and utter death.
Hey, that tornado's blowing a car!
It's what?
It's blowing a car. It's like a wind, not in a not in a different way. It's Pompeii. No, this isn't that song. This is a different song. In fact, they sound nothing alike. I'm confused how you'd get those mixed up.
All the songs that have somebody like talking quietly in the background end up making me think, wait, did I leave a window open?
What I really love is that when it came to the Persona 5 soundtrack, they talked about like, oh yeah, no, we had an English singer because Japanese players don't consider that distracting because they're singing English, right?
Right.
And then if you notice, Metaphor has singing, but it's Buddhist chants. And it's really fucking good. But that to me just immediately made me think of that comment. And I was like, oh, that's like really good. That's really good that their solution was, well, okay. What if this? What a powerful soundtrack. Metaphor soundtrack is so good.
My feelings on Persona vocals is, what if you could toggle them?
You'll never hear it at all.
Although, don't get me wrong, that Lotus Juice concert was great.
Yeah. Whoa. Sonic, what was that? Sonic's like, if I channel the momentum to go 90 degrees to the left instantly, and I'm like, what do you do? What? What? This is a really good camera angle.
Oh no, the spike ball is still there. No.
No.
Oh my god.
Someone in chat asking if metaphors like SMT again, though. Well, no. No, you don't have any of the like convincing demons to work for you and other things that you think of, you know.
Also, apparently status effects are bullcrap in Metaphor, where in Persona they really, really matter, and same for SMT as a whole.
Sometimes bosses just don't care. They just don't care. They're like, I simply wouldn't. And then you go, well, shucks.
Although basically no one's played them. I've been making RPG Maker games my whole life, and all I gotta say is you gotta make stuff like status effects matter if you don't want the game to devolve into mashing attack.
What if I like mashing attack?
Then I provide an easy mode for people like you, so...
Oh, I see. We have an Xbox for people like you. It's called the Xbox 360.
So yeah, you ever play one of my RPG Maker games, just play it on easy, you're fine.
That was a joke. I actually don't. Generally speaking, I don't mash attack in RPGs. I'm trying to think of if there's any... I'm trying to think of if there's any where I definitely did do something like that. Oh, come on. At least the checkpointing is generous here, unlike a lot of the prior levels.
Yeah.
Yes, that Don Matrick interview was insane. He literally said, just don't buy our new product. Microsoft really was on the goop then, and still are, but at least they don't say simply don't buy our new product. Except for, no, they kind of do that by saying everything's an Xbox.
Goop? You mean like Gwyneth Paltrow's thing?
Oh, I forgot about that.
What the? Camera?
Okay, we're good. It was a cool looking shot. Gameplay be damned.
These are Dragon Quest enemies. What the hell?
They are 100%. Can we have an Xbox compatibility layer in Windows yet? No, because they can't. Microsoft isn't bold enough to enforce every motherboard manufacturer to include the stuff they put into the Xbox One, or yeah, the Xbox One to make it back compat with the 360 and stuff.
I feel they still could do something like that convincingly. It would just, you know, they did that for performance reasons above all. There are ways to do it. It's a shame Xenia isn't getting particularly good, though.
Yeah, I feel like there's probably definitely an advantage to have a hardware level solution for stuff like that. You know, there's a reason the PS3 isn't emulated on a PS5 yet. It's simply not easy to do cross ISA high performance emulation.
Yeah,
it's doable, but oof.
It's more doable on PC simply because, you know, you've got more to work with on PC and don't have to worry about the exact specifications, but at the same time, you do have to worry about the rest. And having just a bespoke hardware solution results in cutting out all of those concerns at once.
Yeah, which the sad thing is, it's like, I would understand Microsoft not enforcing a thing like that if it weren't for the fact they just enforced the TPM module thing, you know?
Despite the fact that it is really not necessary at all for Windows to function, but they try to pretend it is.
And then there's like zero gain from it, too, for your average person.
Well, there's never going to be any gain from it from your average person unless their only concern is security.
Not to sound black-pilled, audience, I think putting security as a high level of concern for many different things is pointless, and you shouldn't make big sacrifices in the name of security in a lot of these cases.
Yeah, it should be a bonus. If it just happily lines up, great. but stuff like TPM does not just happily line up. And we're getting to the point where Windows 10 is almost out of support, and everybody using Windows 10 theoretically should be upgrading because of this, even though Windows 10 still, unfortunately, has tons of problems. But, like, your granny using a PC, she's gonna have trouble when that happens, because she's gonna get phishing emails, and it's gonna be too new of stuff for Windows to protect her from. That's gonna happen, sadly. Really, only power users should be staying on Windows 10, and the fact that TPM is required makes that a problem.
Yep. Sure does.
What the?
So you're flying up to jump out to homing attack the top guy because your jump elsewise wouldn't be high enough.
Yeah, I can see that now, but poorly telegraphed, right?
I just wish there was a fast way to start moving in this, like, because dodging those spikes isn't hard notionally.
Well, there are skills that make you start faster again when you land. What the hell Dragon Quest is this?
It's almost like this was made for a very different game. Strange. Good job.
I sure am an expert at getting out of situations I shouldn't have gotten into.
Man, look at all these skeletons in this dome.
So this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome. Oh, great, they come back.
Yeah. Cool. That's great. That's exactly what we wanted.
Wasn't paying attention to what was said to me.
He spoke Japanese.
Well, that's not a problem.
No, I'm just saying, in case you were wondering, I hope that gets you up to speed.
My assumption was just that since the first one had red eyes, then the red eyes must be the correct one from then on.
Yep.
Why are you slowing down? What? Okay.
He forgot to lube up his soaps, so he started grinding real hard. Too much friction.
I unironically think it's a really big shame that stuff like soaps don't exist anymore, mostly.
Yeah, it is really depressing that the aesthetic evolution of the last almost 2 decades straight has been, what if we made things more conservative, less remarkable, mostly black? Like when it comes to all sorts of electronics and other things.
Yep.
That sure is a really bad era that no one will ever be nostalgic for.
Oh no, the king is dead.
I miss him already. Just met it. I just wish this game had more menu sounds.
And that it hadn't accidentally used all the menu sounds from Suikoden. I'm not being serious, of course, but like the music cues they use for menu sounds are very Suikoden without being Suikoden.
It's thundering.
Chat says, "Oh hey, this is the guy that cut a baby in half." Thunder, rain, and lightning, danger, water rising. Do you like my singing?
Yeah.
Well, too bad, because I need to AFK and take care of some stuff and get, like, something to nibble on. It won't take me more than, like, 2 or 3 minutes, but, you okay on your own, buddy?
I would also like to go grab something to nibble on, frankly.
Okay, okay. That's fine then. We can do that.
We will be right back. Hey, chat, can you hear me? I assume not, but maybe. Oh, wow. Hello. I got a wonderful dinner of a protein bar.
I got a wonderful dinner of a Milky Way bar.
Did you say a Milky Way bar?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, they're to me.
Oh,
Faker.
no.
You're the faker.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
And you're eating the same
I
protein
think
bar
you're
that
the
I
fake
want to
hedgehog
eat.
around here.
Strange, isn't it? I am not eating a quest bar right now.
Is that what chaos control is?
But I do in fact have many quest bars. Just like I have many me's. Right now I'm eating Robert Irving's Fit Crunch Wafer Chocolate Bar. It's chocolate peanut butter. It's pretty good.
So what if I vaporize this clone? Are you okay with that?
Sure, just make sure you choose the right one.
I'll
Die,
endeavor
monster.
to kill
You
the
don't
prick.
belong in this world.
I'm really nervous, chat.
Damn.
No, I was the real one. Ah! Man, he's dying really slow. It's like so awkward.
He was a good man.
Anyway, yeah, I was the evil
What a
Nyan.
rotten way to die.
I hate video
Bad
games.
Nyan.
I hate video games. I love Wendy's new French fries because Sarah doesn't like them.
Party time!
No!
I'm just evil. Every Halloween, I put rocks inside of candy wrappers to mess with children.
Oh no.
And I love QLED televisions.
QLEDs? Oh my god.
Truly evil.
At least you didn't say plasmas, huh?
Oh, that would be cool. I could go hipster aesthetic on these things. Not even CRT, just plasma. OLEDs. Those aren't as good as plasma.
Remember the days when every video game manual had like a warning not to play it on a plasma because it would burn in?
Yeah, that was weird. I love frame gen. I'm not going to play Half-Life 2 until Half-Life 2 RTX is done. So I'm not going to play Half-Life 2 is what I'm saying. Why, hello there, Blade.
I didn't know that was what was still on that source. I was like,
how are you this evening?
I was like, this source isn't on this scene. I need to put the source on the scene. What else do I have in here? Oh.
That's great. It's Doritos time. It's true. In fact, right now I wish I was. If only the cookout was closer.
Yeah, you know, cheesed burger with the D in there. Cheesed.
I like my burger cheesed. I feel like I'm being tricked here. Is this true?
I do not know. Find out on a future episode of Pinball Lab, I guess. I just poured a bunch of soda on my lap.
Oh no. Oh god. That's awful. I'm sorry.
There was nothing else on my lap, so I am fine.
Let's get blue balls.
Again, this is the back of an official notebook. And it was published by Sony. Not even making that up. And what else do I have in here? You guys seen
Oh,
this?
that's cute.
Even after...
Do you even have any ribbon left? You got it all wrapped around your legs.
It's funny, but even after my outfit changed, most people still prefer to draw me in my magical girl outfit.
Huh. I mean, it is very cute.
Here, I'll just switch over to it for the rest of the stream. It's fine.
Just don't turn too fast.
Why?
No reason.
Why?
Oh my god! Chat! Avert thine eyes! Egad!
What the? That audio transition. I know I'm the one that triggered it, but... Okay, game, you're supposed to respond to my inputs. I'm pressing...
It honestly hasn't been doing a whole lot of that tonight. Why would it start now?
Oh no!
My eyes are over here, chat.
That was me replugging my dolphin bar.
Okay, there we go.
Question all that's known. That's called being a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, that's basically how the X-Files intro ends.
Meow, 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 meow.
So spoopy.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow Mix Files.
Meow, 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 meow.
What was the goal on this one?
Hell if I know.
Okay, bye. Zero rings, the objective type made by a madman. Oh my god. Of course. Did you ever try Kara Quest 64?
Nope.
That demo's out. Really good. I hope this is not yet another indie game that spends forever in development. Given the track record of the developers, I'm hopeful that it won't be.
Well, you know,
And
if you want to see,
they're very light.
if you
They
want to
just
see
bounce
me
it all
play a
down like
game,
blues.
you can probably just ask, and I'll probably actually do it. So,
I assume this applies to everyone in chat.
no. There are a couple people in chat that might apply to, but mostly. I've known you longer than like Twitch has existed, probably. So.
I had a thought just now. Oh,
Whoa.
that was cool. Good job, Sonic. You're so strong. Wow.
Yeah, your thought?
So you know how Stream Deck has that small one that only has 8 buttons, a touchscreen, and 4 knobs?
Yeah?
I think you might be able to tie the value that the knob manipulates to any sort of number stored elsewhere. I'm just
Makes
saying
sense.
you might have some functionality on that you could adjust with the slider with the knob.
You know, a very funny thing is that doesn't work on my new outfit because it was never something I requested to begin with. I found it in the model one day and I was like, Ray, what is this? And Ray was like, I can explain.
Ray's like, I make these things up to spec. I'm sorry. Oh. And just run perfectly through the middle and don't get hit. Why would that be difficult on this horrible control scheme?
Yeah, Sol. This feels like you should be swiping on a touchscreen. No!
Oh no. Oh, thank God.
Okay, so this is actually the easiest Zero Ring mission.
Thank you, chat, for telling us it was the Zero Ring one.
True, true.
Yay! What did I win? Oh, hooray!
Canoe race. So that's when I have a foot race with that level on my team against somebody else, right?
One moment. Which of these are we supposed to do? Knowing this game, we don't have to do... Okay, that's damage 40 enemies. What was... Oh, I think that is the one we're supposed to do next.
The other one is Uhu.
I think Uhu is directly tied to unlocking the actual end of a world. Let me check.
Everything must
Well, this is the iconic level. So we need to do this regardless of whether or not we need to do this.
The iconic level, you say?
Mm-hmm. The single most important level in this entire game.
What if we just made all of the enemies be asleep?
Oh, that's cool. Thank you, game.
Take that, foul fiend! None can stand up to the power of Sonic Drive-In. I've got to workshop that name.
So this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome.
He said it very calmly in Japanese.
Uh-huh.
He basically said, well, I see why they call it the Skeleton Dome. He just said it in a completely normal way.
Let it be known if I disappear that it's the weather. I don't think I will, but I'm worried.
So this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome. Is that sufficient? Is that a good read?
Yeah, whoa. What is happening? Whoa, camera. What in the world? So would you like to know what this level is?
The Skeleton
Okay,
Dome?
there we go. So this level loops, and you're supposed to hit the Roman numerals all in a row on one loop. And he just repeated the line again. That's 3, so we've already missed 2. But we can just run the loop. Okay, I think up there was 4.
Okay.
He just so calmly walked into it that screamed so loud.
Well,
Okay,
that's
so
why
this
they call it the Skeleton Dome.
This one's between those 2 rocks. I don't know where the Roman numeral 2 is, but it's probably near this chest. No. Oh, that's it on the right, I bet, next to the downed skeleton soldiers on this platform. It's got to be somewhere before the 3. Oh my god, this game. Well, Gabe, why do you control like this?
Why are you like this?
Why are you like this? I guess our number 1 point. Oh, hey, there's the 2. Cool. My number 1 point is to kill them all. But the numerals are a part of that, I believe. Yep. We got 3. Oh, cool.
Silly me. For some reason, I started trying to press a button.
Oh, and then that's it up there. Okay, and this'll take us up there? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then I think that activated all the skeletons so you could actually kill 40 enemies now. So whatever you do, don't die now, or we'll have to redo all the Roman numerals and then kill them all again. Because this game is very kind. It's extremely generous.
It's very kind. This game, I've never seen a game that was this generous.
What is... Why did the skeleton... Oh.
I'm really glad that this game is so forgiving.
Mm-hmm. Really, they capitalized on what the Wii is and made the most casual, friendly Sonic game of all time. Good job. So this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome.
I see. So this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome. No!
If this game controlled sanely at all, this would be a cakewalk. But they made one of the video games of all time.
They sure did.
No!
What?
Spinning
Sonic didn't
Jack
even say
appears.
anything. There wasn't even like a death animation. It just faded to black like a discretionary shot.
We need Sonic to yell Abunai.
Is that what chaos control
Oh my
is?
god!
Abunai! Also, what if this level just played Super Beast? I'm just saying. It's a pretty good song.
What if it played Super Beast?
Hmm?
Super Beast.
That's what I said.
I thought you said Super Beef.
Sorry, my de-esser's probably working overload. Super Beef.
Yeah. If you just said Super Beast, it sounded like Super Beef again.
Yeah, let me lower my de-esser a little bit. See, normally I do this in software. This tuning was designed for a completely different mic.
Right.
I've been using it for my lavalier mic.
Langolier
Now I'm
mic.
not,
Got it.
Cut it. Now I'm not because I gave up and I just use my Quest 3 for VR chat now. Even though it makes me feel like I have an eye condition. Because the pancake lens there has tons of glare. which the Quest 2 doesn't even have.
Man, so no more PSVR, huh?
I use it on PS5. On PC, I don't know. I have the whole electric shock thing, and it caused enough problems in Windows, which I need to stress Windows caused enough problems where it's much easier to just rely upon virtual desktop and a wireless connection.
Man, so you ended up finding the Quest 3 to be the best option after all that.
It's a compromise. I don't...
Best
in
option
many
doesn't
ways.
have to mean good.
Mm-hmm. The PSVR 2 shocked you, Dan? No, I shock everything around me, is the problem. And electronics, not sure if you knew this, don't really appreciate that.
Yeah, it was an issue when we were like getting ready for Sonic Adventure 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because when I used the Dreamcast controller, I would shock the Dreamcast controller, and then it would crash the whole Dreamcast. So it would literally restart the Dreamcast. It would, like, reset it. So then I had to use a wireless controller option, and then it didn't map the stick well at all, and it was miserable. Anyways, if you see me in a fancy new chair, that will be why. It's not because I'm so decadent as to thinking I need an even better chair. It's because I can't have a chair covered in fabric or that will keep happening. Believe me, I'd rather not do it. That's something I've also known I need to do for months and just haven't because it costs money and a decent amount. That's right, chat. I'm a conduit. I'm not the kind of conduit that would blow up a grandma, but I am a conduit.
Conduit? You mean like like Chinese people?
No.
So like Russia?
I also don't mean a Wii shooter. I beat you to it, Masavi. Ha ha ha. So have you figured out why they call it the Skeleton Dome yet?
Not sure. It mostly seems to have spikes, actually.
So this is why they call it the Spike Emporium.
While walking into the store where Dr. Wily shops.
Mm-hmm. He's in the alien getup, just floating around the room.
So this is why they call it Adventure Island.
So this is why they call it a dead mall. Then you edit
Ouch.
Sonic into a dead mall.
Honestly, you wouldn't have to change a screenshot of this area too much.
It's true.
You just have to add like a hot topic. Sparrow, yeah. Just have a hot topic, a Sparrow, maybe a Spencer's. Thanks, game, because I could totally back up fast enough to evade that. I just chose not to.
You never realized why they call it the Skeleton Dome? Yeah.
Orange Julius was absorbed by some other company, I think, a restaurant. They serve the
Dairy
Orange
Queen
Julius's now.
If I remember correctly, Dairy Queen and Orange Julius are owned by the same company. Whatever the deal is there, I don't know. Oh, come on, game. Why are you so mean?
So this was the boss fight you were talking about, right? Right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
See, I'm too smart. I figured it out.
Yeah, it was a ploy. The boss is a metaphor.
Fantasio.
Mm-hmm. It was really funny when people were like, I think the writing and metaphor was too on the nose, and I'm like, the game's called Metaphor. I think the package really prepared you for that with the title.
Naruhodo, skeleton domu da. Dakara skeleton domu ka.
Dakara skeleton domu.
So this is why they call it a metaphor.
Yes, as you receive the brick to the face. You're like, so this is why the game was called Metaphor. The Metaphor Dome. So the next game you play for Sonic Month, it won't be as rude as this, right?
I am either playing like Sonic Forces next or Cream 64.
Well, neither of those are rude, so that's good. So
Sonic
this is why it's
Forces
called Rude Jerk Emporium.
Sonic Forces is rude like once. During like one of those classic Sonic levels that has really screwed up physics.
Uh-huh.
I wish there were an easily accessible ring.
Mm-hmm.
None of this is good, Vector. That's why it's called War.
That's why it's called War.
Okay, next switch.
Why doesn't Sonic have an Estus flask?
They sold out.
That's when you go back the next day,
Naruhodo.
Sonic.
Skeleton Dome. I keep skipping Dakara.
Dakara.
Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Dakara skeleton dome ka.
That's right, Disaster Millennial. Even Sonic the Hedgehog wants them to make the Switch 2 already. That's why he's asking for the next Switch. Oh, what? So you know how sometimes YouTube channels will get the rights to older movies and just put the movie up on YouTube for a limited time? I think Craven should have already hit that tier along with Morbius. I think it should just be on YouTube for people to watch.
It should just be in the same category as Grandpa movie.
I thought this was Spider-Man! Why is this guy doing something that says have sex? When Spider-Man showed up?
Yay!
Sonic? Sonic, what are you doing?
He's working on his moonwalk.
Finally.
Aha. Oh ho! Okay, be nice, game. Don't be rude.
Don't be evil. That's a rule anyone can obey.
We have now removed this guideline from Sonic's programming.
Oh no! Why am I locked onto something that's in the floor?
I don't know. Oh no! I guess it was him! He's why it's called the Skeleton Dome!
Naruhodo! Dakara skeleton dome ka.
No! Oh, naruhodo. No! Why? Masumi's grateful this isn't on the GameCube, but then realized it'd probably be playable and maybe okay even on a normal controller.
Yeah.
I guess you're gonna have to do your own Sonic mod.
Frankly, even like playing it on like a tablet or something, if it were an option, would be better.
Oh, vastly.
It feels like it would actually kind of work on a tablet. I did suggest to Masumi that she could play something Sonic, and I could guess since it's my Sonic month.
Ooh.
But I don't think she went for it, so you know.
Well, there aren't any military shooters that feature Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's true. That's true. Well,
She's
Masumi,
currently
how
trying
about
to get through all that.
how about Sonic the Hedgehog 1?
Sonic. That's true. She does need to play. What was it? The collection. That's the Mega Collection, right? That's
Right.
on the GameCube. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Sonic 3 and Gun? Or do you mean Sonic 3 and GUN?
This is an important distinction.
Actually, if it were GUN, it would be a military shooter. That's true, Masumi.
You know
And
what?
I would.
Maybe
Yes.
Shadow the Hedgehog technically is a military game. I mean, you even try to assassinate the president.
It's true.
That's in that game.
I think it might be close enough.
And a single route of it isn't even that long.
Yeah, it's not like Masumi's rules require the good ending. You just have to roll credits.
Which is really short, actually.
Yeah,
I think it's like 3 hours tops.
that sounds generously long.
Mm-hmm.
Because depending on the route, it can be much shorter.
Soka.
そうだね。
そうだね。
そうですよ。
Sarah, did you know Sebmol has a donation goal that's inching closer to doing all 250 routes of Shadow the Hedgehog? That's horrible.
He will regret it.
Like most things he does. Like Mr. Do.
Well, the thing with this one is, like, even if he thinks that he grasps the amount of undertaking that is, he doesn't.
I think playing through a game 250 times is... Oh, God. So, have we figured it out? Have we figured out why it's called the Skeleton?
Nah.
This is someone after seeing how that new Atelier game looks and runs on the Switch. Okay, next Switch. I'm really glad they have a way to cancel out of that charge jump. That's really great. I'm glad they thought of that. If they didn't, this game would certainly be a bear to deal with.
What if I told you they do?
But not if you're sliding. Can you cancel out of the slide?
Kind of.
Objective binary, no one else in the Sonic universe can read. So no one else can read the Arabian Nights book that Sonic is in right now. So we don't have to answer such questions.
Yeah.
Source, I watched the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and they make a joke about Tails can't read. That's my source.
And if Tails can't read, nobody can read.
Is there a story reason for why Sonic can't turn around and then Masumi says he'll turn to salt if he looks back? Yes, it's true. This game takes place near Gamora.
This is the biblical version of Arabian Nights.
Oh, it'd be so good to do that. We inserted Sonic into these Bible stories.
I would unironically enjoy that, even though I know it would be the bad kind of Kino, you know?
Mm-hmm. Instead of it being amusing and these Bible characters are just like, wow, Sonic the Hedgehog, you're so cool. It would be way too focused on being proper, like... I'm sorry, this is a little word for it. Proper, like, propaganda material. Like, it literally would be about conversion, sincerely, instead of it just being a fun trip through these stories.
Yeah, that's the impression I get.
I love... Oh, so this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome.
Made you nervous there, didn't I? Got hit anyway, though.
Anxiety inducing.
Inducing?
It induced anxiety.
Nobody has to induce it in me. I just have it. Oh, crap. Uh-oh.
Game.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome.
Naruhodo.
Sakura Skeleton Dome Top. How's it going, Dragon Duchess? How's it going, Raiders? Welcome on in.
We're currently finding out why this is called the Skeleton Dome. This is one of the most iconic levels in this game. We need to get 3 more enemies killed. Oh, there's one. There's 2. And then the final one will probably stand after this. So this is why they call it the Skeleton Dome. That was the last guy.
Is it though?
Yeah.
Oh, he finally stood up.
Uh-huh. He waits so that way he can be the last one, so he can do that. Good job.
So he can call himself Final Skeleton.
Meow, 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 meow.
Charger.
Surge in this game?
Man, I forgot about frickin' Time Break and how completely horrifying it is.
Uh-huh. The whole frame rate of the game just tanks in a way that makes you worried it's gonna crash.
Not just that, everything goes black and white, there's a heartbeat thumping loudly, it's like a horror scene.
It's really funny.
Combine that with the lowered frame rate, and it's like legitimately scary. I mean, like horror.
I'm just glad we figured out why it was called the Skeleton Dome. That's all.
Rickshaw, I wish I could drink a 90s soda Surge again, as well as Kick.
I don't know if I ever drank a Kick.
It was like Surge, but better.
Am I crazy, or was Mellow Yellow good back then? 'Cause I don't like it now.
I never had a Mellow Yellow back then. This looks like somebody left a Cheerio under the couch for too long.
It would have played that musical cue when you found it, too. You would have looked under the couch and then... Ding, 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 ding. Sonic seeing the ring. Why are you white?
You can't just ask somebody why they're white.
It has this ring. All the colors of the rainbow. and white, which isn't a freaking color.
White is every color.
And thus it is no color.
Yeah, but Nyan, all colors matter.
Now, see, here's the thing. If the color shows what you reflect, by being white, doesn't that mean you're technically no color?
It means every color, obviously. Unless we're painting.
Yeah, additive and subtractive always hurt my brain. Then the primaries of monitors and computer graphics being completely different from the primaries for other stuff.
Well, I'm American, so I didn't take primary school.
But she's got jokes. Check out this streamer. Give her a follow. Come on now.
Oh, you.
Oh.
Oh, right. This was one of those don't get defeated missions.
Well, good job.
I forgot. Naruhodo. Dakara skeleton dome ka.
Dokara skeleton dome da.
You just made an accidental pun. And, like, I'm here for it.
Now, the real mystery, as ever with this game, was that level necessary? Because it has specific levels it wants you to do, but then it won't actually really guide you towards them. It's not that one. I don't think. Yep, it's
Find
that
the
one.
king's bones.
Yeah, we need to find his bones. Because we killed the 40 guys, and then it unlocked the bones one, and now we do the bones one. But here are all these other levels to confuse you to extend your playthrough. Yes, we are in fact in that zone, chat.
Oh boy.
I honestly thought the bone sound was like pouring a sound effect for pouring water in a glass, and I was like, oh, is that a hydration routine? Nope.
It was for crunchy water.
I wonder if his bones... One moment. Oh, okay. No, they're giant and they hang out. Okay, cool. I thought it may have been in the block.
It's a big maze.
It is a big maze. This one's a little bit less maze-like than most levels, though. What? They're giant and they hang out. Is this not objectively correct?
At least the
Luckily, this
checkpoints.
level- Yeah, I was going to say, luckily, this level features an amazing technology called any checkpoints.
Literally at all.
Mm-hmm. So, if I'm remembering correctly, in the final world, there are 3 real levels, if even. I think that's right. Here, I don't remember how many more we have to go. What if they're just 11 bone men? Luckily, I'm in a safe space, so Sora will allow me to reference bone men. I'm sorry, that was a one-way trip.
Apparently. If only Trip were here.
Have you ever played the game Trip World?
No.
I have not either. I need to. I also need to play Euphoria.
this is when I just start making games up.
Yeah, there's no such game. Imagine if they just called a game Gimmick. They wouldn't do that, right?
Oh, you got the 5th bone.
I think I duplicated a bone, actually.
Yeah, I don't know where the 5th one came from. Whatever, we'll take it.
What the?
Is that a hand like from... Are we racing it? What is happening? What is happening?
So this is why they call it the skeleton dome.
Imagine if they had an arcade port that was that no one could play, so it was like a tree falling in a forest. That'd be crazy. I'm not huge on collecting retro games or spending a lot of money to access a game basically ever, but oh boy, it sure would be stellar if I could ever get one of those Gimmick boards. I love Gimmick. It's such
Exia
a good
is
video
extremely expensive.
game. Oh yeah, no, I looked at it.
On purpose.
Believe me. Oh yeah, it is.
I hate how they keep licensing exclusive games for the Exia, and nobody's ever going to get to play them because there are no friggin' Exias. You're not going to find them anywhere unless you buy one yourself.
Uh-huh. This makes an even larger imperative for me to get one. So that way people can see it via my streams and also come over and play it.
Well, then you gotta buy the Exia version of Rage of the Dragons. Because the Steam version has nothing that was added or changed.
The problem. I only have 2 kidneys. If I buy both of these things, I will have 0 kidneys left.
Okay, but Bob has kidneys, I think.
Ooh, one moment, you're making a very good point. Oh no.
To what?
They did it to Donut Dodo too? I don't know what Donut Dodo is.
Oh no.
Chad, I don't think Spiff is going to give a kidney so I can get access to Gimmick, the arcade machine.
Nobody said anything about give.
Oh my.
I mean, you've got a bathtub, right?
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Chat, you know how I said I'm deeply appreciative for the smaller niceties in life, and I'm often very emotionally moved by appreciating these things? So I earned me complaining about this. My water heater sucks. It does not have enough hot water for a hot shower. I'm so looking forward to moving. It is like the one thing that's objectively, wow, this really sucks about this place.
That's a shame, and that's not something you really could have foreseen. Like,
No.
even when checking the place out.
No, that's really not something you can predict. That would be funny, though, to do that at the next house tour, or the next place we move into.
Yeah.
Just be like, 1 second, I'm running the shower, and I'm timing this. Which, to be fair, you know, I'm a broken person after 2 years. By the time we move, 2 years straight of dealing with that. Yeah, of course that's something I'm going to care about. Oh, that's awesome, Wesley. Wesley says, by happenstance, I'm getting a new home with my SO, and that's the one thing we are changing. I've never had good hot water.
Huh.
I have, you know, I've lived in a lot of different places, so some places had it better than others, but this is the absolute worst by a country mile. But it's fine. I'm lucky in a lot of ways, so I'm not sitting here being
Yeah,
like,
I guess it was a better place in a lot of ways, just not in that way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. I can sleep at night. Whoa. Or even during the day. Whoa.
You guys are getting sleep?
I am actually, yeah. Yes, I'm getting sleep, and I'm tired of pretending I'm not. So why did we have to run this level just to go back to the king?
Apparently.
Oh, right, because the bones technically were on the way. What is that sound? It's such a weird, like, swee sound as it flies in these numbers. Zwee, zwee, zwee. Forced back to, I assume, Cox Communications from FiOS. Yeah, I'm
That
hoping I
does
don't
suck.
have to. Comcast. Oh, okay. Cox Communications, actually two different words. That's CC. So that's why I thought that one first instead of Comcast.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, see?
So this is your fault.
だが、奴は刈り取ったこの世界の文字から新たな魔人を生み出す。その力、まさに神のごとしじゃ。神だって？
神だって？
ただし、神といえども弱点はある。察するに、奴の正体はランプのせいじゃ。何かの理由で外に出たのじゃろう。元のランプがあれば、奴の力を封じることができるかもしれん。ランプか。失われた物語を元に戻すことは、奪うより強大な力が必要じゃ。
I think after the stream, I'm going to reward myself with cookout, which is to say, it's a day that ends in Y.
It looks like it's Yamano Fubito.
It was funny, I raided Fang. I was like, hey, Fang, I gotta go eat. I'm getting a burger. You want anything? She's like, yeah, give me a burger. I'm like, okay, cool. I'll be right back. Just gotta drive to Cookout. And she's like, oh, Cookout? Never mind. I don't want that burger.
Oh, no.
So much shade.
Oh my god.
It was so funny. I should have clipped it.
So you got roasted just like your food.
No. Oh yeah, I think I brought this up to you, but I'm not sure. I was on Blue Sky while we were at MagFest, and other people at MagFest were like, I took the 1 hour trip to the local cookout as a part of the ritual, the ceremony. And they posted pictures of them and their friends in their hotel eating cookout. I was like, this is hilarious. I didn't realize there was a cookout near there. I was too busy trying the Jollibee. This is just daily life for me. Masame, I feel grateful and like it's an important ceremony every time I go on Thursday. Because we do our podcast day, which is like 10 hours or so of working straight. And then some of the work after that's time dependent. So, you know, because YouTube's got to process Big Think and all that other stuff. So we basically go get food at the cookout afterward. Basmati says, God, that reminds me of people who drive through Oregon to get to an In-N-Out. I've never once seen that In-N-Out. Many people have told me it's overrated.
Well, for me in particular.
Something about how Sonic screams there and it cutting him off.
Yeah.
It was so abrupt.
So, you know, for me, it's all about the fries for reasons that are outside of my control. Well, have you ever been to a Whataburger?
Yeah.
In-N-Out fries are identical to that. Just completely identical. There is no difference.
See, Whataburger has such a wide swing on their fries where they're either actually delicious or they're absolutely like just I don't even want to eat them. So I generally speaking don't really try to get them with anything I get from a Whataburger. I just get the burger.
Basically, it's the very thin, very crunchy fries.
Oh, is that what Whataburger near you is doing? Oh. If that happens here, it's not even like an intentionally crunchy. It's a we burned it. We just straight up accidentally burned it.
Most people, I think, like crunch in their fries. They like their fries for texture more than for the taste of them. But I'm different in that regard. I'm not saying the other people are wrong.
She's not like the other streamers.
I'm not like other streamers. I will disappoint you in every way.
Uh-oh.
Shoot! I forgot, I was killing enemies.
Whataburger fries are just vehicles for their spicy ketchup. You know, I don't even frequently get their spicy ketchup when I go. Sometimes I get the normal ketchup. So, what mission are we supposed to do here now?
Kill 15 enemies. I'm sure you see the problem with this. Because the skeletons apparently cannot be killed.
Uh-huh. Very cool.
But the game has some emergency make an enemy drop from the ceiling buttons, so...
Okay, I just had to go check my playthrough to make sure this was the mandatory next mission, because again, it likes to hide those. Because it's a very rude video game.
A modern port of this game would need to, like, put a slightly different indicator on them.
Uh-huh.
Like, even just have it be a different color. But you could put a star on all the ones that you actually have to do, for example. That would be good. Along with still having the new indicator.
What a fun mission. They all are. One of the weirdest, whitest kids you know skits that won't leave my brain is him flashing back to a conversation he had with his grandmother, and it's him as a child talking to his grandmother, and they start the scene mid-conversation, and so the first word she says is, and they made up this man named Abraham Lincoln, and all of it was made up. And I think about that a lot. They made the whole thing up. Oh, hey, Spadoinkle.
Hey, Spadoinkle.
If I made a dumb empty mall joke, where would I stick that? Sarah, your Discord, I assume, has a fan art channel, right?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to join Sarah's Discord, let me get a link, or we can do this. Oh ho ho. No. Yes. No. Wait. Yes. You can click that and end up over there.
Crap, Sonic. What the?
The world.
The Waldo.
The Waldo. Thank you, Checkpoint, though. And now I'm just thinking again about, I was watching a thing recently, and I cannot remember what. Nope, I remember what. Patreon exclusive content where I have to talk about the Fullbring arc of Bleach. Oh wait, no, that's public now, is it? No, it's public soon. There was some ambiguity in how an important character's powers worked, and so of course I thought about King Crimson. Love it. What? Okay, you only homing attacked one and the other two got out of there. Got it.
Yeah, this whole section has them doing this.
Uh-huh. That doesn't technically mean we're close to the end, because we still have to finish the 1,000-Year Blood War, which they haven't even finished making. And we also need to watch the Bound Arc again, because Aggro didn't watch the Bound Arc.
What? No.
Yep.
Not the bones. What?
What?
I think I killed one of those skeletons.
Yeah, you killed a couple. I don't know how you did.
No problem.
There's not going to be any point where this game says, "Oh wait, no, there might be. Never mind." Hmm.
So.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have it. This is
great,
why they call it an empty mall.
Yeah, we got the Sparrow. We got the Sparrow, the Hot Topic.
Yeah. Oops, I didn't mean to press the music button. I somehow pressed the music button on like my headphones. It's not even a button, it's a gesture.
It's a big maze.
You avoided a work call for this? Good, it was worth it.
Oh, look at this. This plays on the title screen, y'all. We're finally there at the fancy cutscene. The one with money.
The one with the flying palace that looks like a shmup boss.
Oh, yeah. It feels like Kirby might fight this in his own flying ship. There's also a Pokemon movie this reminds me of. Strange.
I've only seen like the first 3 Pokemon movies.
That's fine. I've gained great knowledge, but none of it applicable.
And as a kid, I saw the Digimon movie like 5 or 6 times for some reason.
You big fan of Angela Anaconda?
I don't even know why I saw that movie that many times, but the last time I saw it, they were like, "Hey kid, this is probably going to be our last showing. We've still got this huge stack of Digimon cards, promotional cards. Do you want all these?" And they gave me all of them.
That's awesome. Man, look at this dude. He's
yeah,
so
it's
cool.
Yuga from Zelda.
Wow. He's so handsome. I could fix him.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
I'm better.
See? He said he's better. It's fine.
Wow, it's the menu music. What the?
Yep.
Why did it cut off there?
They didn't render any more of that cutscene. Time limit? That was the exact frame of that cutscene where the check didn't clear.
I like how Chad is like, "Oh yeah, Sonic's dying. We forgot."
Yeah, he's got heartburn.
He sure does. I'll put it another way. He's got an inflamed heart.
Uh-huh.
Cardioitis.
Oh. So this is why they call it the Night Palace. Oh, spooky thunder.
I thought you said it had 3. I know, you were talking about the real missions, but...
Yeah, the ones that aren't completely optional. That's what I recall, but maybe I'm completely grossly wrong and have misled you.
Grossly long. Got it.
Grossly long. Chat, maybe I'm grossly long. Entirely possible. Who knows? Ghostly wrong.
Man, this but with ray tracing.
Look at that. How did they get ray tracing working on this Wii? Isn't that cool? Anyway, time to sneak a look at this.
Oh no!
I love that it's like this really cool wall run straight into a really dumb shimmy.
Yes! Also,
wow.
that particular sound when you pick up a silver ring, I've heard that in Game Center CX. It was the sound when they had Irino open presents during his 24-hour birthday challenge where he did Pilot Wings. They played that sound to indicate that he needed to open a present, like to stop what he's doing and open a present.
Oh, wow. I'm just remembering my Pilot Wings triple marathon.
Oh.
Where I was really nervous about Pilot Wings on SNES, and then I just aced it. I did better on stream than I did off stream, as crazy as that is. My God, Sarah, good job. Jesus. You stopped perfectly right in front of that spike.
Yes.
You know, the cool thing about doing reflections like this... Oh, yeah, let's back that up. Back it up. You know what? We'll take that, because that spike ball no longer a problem. See ya, Pud. Yep. But the cool thing about it is the reflection isn't even noisy.
Yep.
Oh, Lord. Look at this.
These are random somewhat.
I think they are literally physics. Like, they're not programmed to roll a certain way. They literally got physics working on this or something, or Havoc.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, yeah, because they don't fall in a consistent pattern. I noticed this on a couple other levels. Man, the fire enemies are the worst ones because they will hit you unless you hit them from behind or they're not firing. It doesn't really matter if you touch the fire. It only matters if you hit them from behind or not, basically.
Hey, Sarah.
Yeah?
Can you list 5 games that would be in your top 10 PS2 games?
Top 10 PS2 games? Suikoden 3. Man, it's a little hard when I'm doing this.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8.
Wow.
Initial D special stage. I'm thinking.
Let me tell you, this bloom effect they have going on here looks a lot cleaner at this resolution than it does the normal one.
I believe that. I find that very easy to believe.
If there's one effect I don't like from 6th gen, it's insanely low resolution bloom. Like, I don't glorify it. I don't sit there and go, wow, that looks so neat. I kind of look at it and go,
Yeah. Dark Cloud 2.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Dang.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Wow. Well, that's neat. Can you give us some rings or... Oh.
Ow.
What in the world? What sort of reward is that?
Oh my god. Somebody in chat said dark clowns.
This just keeps getting better and better. Where's that damn 7-ring in hand?
Oh no! Oh no!
What a no. Me when I fall 17 stories. Me when
What if I just
fall
don't press anything?
1001
What's gonna happen?
stories. You'll probably be okay. Uh-oh. Huh? Uh-oh. Huh? You're such a gamer. You know that? Good job, gamer.
Samurai Warriors.
Oh, that's a good choice too.
Wow, it took that
Didn't
long.
even just do damage. Just knocked you right off. I don't do sightseeing. I do hold all the way to the right.
Yes. That was so dumb, and it worked. Anyway, that was 5 games. What do I win?
You did more than 5.
Did I?
You win. Me giving you a thumbs up. Oh yeah. You did Initial D, Dark Cloud 2, Samurai Warriors, Suikoden 3. One moment. Oh wow, I forgot how cool this looks.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms 8. I swear there was more than 5. Yeah, this is really neat.
This is legitimately cool.
Oh yeah. I wish more of the game was just like stunning artistically in a way like this. Speed break. He was taking a break from the speed break. The world.
Zawaldo.
Oh, our rings are draining.
Oh, it's because this is Oil Ocean Act 2 from Sonic Mania.
Do 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 do.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, that's launch base, I think, but
It is. Tails voice. Wow, my rings are draining.
That's how Oil Ocean 2 starts.
One moment. One moment. Do that again.
I added a launch base part in there just to throw you off.
Yeah, I'm like,
but yeah,
wait a minute.
But yeah, it's Sonic Mania's Oil Ocean 2. Starts like that. Got that Bon Jovi vocoder guitar going on over here. Man, this is gorgeous. What the heck?
I know, it's crazy to see this at the end of this game.
Right?
Zoom! This is the sound of time going backwards. Zoom! They should have just played the Warudo sound. They should have just like every time clipping the bass and stuff. Oh Lord.
Vine
no.
boom.
Yeah, vine boom it. Whew, good save. Good save. Nacho. Down.
Just met it.
Ooh.
Quick high slide.
Yeah, quick high slide.
High slide? That game?
Yeah, high slide, virtual high slide.
Yeah.
The best. The peak of video games, virtual high slide.
Oh, that's good animation right there.
Mm-hmm.
7つの世界リングは集めたのか。
さてどうかな。なんなら調べてみちゃどうだ。
では。
Builds character.
Ooh. Are we gonna have a fist fight?
やってみるんだな。
Aw. I wanted a fist fight.
Yeah, I know. It should just turn into Punch Out.
You know, I would unironically love if they made a game that's just Yakuza and Sonic in one. Like, it's literally like him and Kamurocho, basically. Like an off-brand Kamurocho.
That'd be great.
Like, you know, it's a parody of a parody by being, like, a take on Kamurocho, which is itself a take on Kabukicho. Chat tells me do not fight the boss.
Well, here's the thing. You could, and then it would be an ending.
It's not like it's gonna stop me from getting the other ending, I think.
I don't think so, and I don't think you have to refight him if you do. I think I would have remembered that. Don't pursue Lubu. Oh, listen to this song. Freaking Limp Bizkit.
Is this the kind of music? Is this the kind of music you get when you play as Yasuke in Assassin's Creed Shadows?
It did go crazy hard once as Yasuke, and I was like, damn.
Ow. Is this sort of Switchblade? It looks like halfway between a Switchblade and like a classic barber razor.
Uh-huh. It's a really crazy weapon.
Yeah, it's a razor because he's a razor Jin.
Yep.
So of course he uses a razor.
His name is A. Razor Jin. P. Tier Griffin. So, I think you're okay with me telling you this.
Yeah.
This is the other one.
Hmm.
But again, we're different people. It may go a lot smoother for you than it did for me. What a cool animation. They put so much work into this dude. I'm trying to remember what opens him up to attacks. He does the same patterns. There's his world famous L. Razor Jin always beginning those. Man, it is crazy to see this in high resolution.
Oh great, this has depth.
Uh-huh. Apparently Speed Break is not what they wanted.
No, but it did make for a dramatic cutscene-like fight.
Uh-huh. See, if this was Samurai Kirby, that would have worked. Thank you, game.
I see.
So just so you know, this being annoying, this one specific part being annoying, and the only way to damage him is perfectly normal. It is a really bizarre fight.
Okay.
Oh, we have been. Thank you, though.
Darn.
Okay, chat, I need to ask Sarah some complicated technical answers or questions that she'll have to answer very diligently right now. This is a good time.
Obviously. So basically, there are 2 times that I can hit him.
Are there?
Yes. Because if he does the wide sweep, if I time it perfectly, I can hit him during that move.
Chad, I'm looking at a video from 6 months ago when I fought this, and I don't often get the experience of looking at old VODs and I'm not fat in them. So I need to have a distinction between current me and that me, so I'm going to have to get absolutely shredded, so that way I can look back and still be like, what a drastic change. He should make like a big rig sound when he charges you down.
You mean from that Steam game?
Yes, the hype new Steam game. I love Alex Navarro going, what are we doing here? What are we doing? That cracked me up a lot. There we go. Good job.
Yeah, but Sonic also made this dialogue when I hit him during that move earlier. So there are 2 ways to damage him.
Oh, that's good.
At least.
I wish I paid attention to what we changed our skills to in that stream last year, because there was something that helped me out here and I cannot remember what.
Like, if I time it perfectly, I can hit him with it during that.
During the L.
Yeah.
Hitting. Nice.
Darn.
Hey chat, did you know that the
Amy?
PlayStation logo on the PS1 has as many polygons as Crash Bandicoot? You know, just the PS that pops up when you boot it. Did you know that, chat? There's a lot of polygons for a P and an S.
Especially for something so flat.
Uh-huh.
That's way too early.
I was honestly surprised to find out the P and the S were in fact a 3D model and not like an image.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you even could have done it as vectors with 2D, you know, and still saved a ton of space compared to an image. Nice.
See?
Good job. Yeah, when they the trick with Crash Bandicoot 1, the reason it looks as good as it does.
He has a Z attack? Whoa.
Oh, wow.
What the?
I don't know. He didn't like you booping his snoot.
Understandable. Ow.
But the way they did it with Crash, the amazing visual effects is that they the route through the level has hard-coded into the camera data what polygons can be seen, and it literally just deletes polygons you can't see that are hidden by logs and other things, and they manage exactly what is on screen so that way it can perform while still. Oh, nice.
In other words, they basically invented a way of occlusion culling.
Uh-huh. Brute force occlusion culling.
Yeah.
I simply would not render a polygon and then not show it.
Ah, too early.
Good job.
Wait, that was it?
It certainly sims it. Yeah, you did great. See? This is what I was talking about. People are built different.
That wasn't so bad.
Yeah, you did that way better. Yeah, you could have used the time stop, but because it runs at lower frame rates, that doesn't help as much as you would think it does. It helps you see it coming a little bit better.
I saw it coming perfectly fine is the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I missed a single one once I realized what I was supposed to do during the duels.
あの奥の扉、何？
こういう時はあれだろ。開け5番。No reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Need that for when a joke on stream doesn't land at all. Just hit the button. No reaction.
I wonder if the voice clips during this are separate or just part of the video. They're probably part of a video, but you never know.
世界をつなぐ扉が開くであろう。つまり、7つの世界リングがあれば、この扉は開くってことだな。
There you go. Good job. You beat the game.
Oh, they're unskippable.
Yep, that's how you know you really beat the game. They're unskippable.
Yeah, obviously. Are you gonna rock the place?
Of course. I always rock the place. You know how it is.
And the Sonic sleeps again. forever.
Well done, I guess.
Thank you, Cry Middleware.
Sometimes I feel like they are just a bane on the industry, even though they've also been extremely useful.
Sorry, you seem different. Something happened.
Dark mode. Or do you mean what I did with my hair?
Oh no! Oh god!
I could do this.
Cute. I really have to wonder what game tuning Saragot Kucho could have provided you. That is a very good question. Balda Delene.
Night Palace? For kids production.
So do you feel accomplished?
Verily, but I know there's more.
Man, look at this party game thing. It's got a whole other staff on the side.
Never rest. Yeah, people have been saying that it secretly contains Sonic Shuffle 2, unironically.
Basically, yeah.
I feel like Sonic Shuffle wouldn't be as badly, I feel like it would be more positively received by people if the AI wasn't batshit insanely powerful.
Yeah.
One of the most overtuned AIs I've ever seen, and I play SNK games.
They're basically the kings of that. I enjoy this music a lot.
The game has good music. Like, that was one of the highlights of it for me. I shouldn't be talking about it like it's over yet, but you know.
It's not over yet!
It's not over yet!
What's Sonic Shuffle? It's like the Truffle Shuffle.
Party time!
It's over, Wily. Where did that sound come from?
I don't know.
It's only fair. I brought my sounds to one of your streams before, I'm almost certain. Clayton Vorlick. I saw that meme yesterday. Oh, right. Right. I remember.
Hey, Bass, why must I fight you? We are not enemies. Of course, expertly rebutted with, shut up!
Yeah, I remember, I think it was on the birthday stream where we had Dot and Vox here, too. I said that line, and you just immediately, very coolly responded that way. I was like, Bass, why are we fighting? We are not enemies! And you just went, shut up! Immediately. As if you were prepared for it, you know?
That dialogue lives rent free in my brain every day. It's such a good delivery.
Power shot. God.
What are you doing to me? Mommy! Mega Man 8 has many iconic voice lines.
Iconic voice lines such as... I'm sorry, you just went into that voice, so...
Iconic voice lines such as... I'm Grenade Man! That felt good!
Man!
The way Mega Man says the word sword will never leave me? I'm trying to remember him saying... Flame Sword? Huh.
Flame Sword!
When the 7 rings that control the worlds are gathered, the portal between worlds shall open. What a weird thing for it to say.
What an odd thing to say. It's almost like the game didn't give me the last world ring from that last world.
Very rude.
Wait.
I'll crush you. I'll make a popsicle out of you.
Oh boy, I have to race Uhu again?
Don't you feel lucky? Chat wishes they could race Uhu.
Oh, huh. These are mutually exclusive. That's interesting.
Yeah, you
Some
can't...
of these...
You can't quickly grind someone or also fastly grind them. You can only choose one of these two.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
I'm better.
When we find those energy beings, we'll find Dr. Wawi.
Well, Mega Man.
Yeah. Listen up, Mega Man.
It's, you know, it's still widely believed that he was about to say Walkman, you know? And corrected himself.
Yeah,
and now
that
I'm
first level again, but against Uhu.
And now I'm back to thinking about when you filmed that scene with Cher. I wish I could have been there, but still 8 rules.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. I had so much fun doing it. For people who haven't seen it yet, Chair G Tables had me work the camera for reenacting the Lincoln Memorial scene from Mega Man, the animated series.
You want to link that?
Sure, let me go find it. Boop. Boop. It was really, really fun. You know, one of the things I learned from MagFest that was really important is that Chair G Tables is acute. Okay, there we go. There's the link in chat. Listen to this song. This is borderline a song I would be listening to in ATV Off-Road Fury 4.
That's one of the highest compliments you can bestow.
Of course. I'm sorry, the way he screams is so funny.
I love the Japanese Sonic voice. He's so good. And like, you know, to me that's like just the epitome of Sonic, basically.
I know, I haven't played enough off-roading games, to be honest. After enjoying ATV Off-Road Fury 4 immensely, I'm like, I guess I should check out modern motocross games. I guess I should. I enjoyed ATV Off-Road Fury 2 and 4. 3 is pretty good. The weird thing is the first two, for people who don't know, ATV Off-Road Fury is a Sony franchise on the PS2.
Oh.
But they completely changed developers after the first two to yank other developers that were making a better off-roading game, seemingly, and then let them make the last two entries in the franchise, 3 and 4. I don't know. I haven't played 2 close enough to 3 to really have a comment on whether or not 3 was horribly optimized.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, right. I have the boost start skill.
3, 2, 1.
Man, this song is really cool.
Sheesh.
She's doing it. She's starting to believe.
I knew that was too fast. The thing is, there's a very specific rhythm to this if you're doing it as quickly as possible. Sonic? Did you see that?
Uh-huh.
He like rotated. He was so close to falling that he was rotating. Damn.
I only got to notice the spike ball and the reflection for 1 frame before it was on you. So rude. Rude video game. No!
Yeah, this part's gonna be tricky because it's just constantly spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Lost a lot of speed there.
Just casually walking along this wall.
Sonic 4 physics, you know? They're canon, so...
Yeah, Sonic has, like, mountain goat powers.
Oh, no.
3, 2, 1.
Damn. slightly too early. Yeah, the window is good luck. I think I'm supposed to homing attack it when it's actually, like, spiked.
Yes, basically, because it turns that fast. Sorry, did you know Kevin Smith made a new movie last year?
No.
I don't think a single person's ever brought this up to me.
I did not realize. What is it?
It's called the 4:30 movie.
Huh.
Its box
no, I've
office
never
is
heard of
listed
this.
as $2,389.
Ouch.
So I guess it
Oh my
was
God.
released in a theater. You did it again. You're such a pro at that. That's crazy, though. No one's ever brought this up.
Yeah, and you know I'm a Kevin Smith fan. So, like, I never even heard of this.
That's so weird. Saban Films acquired distribution rights and ran a tour throughout the summer in the United States, followed by a nationwide release. Based on those numbers, are you sure that occurred? Are you sure they brought it to even more than one theater? That doesn't make sense.
What the heck?
Yeah, this is bizarre.
Let's see if I can get the timing on the startup boost.
Yeah, good job. Such a pro. Yeah, Bear McCreary did the music on it, but Bear McCreary does the music on so many things I didn't even bring it up. It also has a bunch of celebrities that have been in other Kevin Smith things.
Was that
more
Brad Pitt?
interested in the. Let me check. It had Rosario Dawson and Jason Biggs and other people. Jason Lee. Yeah, it has a ton of celebrities. Yeah, a ton of celebrities. I'm much more interested in like what the budget of the film is, so I can, have an expectation at all, like of where it's coming in at.
Yeah, it must not have been expected to make money if he released it that way.
Yeah, it only came out 6 months ago, so it came out during my Sonic month last year. And
the thing is that, like,
during yours.
The thing is that, like, Kevin Smith, like, has a habit of just doing tours for when he releases movies these days, but, like, one theater, that's not even... That's way below par even for his current standards.
Yeah, like you would assume it has to be multiple, but the box office is listed as only $2,389 and it has 2 citations.
Yeah.
That's not a tour.
Exactly.
That's so crazy.
What the?
Good job.
Okay. Okay.
Nailed it.
I got nailed
Epic
all
gamer.
right.
Uh-huh. Boost jump. Wow.
Die Hard challenge. Don't get defeated, so I have to be Airman. As you know, you can't defeat Airman.
Is that so?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
どこだここは。
不思議な感じがするわね。
Airman got tossed tonight.
Why doesn't anyone ever sing the praises of Crash Man? Or his twin brother.
Because they can't
Clash
figure
Man.
out. They can't figure out which one actually deserves the praise.
Oh, that's confusing. You're right. That's so awkward. I feel bad for them. Everyone. Wow. Wow.
どこだここは。
不思議な感じがするわね。
Man, it's really crazy seeing this in this higher resolution.
It looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I've already talked about how I don't like revisionism of games, like replacing the public consciousness about how a game looks or feels, but I still think that this kind of stuff has value and is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it also just goes to show how good art design can make something really pop, and this is the exact sort of art design you'd never see in a modern game, because none of what's happening plays well with TA.
Yep.
Whoa! Look at that!
なんか変な感じだな。
ソニック、ここさっきの部屋の壁だよ。
I can't decide if this song is like Papa Roach core or what. Puddle of Mud was said in chat. I could also see that.
Just waiting for somebody to say Nickelback, but good.
Bob during the ATV Off-Road Fury thing was like, oh, I never knew that Photograph song was Nickelback. I don't know, that song's fine because it's funny. This song is Rumblebee core. Do you mean Buck Bumble core? I'm the autocorrect on your phone. Do you mean Buck Bumble? Are we talking about Buck Bumble again?
Nickelback if they actually locked in.
We never did get a Sonic game with an Offspring soundtrack. A shame. Then again, I don't know that I want like Offspring doing Sonic music.
Quarterback.
Yeah, there we go.
Dollar back. Band that just does Nickelback covers at higher quality called Your Money Back.
Ah, that's clever. So it really wants you to be in the center for that, so I think you need to kill everyone in this room.
Okay, so I'm going to start with Wesley, and then I'm going to kill Objective Binary, and then...
No, no, oh no, oh no! Well, better you all than me.
I'm saving you for last. You're in this room too.
Ooh. Well, that's fine. That gives us some intimacy.
Oh great, the spikes are still there.
Yep, you gotta back up more. You got more work to do. Game, must you always be this rude? I think you need to get on the block on the right in order to jump high enough. That's so dumb. And then that fire guy is right there trying to kill you for trying. Oh, why is this game like this? Good job. Oh,
darn.
Come on. You could have given us a little bit bigger window to do that in.
I don't know. I'm kind of a Sonic expert already.
10 reveals. I mean...
Ooh.
Oh.
Shoot.
And it
Like,
starts
the thing is that...
at the beginning. Rough.
That's not a big deal for me. You know, like, I can intuit the kind of things the Sonic game is going to do most of the time.
Can you imagine if more of this game was really cool? Whoa!
That was me sliding off the edge as I was charging my jump.
Uh-huh.
Probably kind of
what
apparent.
A cool mechanic. Man, it was really weird when they rushed out a bunch of not finished Sonic games, and then they were like, we don't understand why aren't Sonic games selling well. I guess it's because Sonic has no appeal. And then they kept cutting the budget for the game.
Like I told you, it's because Sega was still stuck in their ideas that the only good game is one that comes out quickly, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It took a lot of
Sega out of Sega.
It was very difficult for the director of Frontiers to get them to give him more time. It was almost unprecedented. That's how bad it was, you know?
Uh-huh. That's so depressing.
Like, yeah. The fact that it was unprecedented to get extra time on a Sonic game is just,
crazy, because Sonic is a gaming icon. A thing that Jeff Gerstmann hates, because now his child is getting into Sonic. He's like, we sent her to school and her friends introduced her to Sonic.
Sonic. Can't believe they would do this.
Very nice. Well played.
Ow. That was my eye. It's okay, have another.
Guess Jeff Gerstmann also really hates knights.
Oh man.
I don't know people's Nights into Dreams opinions because by and large it just doesn't come up.
Nights is one of my favorite games of all time, and made me feel like magic is real.
Stuff falling over and breaking as you're running away is funny. It's like you knocked it over and you're like, gotta go.
Well, cat.
Exactly.
But yes, I truly love Nights into Dreams.
What is your opinion on the Wii one?
It's not nearly as good. It's a decent game. It's not the same kind of game. And it is, confounding that they decided to change the scoring rules for the standard Nights style stages to be the opposite of how normal Nights works. Although I get it, because that's exactly how people always assumed it was supposed to work. Because in normal Nights, what you want to do is you want to get all of the orbs as quickly as possible and get the Idia so that you enter bonus time. And then you keep collecting.
Oh, there we go. We're good again.
And then you keep collecting orbs as long as you can until bonus time is almost over. Then you go across the goal, and that is how you get the highest scores in night stages in the Saturn game. But most people assumed that the correct thing to do was to do it as fast as possible, and that's how Journey into Dreams handles it. It scores you with the assumption that faster is better. And bonus time and such aren't really the considerations.
Why would Sonic fans assume a game from Sega would want them to go fast?
I know, right?
This doesn't make any sense.
Still...
Have they not played Sonic Labyrinth?
still, that's one of the things that made the game controversial, aside from the fact that it has a bunch of different gameplay styles aside for that, because like every level has multiple missions that are different. The story it tells is largely inoffensive and mostly goes along with exactly what you would expect if you're a fan of Knights. And it doesn't really have any like surprises so much, but the characters are charming enough, and
that guy's going insane up there. He's spinning so fast. He has to be so nauseous.
Well, you see, he's auditioning for the next Mad Max movie.
Oh,
he wants to be one of the guitar guy type characters.
Yay! Just made it!
Yeah, a lot of the stuff they did in Journey of Dreams was basically trying to make the game more intuitive in ways that would appeal more to people who don't already know Knights, but would fly in the face of things you already know from the first game, because you are now expected to follow what the normal expectation would be, instead of, oh, this is how the game worked. Sorry, what's the mission? Finish with zeros.
Everyone's favorite.
I also feel that Journey of Dreams still manages to capture some of the feeling of magic that the original game had. Not as much, but there is some there.
I have basically not played Knights. I played the tiny bit
Do you
of the original.
own? Do you own the PC version?
No.
You don't? It
There's
was
a
available
PC
for free
port?
for years.
Is it like the original port to PC of Knights?
It was a port of the remaster from the PS2 era, and it had some problems, but not that long ago, modders have basically fixed it to the point it's essentially the ideal way to play Knights.
No.
Interesting, this has checkpoints, okay.
But I have a Sega Saturn. I have to play it on a Sega Saturn.
Only if you have the circle pad.
I do. I better. I swear I do. Because when I got it, I was like, oh my god, this is just a prototype of the Dreamcast controller.
If you have the circle pad, it is acceptable to play Knights, the original version. You don't want to play it on the D-pad, you really don't.
Which I believe the actual name is 3D controller, I think. I think that's what they called that one. And I thought that was enormously funny.
Didn't it vary in names by region? I'm not sure, though.
I just thought it was enormously funny to be like, this controller's for 3D games. And it's like, everyone else thought of different names. Like, you know, DualShock or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so funny to just be like, 3D. This is a 3D controller. This is really cool. I like them launching these lances into you. They look really neat. Yep, and there's the goal. Which luckily this one's kind of cake like the last one. You know, because you can just back up into the laser. Or this fire guy. Wow, you did it. Wow.
But yeah, playing it without the 3D pad is torture. You don't want to do it. But playing it with it, that's the intended way to play the game. And
you're right. I would never engage in something that is torture.
And the information I've given you just talking about the difference between the original game and the sequel is enough information for you to beat the game, basically, as long as you follow it.
No judging me if I forget by the time I finally play it.
You could always get me on for it. I love that game.
That is true.
You could do a death stream of it and Journey of Dreams.
Objective, kill them all, Sonic.
Oh. Me over here letting the enemies go about their business, fool that I am.
Yeah, you chose pacifism, and that's not Sonic's prerogative. Zoom, zoom. Zoom! It's like one of those cars where you run it on the ground and it just powers up the motor and goes zoom, 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 real loud.
Zoom, zoom,
That's what
zoom.
time control says. Sonic
I'm sure I
says,
just sent some people back in time.
A little bit. Oh no! Wow!
What?
I come from Mobius and I say kill them all. Oh no! I don't think I got to see that on my playthrough. That's awesome. Chat, you would be surprised how weird that catapult is.
You really would.
Like, the controls for it are so bizarre and beyond what you would ever guess.
They are just broken. Is how I feel about it.
Uh-huh. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. This should have gotten oh, what's his name? They should have gotten Bob from Bob's Burgers to do Mario's voice. Or some character in the Mario movie. That would have been good.
That would have been pretty funny.
Survive? John Benjamin, yeah. Which isn't his actual name. I'm trying to remember what his actual name is. H. John Benjamin. Yeah, what is the H? What is the etchy, chat?
It's like figuring out the G in charity tables.
Oh?
I mean, I know what it means. I'm not going to tell anyone.
Does it stand for God? Chair good tables. Yeah, his name's Harry.
For all you know, it might stand for a different kind of furniture.
Chair gazpacho tables. Yeah, no, they should get John Benjamin to play someone. He could be like, I don't know, Mario's uncle. Why not? He could then mockingly just be like, oh, this is how you sound. Be like, it's me, Mario. And then Mario could get upset, and then I'd be like, yay, they did it. They did the thing I wanted. Back it up. So,
This is
I
terrible.
can't believe it would let you do this.
Like, I'm sure it expects me to loop the stage or something, but...
Uh-huh.
Don't
worry. That sound is just a horrible laser that'll bore through your head in an instant.
Okay, but why was Sonic tripping?
Did
Did Sakurai work on this?
Oh no. I want Sonic to always walk like this. Yeah, he should walk like that forward too. Sonic is not used to ever going backward. The entire concept is insane to him. Can someone do the recompilation of Sonic 06 already? Please and thank you.
What if Sonic has to fly backwards to make time go backwards?
Then he would never know. He would never know. What a shame. Like, if you think about it, by and large, I think the Wii would also be an important console to get recompilation tools for. Because many of these games, it would be cool if we could just rip out them working with motion controls, make them work better. No, you're gonna... You know you're going to settle for Project 06 and pretend that's just as good. I'm not, though. I'm not gonna pretend. That's just a different thing.
It's a different thing.
It's just a different thing.
Like, I like the idea of Project 06, but that doesn't mean that it replaces Sonic 06 somehow.
And the same thing's happening with Secret Rings for people who didn't know. Someone's making the fan game remake of Secret Rings.
And the thing with Project 06 is, like, it doesn't even take all of the game.
It's cutting out most of the soul, like, not to sound hipstery or anything, but the hub and other stuff is a part of what makes Sonic 06 Sonic 06.
Yeah, there's too many Sonic fans who seem to think that, like, the only thing that matters is the raw gameplay stages. Just like how a lot of people made projects to just, like, remake or port stages for Sonic Unleashed, just the daytime stages specifically, to other things.
Good job.
Hey.
Hey. No. Oh, hey. Looky there.
The Voxandra
Purple.
World Ring. I say as if I never wear purple.
Yeah, I'm like
I say as
purple
if
right
there's not a
next to
purple
you.
person right next to me. My original outfit color is purple.
I know, right?
I still have my purple outfit as my alt color. Not my alt color, but my alt color.
The alt color, not the alt color or the alt color.
Yeah, see? Exactly. You see, this is supposed to be, like, colored like my original model. Aside for, I made the boob cover dark purple instead of white because white looked too much like my skin color on this model.
What a shame.
Because, you know, that was white on my original model.
Chat, tell Sara she's cute. She deserves to hear it. Cute. I should get a spread of
What a shame.
I should get a sprite of Nyan with the giant pointing hand. That'd be really good.
Bonus points if it can come out toward the screen more. Just get bigger. Like
You know what they
that
say, the
meme-y
more the merrier.
weird cat avatar I have in VR chat that I use sometimes that has the
Yes,
hand
that
that
one.
grabs out like that.
Yeah, it's like that that Ditto or whatever. Oh, yep, we're here. in Kirby Superstar, where they shoot out the hand to, I think it's Nabbit. No, it's not Nabbit. It's something like that though, where you can steal powers with it. You just shoot out the hand.
Cat.
Tack. Thank you.
Yeah, it's cat backwards.
Yup.
なかなかしつこいやつだな。
7つの世界リングを集めたようだな。
Yuka Ganon is pleased.
Yeah, I bet he's pretty satisfied all the time. Look at him. That dude seems self-satisfied 24/7.
Well, I don't think he can get any ladies, so he would have to be.
That's because he's a Baka Yaro.
We've recovered the Lifesavers gummies.
Ew. A white flavor lifesaver gummy. I'm good.
Actually, there is a clear one in the gummies, in one of the flavor packs.
I
It's
sincerely
like
hope
pineapple?
it is not milk.
It's pineapple.
Okay.
I think.
Who knew these colors stood for this? Wait, so purple stands for prayers?
Apparently. Oh yeah, these could be the Chaos Rings. Why didn't they make them the Chaos Rings?
Because this is a fictional universe, and we can't mix that up.
It's like Chaotix is real.
It's real. It's got Charmy.
Yeah, but that's Charmy before the brain damage.
Shut up! He clipped his mic, I swear to God.
Shara. 命令だ。死ぬな。元に戻るんだ。
ごめんなさい、ご主人様。その命令は。
所詮はリングのせい。最後まで使えぬか。
Damn. Things escalated a little bit.
I am the Arabian Nights. I'm sorry, what?
It's... Don't worry about it. Oh, Alpha is 1,000 in Arabic? Oh.
I thought it stood for alien life form.
Yeah, I thought so too. Anyway, neither of us are gonna feed this guy. Oh! Look at this! Super Saiyan 3 Sonic!
Right, this is called like Darkspine Sonic, right? That's this song again? It's not even a new version?
It's almost like they should have saved it for this, but then they put it on every menu in the game. It's a really big orb. It's a big orb.
She really was not specific enough for me.
You can always shake the remote to fill the soul gauge.
But what if I want to collect eggs? What if that's the part of the old
boy,
Dark
do I
Souls
have a game
website
for
that
you.
I care about?
No, I'm sorry. You need to play Banjo-Tooie. That game has so many eggs. You're gonna collect them all.
No.
It's okay. I'll be here, cackling the whole time. What if you went to use your superpower and all it did was go Doki Doki?
Yes.
7 eggs in hand. Scramble in a pan. The yellow ring is egg flavored. That's terrible.
So,
Sorry,
where
have you
is
ever-
Eggman?
Where is Eggman? That is a good question. He can't read, I guess. I don't know.
I ever play what?
Have you ever played Billy Hatcher? Have you ever beaten Billy
Nope.
Hatcher?
Never even played.
Wow. Got eggs. Did you know? Please look
Never
forward
would've
to my
guessed.
VTuber tournament where we're going to race on Billy Hatcher through the whole game. Spin,
And-
spin, spin, spin.
And
Uh-huh. Uh-oh.
nope, they aren't mixing.
Uh-oh. I'm gonna go to Cookout. Do you need anything while I'm there? I feel like I'm gonna be able to do this trip before this attack finishes. Seconds per frame. And then he has to die in slow motion.
SPF, like friggin' sun lotion. Sun
Uh-huh.
lotion, sure. That's what that's called.
Yeah, sunscreen lotion. It's lotion from the sun. Sun lotion. It's like sun tea. You just leave it outside, and it ripens. Is the PC port of Billy Hatcher good at all?
I don't know.
Chat's pointing out that that exists, which I didn't know. No, I don't like that face. That seems like that's not good. Oh man, but my bloodthirst for Billy Hatcher will be sated by one person in chat. Contractually obligated to play Billy Hatcher.
It's
Also,
okay. You could just at me with your disappointment.
I would not wish Billy Hatcher on a person if they have a choice. But I needed to know about all the Naka experiences after Balan.
I mean, I really should eventually. It's just that, like, you know, the donation incentives here are for this to happen during Sonic Month and not some mysterious,
Not Egg
unspecified time in the future.
Egg month? Could you imagine the connotations? Okay, sure, Billy Hatcher, I get it. Banjo-Kazooie, I get it. Fallout New Vegas?
Into the Nakaverse.
Yes. But yeah, it's really crazy. The thing I was talking about a little bit earlier about the OLED TVs getting drastically brighter. I basically think with that done, we're good. We basically solve TVs outside of motion resolution, which I wouldn't be surprised if LG or Samsung realizes that, and then sometime soon they figure out CRT beaming. Because most people on Earth don't have a problem with how CRTs look, but black frame insertion looks bad because it's not as nuanced. Because you don't want a black frame on screen to be wholly displayed for that amount of time. You want a phosphor burn look to it. But yeah, no, that's really cool. I think it's cool that yet another thing's felt solved. So basically, cameras are solved now. TVs are solved now, but except for one aspect of them.
Right.
This is how it feels, right? This feels great. Oh, you need to stop that, Razor Jin. That's so rude. He does his... What does it remind me? It reminds me of attacks from a Blizzard game. Uh-oh. I think you still need to shake it, yeah. Okay, we did
the best
it.
I can
Good
here.
job, good job, good job. Very cool, Sonic. Thank you for the
And
follow.
now I'm sure I have to do that like 5 things. Thank you for the follow.
What? Oh, right. I forgot this immediately follows up that. Pretty gross.
Please die.
I'm gonna be honest, if he died, I would have been upset. Because I would have been like, wait, why did I have to fight him so long? Like, wait a minute. How come asking politely works? I would have asked politely if I knew.
You're just like, I'm polite sometimes.
I'm polite sometimes, I just yell a lot. I'm domesticated. Did you know you could kill the soul gauge by moving the remote?
Looks like a homing attack, I know. Some of his attacks are surreal in how difficult they can be to avoid.
Uh-huh.
And like, there's not enough rings considering that.
Yeah, it throws silver rings at you super, super seldomly. And sometimes
when it does,
it's
it still makes them
impossible
difficult to
grab.
reach. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh. It's happening. Silver ring on the right. Looks
Yeah,
like it's
but
high. Oh, right. Yeah, you need to engage. Wait, why is it not? Oh, cool. You did
I wasn't
well.
high
Good
enough,
job,
apparently. Oh great, I have to charge again too. Ah, I was too high on the screen, great.
Too high. Oh, cool, some rings.
Isn't Time Break creepy?
Yeah, it's creepy and terrible, and it just, I don't like it. I wish I did. Seems like it'd be a really helpful feature.
Whoa.
Oh, no.
Wow, you're really
Okay,
using
you
up
got
the
it.
soul gauge.
Good job, you just barely nailed it. You had to shake real hard to keep that going. What an amazing game.
Oh great, this looks like a phase 2. Or not.
Yeah, his phase 2 is blowing up. This is his final form. Good job, Sarah.
What, is 2 cycling it weird?
I find it funny, for me, the first fight with him on that balcony was an absolute nightmare, and then this one wasn't anywhere near as bad.
Oh man. Collection present. Oh my freaking god.
Well, time to 100% the game.
No.
What? Devastated. Devastated over this news.
このままじゃ終われん。何度でも蘇ってやる。私に死はない。消えることのない存在なのだ。
It's like he had a third cycle, but it was too hard, so they cut it. He's like, I'm transforming into an explosion.
So I'm just good at this game, you're saying?
元に戻るんだ。確かランプのせいってのは3つの願い事を聞いてくれるんだよな。
貴様の言うことなど聞けるわけがなかろう。
ちょっと1つ目、シャーラを生き返らせてくれ。
Shoots the lamp at him like a gun.
That's me. 消えてしまったこの世界のお話、アラビアンナイトをすべて元に戻すんだ。
That yell! Whoa!
3つ目、イレーザージン。お前はランプの生として昔通りランプの中で。
Oh man, that's brutal, Sonic. What?
Die, monster.
And then he just throws the fucking lamp into a trash compactor.
Oh my god.
これは薄汚いネズミなんかじゃない。ちょっとすごいハリネズミなんだよ。
カボーム
シャーラ、俺の願いを聞いてくれるか。ハンカチを山ほど出してくれ。
I'm better! A bomb.
海ができるまで泣いていいぞ。ハンカチは山のようにあるからな。
And then an entire country was destroyed by pain.
Sometimes these things happen.
What an irresponsible wish. So we got a ballad?
This song different in Japan? No way.
Thank you for the follow.
It's the price of being aware, but too afraid it all might die. Some things they never meant. I know I'm never the same again. Day by day, only time will tell if it's meant to be. I'm yours alone, even if you're not with me. For you are my why I breathe. Tomorrow, let it be rain that falls to make it up to you. All I never said.
And then you filter this and you make it sound like it's playing in a dead mall. And then you show the picture of Sonic in the dead mall.
I'm so
did it,
freaking
gamer.
glad I actually managed.
Yeah, good job. I was worried it would be a little too long. You're like,
Well, you know,
don't worry, it was.
Because you were here, it really helped. Honestly,
Yeah.
sincerely.
It helps a lot. Now her arms are ready for Power Watch Simulator. I think they're ready for anything but that because they're sore, I bet.
Yeah, my arms are going to be dead tomorrow. I don't think I'm streaming tomorrow.
Here's my stream schedule. Ow. Just says ow.
Stream schedule. It's just a picture of a cast.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I caught on quickly that the final boss wanted me to shake the Wii remote really freaking hard, so I did.
Mm-hmm. And now you're so swole.
Well, some parts of me. Sorry, I just hit Nyan in the back of the head with them. Oops.
Next train.
I do not know, Laconic Shock. I do not know.
Hooray. No human ever has to
Nyan,
play this game ever again.
Indeed. Was the stream on your end smooth the whole time? Just wondering.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great.
Cool. Because sometimes I worry that, well, with a couple games that I've had to do that stuff with, I've gotten, like, some encoder blockage. Because computers are dumb.
Computers are dumb.
It is weird because, like, in theory, Discord should be using NVINC. And, I'm CPU encoding on OBS, of course, for better quality, so...
Yeah. But those all happened off screen.
This crusty ass BG.
Is this credits unskippable this time too?
Seems like it.
It's a good song. Have you considered letting the speed mend it?
What, my arms?
Yes.
These are essentially the same credits again, but the previous ones were white on black. These are fancier with this crusty ass background.
Brown on tan?
Brown on egg. This is like somebody's bad attempt at an omelet with text scrolling over it.
Oh my. That is rough.
So, Nyan, have you given thought to who we are rating?
Yes. I am torn between a couple options.
Well, it's ultimately up to you. You're the guest.
Here, one moment. I'm gonna DM you something.
Uh-huh.
Okay, here. What? Discord, where did you go? Okay, anyway.
Discord died. I can't believe Discord's friggin' dead.
I can. So these are the options, whichever.
Okay, okay. I'll go with the one I know. Our appearance may encourage considering.
I need to do some dance emotes. One moment.
So it's late. It has been over 8 hours of stream. I'd like to thank everyone for watching, and we're going to raid Gamma Chris, who is at the end of Zero Ranger. So you gotta wish Gamma Chris some good luck. Also, we got post-credit scenes, so we'll see these first.
That's the game we just played. What?
Okay, there was just one post-credit scene.
Man, these menus are like the gaudiest thing in the world.
Yeah, they're very of their time. So, thank you all, and I will see you next time. It will not be tomorrow. I need a day off after that. Oof.
Absolutely, you deserve it.
Thank you for thinking so. And we will see you all again. I mean, I will, and Dan will see you on their channel.
We have a Tenchu 2 stream.
Shout out here, but oh yeah, you
I
put that off in
appreciate
order
it.
to be
Hello.
over here, didn't you?
I did, yes. Tenchu 2 will be
I
sometime
appreciate it.
soon.
Okay, okay. So we're gonna go over there and see Gamma Chris. Good night, everyone.
Good night.